And we are live. So welcome everyone to the Blackwood, whether you're returning or new. We're going to have some fun tonight. This is a one-shot adventure with the players, well, most of us are the players of Jeremy Lilly down there, his 5th edition Caldera game, set in a fantasy version of the Wild West that never was. And then we also have a gal, Laura, joining us tonight. And I think everyone but Derek and Jeremy, who are playing in my Blackwood game, are new to the system. So we'll be kind of reviewing some rules and going through some stuff like that tonight. Now, according to the order down here at the bottom of the screen, let's go through and say your name and your character that you're playing.
I think our order is different than yours.
Oh, it's alphabetical on mine, but let's go Alexander first.
All right. I'm Alexander Baldwin. Yes, that's right. Brother of all them Baldwin boys. And I'm playing as Lady Iron. I'm some kind of cool knight lady. And I'm awesome.
That's right. All right, Derek.
Who am I in? Okay, I am Otto the Bold. My real name is Derek Smith. I don't know much about Otto.
That's fine. Jeremy, go right ahead.
Sorry, I was busy typing a smart-ass response to Alex. My name is Jeremy, also known as Erasmus in certain circles. I am playing Celebrant Marion, who is a Widelander. He is also a member of the Unified, which is a kind of a Christian analogy, if you will. And they're bent on converting the world.
That's right. Peacefully, if they can.
Yeah,
Not all Christian then.
Well, that's fair. Laura, you're up.
I'm Laura, and I'm playing Waiting Heron.
Wonderful. And Michael.
My name is Michael Coville. I am playing Quilcrow. He is a heathen that is somewhat joined society, most likely for the ale, and he has really never found a reason to learn much of anything. There's not really a good rhyme or reason for any of that learned information, so he just kind of gets by, from what I can tell.
Wonderful. All right, so then let's go into the Blackwood. Now, the Blackwood is visible on the screen here right now. It's a vast forest. It takes up a substantial portion of the world in which the Blackwood is set, and it is deeply magical. Wilderness roams through the Blackwood like a storm, and this wilderness is capable of swallowing villages whole. And so it's difficult for people to survive in the Blackwood, or at least it was, until the Elder King came along 1,500 years ago. And he has, in that time, led the people of the Blackwood with wisdom and fairness, and his rule has just been lauded by everyone. Until 14 years ago, when the Elder King disappeared. Nobody knows where he went, but since then, things have deteriorated pretty quickly. First of all, the nobles in the cities started to bicker over what was going to happen when they didn't have leadership, and this caused a lot of nobles to strike out on some fairly unvirtuous or vicious endeavors, and a lot of them tax the crap out of their people, and it's just generally a bad deal. We also have, obviously, the aforementioned wilderness has become a bigger problem without the Elder King's wisdom to kind of keep it at bay. And the people have relied on the ancestors, the spirits of people who have come before, to also kind of help keep these wildernesses away from them. But it's become harder in the last 14 years. Elves are malicious spirits. They're barely even considered of the same class as like a human would be. They're deeply magical, and they have alien designs on the Blackwood that are usually inscrutable and oftentimes very cruel, or at least totally inconsiderate of human beings. You all are somewhere along here. You have left the city of High Hall several days before, and you are moving along a road in the forest toward the city of Three Rivers right here. You're actually very close to Three Rivers. You're about a half-day's journey to the river, but you've stopped for the night in this tavern. It's a tavern and inn known as the Ruddy Road Hall. It's set in a valley, and you showed up for the night. You know that being outside at nighttime in the Blackwood is bad. It's fairly difficult, and so you all hunkered down here to spend the night, wake up in the morning, and then finish your trip to Three Rivers. Perhaps you were traveling together, perhaps you are not. That's up to you guys. Some of you might be. You don't all have to be. But anyway, you went into the tavern, you set things up with the innkeeper here, and you made your way to your rooms for the night. Now, on the second floor of this inn and tavern of the Ruddy Road Hall, there are two rooms, or two sides of this floor, basically. The first part is near the stairs that go upstairs, or the stairs that lead down into the main area of the inn. And it's a common room. There are a bunch of glorified cots that are set up along the walls. There are about 10 of them. And people are capable of sleeping there for cheap. And then the second half of this second floor here is 4 private rooms. Now, you guys are welcome to divide this up however you want, but so, Lady Iron, where do you think you would be sleeping?
Well, since I'm rich and noble and all that stuff, of course I'm getting a nice room.
Absolutely. All right. And so these rooms, basically, it's very modest accommodations. There are much nicer inns in the Blackwood. There is a single-sized bed, a straw mattress, and some covers. There is a small table and a chair that's a part of, not necessarily a part of, but it's a unit with the table. And then you've got your door that leads out into the common area, and you have a small window looking outside. How do you think, how would Lady Iron be sleeping?
Lady Iron doesn't sleep well because straw mattress isn't what she's comfortable with, but she's getting used to it. She has the window open because it's a little bit stuffy in the room, and she's used to a more free-breathing place. And she's got the chair next to the door, not blocking the door, but so that if someone opened the door, they would hit the chair and it would make a noise to wake her up. Sure.
Does she sleep with her armor on or off?
She sleeps with part of her armor on. She sleeps with the chainmail on. But the steel parts are not comfortable, so she has those off. She sleeps with her sword laying is there a bed post?
I mean, there are posts, but they're not really tall, you know. There's definitely
but
room
enough to hang a sword off of, right?
Sure, yeah. Absolutely.
So she's got that there, and then her shield is just laying somewhere. If she gets attacked in the middle of the night, she won't have time for her shield.
All right, cool. Well, I appreciated the bit about her kind of struggling to sleep because she's used to finer things, so you get a Benny for that one.
All right.
Yeah. And I also liked the addition that it's a little stuffy in there. I think it's a good idea that it's summer right now. So this is a summer's night, everyone. Otto, what about you? Where would you be sleeping?
Well, I talked with the innkeeper before I went out to bed, and I kind of negotiated a deal. I'd help keep watch, keep the carousing down if he'd give me a better deal.
Okay.
He probably just gave me a small room because he didn't want to. If he was giving me a room for free, then he wouldn't give me a good room.
That's fair, yeah. So you're probably in the so you're not in the common room because you traded your services for a nicer place. All of the private rooms are identical, so it's not necessarily that you have like a small room to choose from, but it's still modest quarters. And so whenever you are in this room, how is Otto sleeping, and what is Otto wearing?
Well, what time of night is it? Because I'm going to stay up late until people are going to bed to make sure that there's no roughhousing, no one breaking anything.
Right. Well, the inn wasn't too crowded whenever you guys arrived. It's a roadside inn, so travelers are the only people that are really staying here right now. And aside from you guys, the 5 of you, there are another 5. Actually, let's say there are another 5 inhabitants. Yeah. And they're mostly travelers. There's a trader. There are just some commoners who are making their way from one village to another. And this is the dead of night, so this would be after everybody's gone to sleep.
Okay. Well, then I kind of use my guard training, and everything is folded up nicely, and at the foot of the bed, and my spear and shield are in arm's length, and my helm is on a chair or table beside the bed.
All right.
But everything it's like hospital corners almost.
Sure. Yeah, very orderly. I like that. I'm going to give you a Benny for that as well. It's a nice regimented guard-like activity. Now, Marianne, what about you? Where would he be staying?
He's going to be in the common room, where he's spent the majority of the evening actually preaching and trying to talk to these other travelers and try to see if he can't persuade any of them to come to the faith.
Okay. So let's call that either a persuasion check or a knowledge religion check, whichever you prefer.
Oh, persuasion for certain.
Okay, and it'll be opposed to the folks' spirit score, which is very low.
Well, of course, it's because they haven't found Aruniel yet.
It's true, but this did explode, or it did get a raise, or ace. So I got 6 total, but because they're unskilled... Oh, no. Attributes are different. I got 6 total.
I got a 7 on my D10.
Nice. All right. So, yeah, you impress these people with your knowledge. One of them. So please tell me, Aruniel welcomes all faiths?
Yes. Not all faiths are necessarily on the same level. You see, other gods, they are the servants of Aruniel. He takes them into his house, and they serve him happily, as do we all.
Ah, yes. Well, I will. Whenever I reach 3 Rivers, I will have to find another celebrant and see what I can find out. Thank you.
You should do yourself the favor.
Yes, and it was Marianne. Marianne. Ah, okay, very
yes,
well.
the big Marianne.
Mm-hmm.
He's happy.
Now, over in the corner, there is a pretty pagan who has been resistant to your teachings all night, just so you know, and we'll get to him in just a second. But first, Verena Waiting Heron, what's your story? Where do you think you would be inside this inn?
Let's see, is it just the wealthier patrons that get private rooms, just to clarify?
Well, anybody who can afford them. You don't necessarily have to be wealthy. All of you have enough coin on you that you could afford to be in a private room if you wanted.
Okay, okay. She would probably opt for a private room, just sort of out of the way. Would probably be a little bit paranoid about somebody stealing her stuff.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, that sounds good. So would she keep everything kind of protected then, or what's her setup look like in her room?
Like, she just sort of keep her possessions like fairly close. She kind of stays up late and is a light sleeper. She's used to just sort of like, breaking into whatever building provides shelter, so she kind of has that survivalist mindset going on still.
Sure. Keep everything ready to go at a moment's notice. I like that. Cool. Yeah, you get a Benny as well. And I didn't say it, but I mentioned it in the chat window. I also gave a Benny to Marianne because that was a great interaction with the faith there.
Appreciate it.
And then finally, Quillcrow. So, You are a pagan. You're a pagan who, for whatever reason, has decided to leave the woods behind and join the Elder Kingdom, or to walk amongst it at any rate. And that comes with its own special challenges. A lot of people misjudge you. They think that you are out to destroy civilization. And you know what? Maybe you are. That's up to you. But
you never know.
The innkeeper, his name is Rolf, he would not accept your coin, and he forced you to sleep in the common room. So that's where you are. And as this is going on, you hear this this dark-skinned Widelander fellow going on and on about some foreign god.
So Kulko is kind of at the furthest distance away from Marion that he possibly can, while still at a table. And if he's able to, he's going to be drinking probably a little heavier than what he was originally planning.
Okay.
And then just basically any time Marion opens his mouth, just kind of undertoned, but cutting almost every word that he's saying, just saying that he's closed-minded and there's better ways to live, and that he needs to go out and experience the world and find a better way. And he's going to continue drinking to the point where he falls asleep at the table.
So you're actually downstairs.
Probably with at least half a glass left for him to finish in the morning.
Nice. Okay, so what I would like you to do then is make a vigor check, and that'll be your drinking check. And since you've already been in your cups a little bit, you said you were drinking more than usual, it'll be at a -2. So make your check and subtract 2, and you're looking for a 4 or better.
My vigor is a D4, so I do that, and a D6. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
5.
A 5, okay.
What was I looking for?
You're looking for a 4, but -2, you only got a 3. So, you are feeling pretty drunk right now. What that's going to look like is for the next scene, you will have a -2 to any checks to move around as a kind of, you're inebriated, you're stumbling around. So then, I did like that interaction though, talking about muttering behind the celebrant's back, so you get a Benny as well, and that should bring everybody up to 4 at this point. So it's the dead of night, like I mentioned. Everyone is snoring, sleeping soundly, whatever it is they happen to do, fidgeting in the case of Lady Iron because of these uncomfortable accommodations. And you're all dreaming, and you're all having this dream where you're wandering, and you don't even realize you're wandering at first. It almost feels like you're standing still, but then these impressions are moving past you. They're not even anything yet, but they're moving past you. And then you realize, oh, I'm walking right now. Oh, this is strange. And then the walking, the impressions around you kind of materialize, and there are these long, dark, kind of wispy shadow shapes. You walk a little further, and they continue to get more solid, and you realize that they're barren, blackened trees. And you're walking through this huge grove of barren, blackened trees. And just as you start to really process everything that you're seeing around you in this dream, it's not that the trees disappear, it's just that it seems like there are boughs hanging off of them all of a sudden where they were once barren. But they're like these red, thick curtains, like the kind that Lady Iron has seen in noble courts along the river. And perhaps the kind that Otto and Verena have seen too whenever they're casing a joint or something, and certainly the kind that Marion has seen in a unified celebration. And you're going through here and seeing all of this going on, and then you realize it starts to get really hot. It's really, really hot actually. This dream is sweltering. It's almost crazy how much it's sweltering. So I need everybody to please make vigor checks for me. And this is an environmental check, so Lady Iron, yours will be at a -2.
Let's see.
What kind of check is it?
Vigor.
So I'm going to roll a d6 for my vigor, but I'm also going to roll a d6 for the wild die, and I'm going to take whichever one is higher, right?
That's exactly right. And if any of them have the highest value, then you'll just keep rolling until you fail to get the highest value.
Okay, and since I rolled a 6, I'm going to roll again, right?
That's right.
Okay, 6 and 2. 6 and 2 minus 2 is 6.
Nice. And
Okay, I
then,
got a 1, and then I got a 2, so...
oof, yeah, so that's a failure. And you have the option of spending a Benny and re-rolling, but that's up to you.
Well, I only get a D4 for Vigor if I remember correctly, so it's probably not going to help much.
Well, that is true, but D4 is the highest statistically to explode. It's a 25% chance, and so you may get lucky, but D4 is definitely like the luck die, you know.
I'll save a Benny for when I have like a bit more of a chance.
Okay, sounds good. So then, what's going on? Everybody who got a 4 or better is fine. Anyone who got less than a 4, and Quillcrow, I see you asked if you get a -2 for moving around. No, not this time. And so everybody, you realize, oh man, it's really warm, but let's see here. Waiting Heron, and I think that's it. Yeah, Waiting Heron, you actually wake up, and you're in your private room. It's dark, but you can hear this, like, and you realize all of a sudden, like, there's smoke in the room. And it doesn't take you very long to realize that there is a big fire going on somewhere inside this inn, and it seems like there's quite a bit of it. So, how do you react?
Okay. Can I? What, like, is there a window? What floor would I be on?
You're on the second floor, so you're actually only about 10 or 12 feet up from the ground. And there is a window next to you. It's a smallish window, but you're a cat burglar. You can fit through.
Okay. Okay, then could I try to get out the window? Or?
Absolutely. As you move toward the window, you hear voices outside, and it registers for you. There's not only voices, but there is drumming. Doom, 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 doom. So do you want to dive out the window or look outside first, or what do you think?
I'm gonna look outside for a second, see what direction it's from, how far away they are, if I can like get out without alerting them.
Sure. So I'm going to switch back over to the view of the inn. You are in one of these windows up here, and there's this slanted roof that goes down to the ground. All outside here, all along this clearing, there are what you would estimate to be at least 50 pagans who are all lined up. There is a bonfire out here, but you know from the smoke in the building that there is also a fire in the inn, and they're dancing around the fire. These folks look like this. Men and women both, but they're wearing very rudimentary clothing. They have paint on their faces, a lot of bone motifs, this sort of thing. You also notice that there is this woman who is dancing around the fire, and it seems to be that she is leading the entire situation. So, go ahead.
Can I tell like where in the end in the fire is coming from? Like if I go out the door, will there be like a path out?
You notice that there's smoke coming up from the floor, and so that's pretty much all you can tell from inside your room.
Okay. I'm going to, let's see. Shoot. Would I be able to make like some kind of like stealth check or something like that if I were to go out the window? Or?
Absolutely. Yeah, you do have the stealth roll, and it would just be opposed to a notice check. and their notice is not very good right now because they're all dancing around this fire. So you will get a +2 to your roll against them.
Okay. Okay. Then I'll go out the window, whatever check that requires, and then I'll do a stealth check.
Okay. Yeah. So go ahead and give me that roll for the stealth check. I'll make mine right now.
All right. Let me check which I need to roll. For some reason I can't have this window in my character sheet open at
Oh.
the same time.
Yeah. No problem if you have to switch back and forth. We'll wait for you.
All right. Stealth D8 +2. Awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
And
you get an additional +2, so it's really +4.
Okay, D8 +4. So 10.
10? Okay, yeah then. I rolled a 4, so you managed to creep out of this window. As you creep out the window, you're kind of looking around, and it looks like all of the pagans are gathered around the front of the tavern.
All right, then I'll go out. I'll sort of sneak out towards the back,
Okay, so maybe up over the roof and down the back way.
Yeah.
All right.
And
cool.
I brought my daggers too. So I brought my weapons too, just in case.
Okay, sure, yeah. All right then. So you kind of crawl out and head up over the roof, and you get down toward the back, and you see that there still aren't any pagans back there. So you're safe for now. Everybody else, at this point, the heat is really becoming overwhelming. You're tossing in your sleep. You wake as, oh man, this tavern is on fire. In fact, you can see the light shining up now through the floorboards that there is a fire downstairs. You hear the chanting outside. You hear some people wailing outside. And you also hear the drumming. Doom, 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 doom. So let's start with Lady Iron. And actually, right now, we're going to switch to a dramatic task. So what this looks like, we will draw initiative just like we would for combat, but you're facing an environmental hazard as opposed to people. So the way we do initiative in Savage Worlds is with a deck of cards. And I'm just going to draw from the top and let everybody know. I'll go alphabetical order according to the players. So Lady Iron, you have an ace, but it is an ace of clubs. Clubs are dangerous when you're doing a dramatic task. So what this means is that you are trying to get out of the building. You'll have 5 rounds to do it. And you have to get 5 successes, or 5 successes and raises, any combination thereof, in those 5 rounds. So I see a question, what if we're downstairs already? You will have 3 rounds to get 3 successes instead of 5 rounds to get 5. So your task is a little easier. And we'll do checks in just a little bit. I want to get all the initiative out for everybody first. So Lady Iron got an ace. Otto got a 7. Marianne got an 8. Waiting Heron is already outside, so we'll skip you for now. And then Quillcrow got a 10. So first up is Lady Iron. You wake up and you almost can't breathe because it's so stifling in this room. There's smoke everywhere. There's light coming up through the floorboards. What is your reaction?
Well, since I have actually been out and about a bit, I do know a little bit about the dangers of smoke, so I quickly grab my cloak and cover my face with it. Not like my eyes, but just my mouth, my mouth and my nose, so I can breathe through it a bit.
All right.
I quickly strap on my sword, grab my shield, and then I use my... No, I don't grab my shield. I don't need it right now.
Okay.
I touch I use the back of my shield hand to touch the doorknob to see if it's hot.
It is not.
I throw open the door and I yell that there's a fire. I yell. I can't do old lady voice, but I old lady voice yell about fire.
Sounds good. So everyone is immediately wakened. And now what this looks like, you will all be making checks to get out of here. You can choose to either make an agility check or a smarts check, which demonstrates either just running out or trying to strategize your way out of this burning building. But no matter what, both of them are going to be at a -2.
Well, I'm not trying to get out right away. I'm going to try and get other people out. I'm going to try and make sure other people are safe.
Okay, that's a very noble thing to do, especially for a sentinel. So I'll give you a Benny for that. And now go ahead. So you're just taking a free action right now, but you still do need to make a roll because you got the club. So
Okay.
give me. I guess that would be a smarts check then, since you're staying behind and trying to get other people out.
Well, all I'm going to be doing is, I assume there's no fire on the second floor yet, right?
Not yet, no.
So I'm just going to try and look in all the rooms to see if there's anyone in the upstairs rooms.
Okay. So give me that smarts check, and I'll see. We'll use that to determine how many rooms you're able to examine.
Okay. I also roll my wild die, right?
That's correct.
Good, because my regular die is 4.
Ooh,
But I rolled a 4, so that's okay.
nice.
So I re-roll just the 4, though. I don't do anything with the 5 that I rolled on the other one.
That's right. But you know, if you, well, I guess it wouldn't matter because you're 5. You're gonna get a 5 guaranteed on the D4.
I got a 4, and then I got a 3, and I get a -2 because of noble comforts. So 5.
Ooh, yeah. Well, you said you got a 7 total, and it's -2 because of the noble comforts, but it's also -2 just because of the inherent difficulty of the dramatic task. So it's actually -4, which means that you got a 3 total, which is a failure. So you can choose to use a Benny, or we can deal with the consequences of that.
I mean, I just earned a Benny doing this. I'm gonna go for the Benny then. I'm gonna
Okay.
re-roll my 3 and see if I can't get another 4. I mean,
Yeah. Well, you will roll both of the die over again too.
okay, maybe I'll get a 6 on the other one.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't get a 6, but I did get a 4 again. So is it exploded twice now? So will I have a total of 8 and one more roll?
Well, this is treated as just a second roll, and so you'll re-roll that 4, but then whatever the total is of this.
Oh, it's lower than it got a 2. So I'm still at a 3.
Okay, 3 total. All right then. So what happens is you take a step forward to go examine these rooms and try and get other people out, and you hear a creak underneath your foot, and just as you hear it, you have just enough time to register what's happening when the floor falls out from underneath you, and you fall down into the floor below. And that's going to be falling damage, which I believe is 1d6 per 10 feet. And so that's just going to be 1d6 for you. And this is against your toughness score. So what is your toughness?
My toughness is 5/8.
8? Okay, well I aced on
5, and it says in parentheses it says 8.
Oof. Yeah, so 8 is if you're wearing armor. And you are wearing some of your armor, but I think we should count it as a 7 toughness since you took off those metal pieces. Does it make sense?
That seems fair.
Okay. So the first d6 that I rolled was a 6, so I had to roll it again, and I got a 5, which is a 9 total. And so you hit the ground, and you are shaken. What this means, like I mentioned, is you can only take free actions. You can move or you can talk, but you can't attack or do any actions like that. So you kind of like land really rough. You probably like a table breaks your fall to keep you from getting hurt even more. And there are just flames all around you. They're licking at the casks of beer on one wall, and they're even lying in between you and the door that leads outside. And that's where we'll leave you for now.
I have a quick question first. I see that I have nerves of steel, and that I ignore 1 point of wound penalties. What does that mean?
So right now you're shaken, and if you get hurt again, then you'll get a wound. And if you get a wound, then like every wound that you accumulate gives you a cumulative -1 to all of your rolls. So if you have 1 wound, it's -1. If you have 3 wounds, it's -3 to all of your rolls.
Okay,
and this
super.
lets you ignore one of them. So then, next we have Quillcrow. Quillcrow, you wake up downstairs and there is a fire all around you, and more important than that, you realize that you can hear the drumming of pagans outside.
So did Lady Iron just fall anywhere near me?
Yeah, actually. So she fell on the table that you were sleeping at. So,
So he's gonna kind of come to and Myra's lord. There's old ladies falling from the sky.
yeah.
And he's gonna kind of try to stand up and forget that there's the bench behind him and kind of fall and stumble down.
Mm-hmm.
And then he'll kind of climb back up to his feet and try to shake the old lady to see if she's dead.
Old lady, how do you react?
I'm fine, save yourself!
You get a Benny for that. Selfless sentinels, folks.
And then Coco will look around to see if he can find where the fire is and hopefully head in the opposite direction.
Okay. So this is, it sounds like a smarts check if you're taking stock of the surroundings, right?
Okay.
Okay.
9 minus 2 would be 7.
7? Okay, so that is a success. So you have 1 success toward your 3 that you need for this event. So keep track of that yourself. And you're looking around and you see that there are flames coming from the windows pretty much all around the first floor. And there are some that are inside in patches on the floor. But you do spot a path that you could take toward the front door.
I would assume that the drinking would be moving, but also smarts as well. So would I have a minus 2 to that as well?
Yeah, that makes sense. But you still would have gotten a 5, which is a success. So yeah, you'd be safe there. Thanks for pointing that out. I will give you a Benny for your honesty. Thank you very much. All right then. So that was your turn, and next we have Celebrant Marion. So you're downstairs. You wake up, and the fires of the Lord are surrounding you.
So now that I'm not at a naked hula party with a bunch of my countrywomen, like I thought I was in my dream, I'm going to jump to my feet and scream out, fire! There's fire everywhere! Get out! Get out now! And he will gather up all of his things and immediately begin starting to usher anybody who's near him either awake if they're still sleeping or towards a safe path if they're awake already.
Okay, yeah. So you're shouting around, and you can hear people kind of rousing upstairs, and there are even some shouts from upstairs. And go ahead and give me a smarts roll to see how many of those people you reach. We'll count this as your dramatic task roll.
And it's at a minus 2, correct?
That is correct, yeah.
So it's a 5 total.
A 5, so that is a success. That's one of your 3 that you need. Yeah, so you upstairs, and then you hear from upstairs. They're like, "Oh, please help us! Wait, is the fire down there?"
Yes, it's all over down here. Go out the windows if you can.
Okay. You hear that, and then we'll switch over to, finally, Otto the Bold. What do you got?
Well, for being a guard and trained in these sorts of situations, apparently it's weird that I'm the last one to wake up.
Yeah,
but I do come
awake
awake.
Downstairs.
I come awake at the shouts of fire, and I would assume, as a guard, we've been trained about what happens when there's a fire.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So training takes hold, and I quickly gather my gear because it's all neatly piled. Throw on my helm, grab my shield and spear, and we do the same thing that Lady Iron apparently is trained to, because feel the back of the door. Is it okay?
It is indeed.
Okay. I look out, and do I hear the people yelling about "Help us! Help us"?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, I yell, where are you?
Oh yeah, so they're in front of you, but there's some smoke going on right now, so you can just barely make them out 15 feet or so in front of you, kind of rousing from these beds. There's a lot of coughing. People seem really like they're on the verge of panic right now.
Okay, I yell out, down on your knees, the smoke will rise.
All right, cool. So give me a smarts check to see how many people obey. But I will give you a penny for having a good idea like that.
My father is a firefighter. Yeah. These are at -2.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to spend a penny.
All right.
I'm going to spend another penny.
Fair enough.
Huh. Okay, I don't know. My D4 I rolled into the rest of my D4s. 2 of them are on 1 and 1 is on 4. I'm not sure which I spent, but I failed.
Okay,
No one
so
listens to me.
yeah, everybody is too panicked at this point. You're going to have to try again if you want to try and rally the people. But on the bright side, because you didn't draw a club, you don't have a negative outcome from this. So you just don't get a success right now. So now we'll do the next round of this dramatic task. And Lady Iron, you have a king, so you are sitting pretty right now. Otto, you have a 3, so you're still feeling kind of sluggish. Celebrant Marion, you have a 9. And now Wading Heron, you have... Ooh! Wading Heron has a joker. And what that means is that you get a +2 to all of your actions this round. And you don't actually have to try and escape the burning building since you already did that. So you can take whatever actions you want, and you'll get your +2 bonus. And you also won't get like the -2 because you're not actually doing a dramatic task. Also, once a joker is drawn, we shuffle the deck. So I'm going to take care of that really quick. And then I will draw Quillcrow's card.
She can also just hold, right? She doesn't have to take an action. She could wait until she actually wants to do something.
Absolutely, yeah, and that's another part of having a joker, too. You can actually interrupt someone else's turn if you want to. You can go at literally any time you want. And then Quillcrow, you have an 8, and it is a spade, not a club, so it's no negative outcome for you. So, Wading Heron, would you like to take an action right now, or would you rather hold for now?
Are there any windows facing the back with people inside, or is everyone in the common area?
Well, everyone is in the common area by now, but there are windows on the backside that look into the common area, so you could definitely go over there and look in. There is a lot of smoke billowing out of them right now, so there is that.
Let's see. Okay. Let's see. I'll open a window back there and try to see if I can sort of quietly guide people to the back. Like, you know, tell them like, be quiet, go out this way. There's a huge crowd out front.
Sure. So let me see here. Yeah, there just so happens to be 2 people who are right inside that window where you're peeking in, and they're kind of like on their beds. One of them is a little kid, and he's kind of on the verge of. He's actually just openly crying right now. And the mom is next to him trying to soothe him. Oh no, it's okay. And she looks over and she's like, are you here to save us?
Yeah, I just quickly shush them. It's like, you know, be quiet. You can go out the window this way, but don't go out front.
Okay. Come on, son. We gotta go. And so she starts chivying him toward the door, and he's pretty resistant, but he goes along eventually. So, do you want to try and help them get out of this window?
Yeah. I'll at least help the kid if he needs it.
Okay. So that'll be a cooperative check. I'm going to roll climbing for them to get out of the window since they're not skilled like you are. And they get a D4, and since they're unskilled, they get a -2 to their roll. But you can also make a climbing check, and if you get a success, they'll add to their roll.
Okay, let's see. I haven't memorized yet. D6 plus 2, so.
Yeah, and I got a 1, so -2, I got a -1. So you're going to need to get at least a 5 to be able to help them. Well, wait, no, sorry. You're going to need to do really dang well to help them.
D6 plus 2. Let's see. I'm trying to find the dice thing again. Okay, there.
Oh, no problem. And just to let you know, I'm willing to let you spend a Benny to help them, to prompt them to reroll if you'd like, since you're trying to help them out.
Okay, I'll see how I do on this roll. Okay, I can use like the wild.
Absolutely.
Card, right?
That's right.
Let's see. Okay, so that one's a 5. I'll do the second one. Okay, that second one didn't. Okay, I forgot to add it. That's why I did.
Oh, no problem.
4. So that would be a 6. Is that enough? Or?
Well, it's a 6, but you also have the Joker, so it's really an 8 because you did get an
so
additional
it's an
+2. Yeah, means that this is a success with a raise, and so you would add +4 to their roll, but that still only puts them at 3, and they're going to need 1 more to be able to get a success. So, would you like to spend a Benny on their behalf?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. It was a pretty terrible roll they got, so I am certain they will get something better this time. Well, they got a 1 again. So unless you want to spend another Benny, the kid is like trying to get out of the window.
Okay,
and he's like,
I'll spend another Benny.
Okay. The kid's just having a real hard time of it. He's like, Mom, it's scary. It's dark out there. I don't want to go. And this was a 3, so you're good now.
Okay.
The kid finally, she's like, just go, son, and she pushes the kid out. And you actually have to catch the kid before he falls and slips off the roof. But then she will be coming through just after as the rest of this is going on. So next in the initiative order, we have Lady Iron. So you're downstairs and you are shaken. What this means is that you can either spend a Benny to immediately recover from being shaken, or you can make a spirit check, and if you get a success, you're good to go.
But if I make the spirit check, that's my turn, right?
No, this is a free action to clear the shaken status.
If I make the check and I fail, can I still spend a Benny?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's check it then. No point. Do I get penalties to this roll?
Let me see here. This is no. You're fine with this one. No penalties.
Okay. I rolled exactly a 4. That's what I needed, right?
That's correct. So you are no longer shaken. You managed to shake off the shaking condition, and now you can act.
Even though I told Quillcrow to run off without me, I grab his arm and use him to hoist myself up.
All right.
And then I pat him on the back and I'm like, good. And then I actually look at him and I'm like, what the heck is he doing here? Why is he a pagan in the inn?
That's right. He is definitely a pagan. That is a nice reaction, so I'll give you a Benny for that.
So I try and decide if I think that he started the fire, and then I decide he probably started the fire. So I kind of grab him by the scruff of his neck and try and run out the back with him.
Okay, sounds good. So that sounds like an agility check to me. And just as a side note, I have a house rule where you can only have a maximum of 6 bennies at a time, and you are at that maximum right now. So.
Well, I'm going to spend them all right now then.
Yeah, sounds good. So show me that agility check then.
I got mad agility. Hold on. Okay.
And this will be at a -4 because of the inherent difficulty and your negative environment thing.
I got a 5 and then a 6. 5 on my normal, 6 on my wild. So can wild ace?
They sure can.
Okay. I thought acing would be a lot more rare than this.
Yeah, it's kind of a common jackpot.
Okay, I got a 6 and then a 4 then, but -4 is a 6.
But that's still a success. So yeah, you managed to drag him a little way. Quilcrow, you notice that he's not dragging you in the direction you intended to go. And it's not quite your turn yet, but you did get a success, Lady Iron, so you can count that toward one of the 3 that you need now since you're on the ground floor.
That club wasn't so bad.
The club? Yeah. Well, in a full-on dramatic task, a club means that the dramatic task fails and you have a spectacularly negative outcome, like you probably die. But in this case, it just didn't make any sense, like to kill you off at the very beginning of the game. Plus, a burning building. There are a lot of ways that can go wrong in a non-fatal way. So, yeah, that was what happened there. Okay. So, Marion, you're up. You're downstairs. You're shouting at the people upstairs. What's going on?
Yeah, anybody who's still near me, I'm still trying to usher them towards, a back, whatever exit is closest, a door or, an open window or whatever. If there's an open window that's closer than a door, then I'll actually just take, 2 of the, the sitting benches or whatever and just make a damn ramp up onto the windowsill.
Okay. Yeah, there is definitely a window nearby, and I like that's a nice cinematic thing, so I'll give you a Benny for that as well. But putting the ramp up there is going to be your agility check, so go ahead and give me that.
Agility. All right.
There is someone coming down the stairs nearby the window, though, so you would be able to help them if you get a raise.
Okay. Nope, I'm going to spend a Benny.
Okay.
And this is still at a -2, is that correct?
That's correct.
I want to spend 1 more.
Okay.
There we go. D4 exploded.
All right.
Then is a 2, so -2 is a 6, or is a 4 rather.
But a 4 is a success, so it takes you a little while. You put up the ramp and it slips off, and you do it again, and you realize the seconds are ticking away right now as fire is raging all around you. The fire has really started to grow at this point. But you do manage to get it up there, and there's a man who comes down and he says, "My wife and child are upstairs. We need to help them."
Ah, you bastard. All right.
You do have 2 of your 3 successes that you need, by the way.
Okay, fine. Let us go. Hurry, lead the way.
Okay, he says, "Oh, just up here," and you start to move up the staircase. Quilcrow, you are being led in a direction you did not choose. How do you react? By a sentinel, less. And sentinels are like the police force of the Blackwood. They are notoriously aggressive against pagans who try to attack the Elder Kingdom.
Yeah, grabbed me by the scruff of the neck and started. Yeah, I'm going to try to shake her off.
Okay.
Just pushing and then maybe even falling to the ground and rolling away.
Sure.
And then try to head towards the direction, the doorway or the window that I had seen before. So I'm gonna push her and then say, "Get your hands off me, you old hag," and then do like a somersault away.
Okay, cool. So this will be your dramatic task check, so it'll be at a -2. And Lady Iron, if you want to make an opposed strength check, if your strength beats his agility result, then it'll be, let's say, like, it's just impossible for him to get away.
He's also drunk.
That's true. So it is a -4 for Quilcrow then.
Ain't letting him get away. I think he's criminal.
He's one of my biddies because I would have ended up at 0.
Okay, sounds good.
Question. Do I have penalties for this roll?
You do. Yeah, you have your -2 negative environment check or penalty.
Some old lady penalties.
Yeah.
I don't like it when everything around me is on fire.
Yeah, exactly. It's a huge distraction and an inconvenience.
More than it's a distraction, it's an inconvenience and it smells bad.
Okay, so Quillcrow, what did you get from your roll?
7 with minus, with the minuses. I got a 7.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, that was a good
I
roll.
got a 6. Can I spend a Benny to be more successful?
Sure, if you want.
Wait, I didn't. Can I get my wild card on this?
You do, yeah, you get your wild die.
Oh, my wild die was only 5. So yeah, I'm going to spend a Benny to re-roll because I don't want to let him go.
All right.
Okay. I'm not going to spend another Benny. He's fine. He gets away.
Okay, yeah. So then, Quillcrow, you didn't get a raise, so you managed to slip away from him, and you do have one of your successes, which brings you to a total of 2 at this point. Okay. Yeah. Then you manage to slip away from him. You do your little somersault away, and you start to move closer to the direction of the entrance that you were shooting for. And is this entrance? Is it out the front toward the pagans, or is it out the back?
He was dragging me to the back, and you said that that wasn't the direction that I was headed, so I assumed it was the direction I had seen was the front, and I'm fine with that.
Okay, sounds good. So yeah, then you head out toward the front door. Otto, you are upstairs, and you see that panic has gripped the area. There are some people trying to climb out the windows. You just saw a man go down the stairs, and now you can see his head starting to pop back up. And then there is the innkeeper somewhere in here, and there are 2 other travelers that are kind of trying frantically to get their stuff together upstairs. They're not even really like trying to escape yet.
Okay, well, muttering under my breath at the civilians not listening to authority figures, I crouch down and and run, and I don't know, kind of run bent over halfway down to them and just like put my arms out and bring them along with me because they're apparently not listening.
Okay, gotcha. So then we'll say that you have good habits in terms of staying underneath the smoke. So the -2 for this round is going to be trying to get these people to cooperate moving along with you.
Please make that an agility.
It'll be agility, yeah. So go ahead and give me that roll then.
6.
6, all right, and that was with the -2 factored in.
Yes.
Great. All right, cool. So yeah, you manage. This guy's like, no, my stuff. I'm a traitor. It's my life. It's my life. Please.
Nothing is worth as much as your life.
Okay, so yeah, you managed to push him along. Are you heading towards the stairs?
Whatever exit I can see.
The stairs would be the logical one. There are windows, but basically your options are stairs or windows.
Do I see anyone else upstairs?
You see the woman and her child who are just about to get out the window upstairs, and then you see the man whose head has just popped up, like coming back up the stairs.
Okay. Does he say anything to me as I'm going towards him?
He says, "My wife and child." You can hear him saying it to somebody who's downstairs.
Okay, then I'll yell out, "I see them. They're making their own escape. Get out of the building."
All right. And then how many successes do you have total so far? Is it 2?
No, just 1.
Oh, just the 1. Okay, yeah. So we
Only my
are
second turn.
So we're into our 3rd round. Those of you who are downstairs, this is your last round to get a success before you fail and the tavern burns down around you. Those of you who are upstairs, you have 2 more rounds to try and get out. So let's go ahead and do initiative. So what we're looking at is Lady Iron has a 5.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for me to go first getting 5.
That's true. Otto has a 3. Dang, Otto, second time.
But at least Otto can go last.
Awesome.
Yeah. Slumber Marion, you have a 10. Farina, you have a queen. And Quillcrow, you have a 3. So since you guys are tied, it's reverse alphabetical order. So it will be Quillcrow and then Otto. Sorry, man.
You just made that up right off the fly.
It's true. I haven't actually used it in an online game yet, but it's what we do on my live table, I swear. It was the best Wikipedia could tell me about how suits are supposed to be arranged, so that's what we're working with.
There's actually
okay.
rules about that I read.
Is it? Did you hear reverse alphabetical, or was it different?
It was,
You could do it by the suit.
yeah, you could do it by the suit. I think spades.
Spades, hearts, diamonds, clubs, I think, something like
I
that.
think that's what it was.
reverse alphabetical, so that works. But anyway, first of all, we have Waiting Heron. You are up. So this mother and child are outside the window now, and the fire is really starting to create some intense heat coming out of these windows. The forest behind you looks like it's dark, but there are no people or things wandering around back there. But it looks like it's kind of a far drop. It's about 10 feet. Definitely too much for the kid.
Like a far drop, where are they, like, down from the building? Like, are they out?
Say that again. If you drop down from the building,
I mean, like, didn't the people get out already, or are they, like, on the?
Oh yeah. So like they're both on the roof with you right now. They're outside of the window, but they haven't gotten down to the ground yet.
Let's see. Okay, they were on the second floor?
That's right. Yeah, they were on the second floor with you.
Okay. Okay. I was looking in the first floor window, but...
Oh, were you? I'm sorry.
Well, because I was, like, down by the outside of the inn, so I assumed, like, I was looking in the first floor window, because that's the one I'd be able to actually access.
Gotcha. Okay, I didn't realize that you had gotten down from the roof whenever you crawled up the back and back down again.
Okay,
but that makes sense too.
That's why I was asking if the climb check was necessary, because I thought that I'd, like, gotten out and then, like, dropped down and was, like, behind the inn.
Yeah. Well, then that was my bad. But if you would like, you can make the climb check now, and you could even use it to get the mother and child down as well.
All right, I'll do that. Do I D6 plus 2, right? That's what it was last time.
Yeah, D6 plus 2. And since you aren't actually doing the dramatic task, there's no penalty for you either.
Okay, D6 plus 2. Well, okay, I'm wild carding that.
Yeah. Well, did you roll your wild die with it?
That was my first one. This was going to be like my wild die.
Okay, gotcha.
So 6.
Cool.
So 8.
Yeah, and that explodes. So go ahead and roll that again too. Oh shoot! And that explodes. So roll that one again. All right. So a total of 15 plus 2 is 17. So that is a success with 3 raises. So yeah, you describe to me the incredibly cat burglary way that you get down from this roof and rescue this mother and child.
Okay, so I'm just going to assume that they were on the second floor and I was, like, still.
They were, yeah. Sorry, I was trying to think of a way to retcon that, but I just couldn't. So.
Okay, then. Let's see. Like, I probably, like, got the kid sort of in one arm, and I don't know much about climbing, but I don't know. I've kind of got like the little kid under one arm, and I'm just kind of like quietly giving directions to the mother where to step, and
okay, radical.
I just like go, drop down, and then just sort of usher them back a safe distance from the inn and the pagans, but still sort of within sight of it, lest we run into something worse somewhere.
Sure. Well, and that's
just
the
sort
thing,
of like
too.
in the trees, like just enough to have cover.
Exactly. Yeah. It's good that you said safe distance too, because that in the Blackwood at nighttime, the safe distance is like as close as possible to a building, but the foliage around the inn is thick enough that you could move, like 5 feet away from the inn, 10 feet away. You'd be away from the fire, and you would definitely have the ability to kind of take cover while still not getting too far out into the maddening darkness of the Blackwood. And I did like the rescue attempt there, so I'll go ahead and give you a penny as well. So you should have 3 now, I believe. And then we have Celebrant Marion. So you are on your way up the stairs, and you can hear the man who's leading you up talking. And then he turns around and he says, "My wife and child, they went out the window."
Are you serious right now?
No, they just crawled right out. And he has this moment. He's like, "I think they're safe. We should just go outside. I need to find them."
Then let's go. And I'll usher him back towards the ramp that I had just built and then got taken away from.
Sounds good.
Kind of roughly shove him up the ramp ahead of me.
Sounds good. So give me that agility check then to make that happen.
Alrighty. Okay, that'd be 6 exploded. And then a 9 minus 2 is 7.
9 minus 2. Okay, 7. Yeah. Then you succeed. Yeah, you manage to push this guy up and out of the window in front of you. And this window, I imagine, is probably on the side of the inn. If it's near the stairs. Sorry.
Makes sense.
So yeah, that's what that looks like. You have successfully rescued a man. Well done.
And I believe that was my 3rd success.
That was. So you managed to get out of the building. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You are the second of us to do so.
Is there some way, like, if I can see him, is there some way I can just sort of, like, beckon to him, or?
He would be far. I think you wouldn't be able to see him because of the corner of the building.
Okay.
But if you want to, on your next action, you can, move around and try and see if anybody else is escaping, and you can definitely interact with him at that point.
Okay.
Cool. All right. So next is Lady Iron. So you have just had a pagan slip out of your grasp and move toward the front door. And again, like at this point, you start to hear the building is losing its structural integrity. There are beams that are cracking overhead. The fire is getting higher and higher. Things are not looking good in the Ruddy Road Hall.
But why would he run if he wasn't guilty? He's proved that he's guilty, so I've got to chase him down and haul his ass out of the place so that I can arrest him properly.
You're gonna chase after him?
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. So go ahead and give me that agility check then.
So he's running towards the front door, I assume, right?
That's right.
Yeah, so I'm going to run with him out the front door, and then I'm going to try and, like, once we're outside, tackle him to the ground.
Okay, sounds good. So give me, it'll be -4 for you because of the conditions, but go ahead and give me that agility check.
I don't like this -4.
It is a real bitch, sorry.
I'm going to spend all my bennies. I'm going to spend at least 1 because I rolled a 1. Oh, wait, wild die. Yeah, I'm going to spend 1 because I rolled a 1 and then a 3.
Yeah, okay. So that takes you down to 4 by my count.
Okay, there we go. My wild die was a 6.
Nice.
Just got to roll above a 2 to succeed.
Nice.
Oh, another 6, actually.
Nice, okay.
So, 5 and 6 and 6, that's 17?
17, that's right.
-4.
Still 13, which is a success with 2 raises. And so you had, how many successes did you have
I had
so far?
2 already.
And you just got 2 more, so that takes you up to 4. And you, actually no, your success plus your 2 raises takes you up to 5 total. And you only needed 3. So what I'm going to say is that you guys were close enough to the front door that you just really booked it. Like, you booked it and you knocked into the guy, and so both of you now, Quillcrow included, are outside on the ground with this building burning behind you. And as it's happening, you can see in front of you is this huge gang, this huge tribe of pagans that are all kind of like, they're all looking at the inn, and they have spears in their hands, and they're shouting up into the trees, and they're dancing around this fire. And let me see here. Are they? They don't actually notice you yet. It seems like they haven't taken any actions to intercept you. And so now it is Quillcrow's turn.
So Kluko's gonna, on laying flat on his back, look up and see all of the pagans behind him, and he's gonna yell out, "Help me! She's trying to kill me!"
Okay. A few pagans immediately turn and look at you, and they say, "One of the brethren." So you are outside, and you see that these pagans start to move over toward you. And then we will switch to Otto upstairs. So, Otto, how many successes do you have so far? Just the one?
Yeah.
Okay. So it is currently round 3. You have this round and 2 more to get up to 5 successes. So you should be making some agility or smarts checks, I think.
I'm going to make some agility checks because that's a better chance.
All right.
So I'm still ushering them down.
Oh
the
yeah,
stair.
and you're at the staircase now too. So you can see there isn't as much smoke downstairs, and there's a lot more light from the fire. The staircase is starting to catch fire itself, but down at the base of the stairs, you can see a bench has been set up as sort of like a ramp leading out of a window.
I don't even talk to them because they're not listening. I'm just ushering them forcefully towards that ramp.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah. Then go ahead and give me that agility check.
8.
8. Okay, yeah. So that's a success with a raise. So that brings you up to 3 total. So you managed to get down this staircase. It actually collapses behind you though, so that staircase is donezo. And because you got a raise as well, you managed to push somebody out of the window, out into the darkness. And now you're the only one who still isn't outside. So let's draw for you. You got not a club. So give me that last agility check.
I'm going to spend a Benny.
Oof, all right.
And another Benny. Five.
5. Okay, so that is still a success, and now you have 4 successes total.
Yes. So
Okay.
I have another round now. Don't I?
You do. You do. But as you guys are all outside, we'll take a quick turn there. So I believe Waiting Heron, I had mentioned activities for you first. So yeah, you are behind the inn. The mother and child are both like panicked right now. They're like, my husband is still inside. Please, we have to find him.
You're not going back in there unless you guys want to, like, just... Okay, I kind of stopped myself because I noticed the kid's there, just like... like... Just...
That's nice restraint.
Just stay calm. People are still trying to get out.
But please go find my husband. Anywhere. Maybe he got out. Maybe he's somewhere nearby.
I'm going to just like peek around the sides of the buildings and see if, without putting myself in view of the pagans, I'm going to peek around the sides of the buildings to see if anyone else is evacuating.
Okay, so give me a stealth check then.
Okay. I need to remember what the stealth check is. Just a second.
Ooh.
Oh, that doesn't go well.
You're fine. I definitely didn't just roll a 25 on my notice check.
Okay. Jeez.
Well,
D8 plus 2.
Now you have a goal. Just look at it that way.
Got beneath the spoon.
Okay, so that's a 10.
Yeah, and since it's maxed out, you get to roll it again as well.
Okay.
Okay. And then go ahead and roll your wild die too, just on the off chance that it will explode.
Okay. Probably not, but...
Yeah.
Okay, do I get the plus 2 for the wild die?
You do, yeah. Oh, it did explode. Okay.
Okay, so 8. Oh, do I get to roll? Do I
Yeah,
get
you
to roll
keep-
it again?
Yeah, you
This
keep
dice?
rolling until it stops exploding.
Okay. Okay, so 4 plus 2.
So one of them is 12 and the other one is 13. So yeah, we'll go with the d8s on that one then. So you got a 13. You peek around one side of the inn, and there is a pagan who notices you. You look over, and it is. Let me pull up the picture really quick. You look around the corner, and this dude is over by the fire, and he confronts you. He has this big, elaborate bird feather headdress and this bird feather cloak. And he looks over. You see your eyes connect, and he points over in your direction. It's a bad idea, but you wanted to look over on the other end too, right?
I was going to. I guess no point.
Well, but you scored. I mean, you have enough movement to be able to look on both sides, and it would be advantageous for you to move away from that guy anyway.
Okay.
So
Okay. Then I will.
okay,
So.
cool. Yeah. Then you look around the other corner and you see.
I'll like if the family can see me, I'll just sort of like motion for them to. Like I'll see if I can. Once I get out back, I'll sort of like motion for them to stay put.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, as you're passing by, you kind of like they start to move like they're gonna follow you or something, and you herald them back, and they're like, okay. So they hide in the bushes, and then you look around the other corner, and you see a Widelander who has just got outside the window, and there are 2 men who are climbing outside the window just in front and behind of him.
Okay. On the ground floor.
Yeah. You guys are on the ground floor at this point, and they are as well. So we will switch over to Marion at this point. Marion, you are entitled to a notice check to notice Farina around the corner there.
Do not have that, so it's a D4 minus 2.
That's correct.
The 4 exploded though. So 7 minus 2 is 5.
5. Okay. Then Verena, go ahead and give me a stealth check again to see if he can notice you.
Okay. D8 plus 2, right?
That's right.
That's what it was. Okay.
Unless you're not trying to hide, in which case he might see you.
Well, I'm okay. Is he another pagan or?
He's the Widelander, so you would recognize that he's not a pagan, but he's still kind of an unknown quantity.
Well, if he's not one of the pagans, then like I'm mostly focused on that. Just like.
Okay. Would you be hiding from him though? And actually.
No, I'm not going to hide from him. I'm just going to I won't hide from him.
Okay.
I only care about the pagans.
Sure. Okay, so then Marion, you look around the corner, or you look over toward the corner, and you can see a redhead poking out around the edge of the tavern there. And you would recognize her as one of the patrons from before.
Okay. I'm going to kind of give her a stern look. Girl, did you start this fire?
I just kind of like beckon him back towards like sort of the back end of the inn.
Okay, in the direction that you are.
Yeah.
In the same direction as you.
Yeah, and then I just sort of step back towards the underbrush.
Okay. Yeah, then you see her kind of disappear back around the corner.
Children playing with fire. This is not good. These people around here have more to learn than I thought.
All right. Are you going to take any actions?
Yeah, I'm going to tell everybody to get further away from the building, and I'm going to try to get some distance away from it as well,
Okay.
especially if I hear it cracking and starting to come apart.
Okay.
Do you mean you don't want to help pull people through the window?
Oh, is there somebody that still needs help coming through the window?
There is someone still inside.
Yes,
That
I
one
will.
guy.
While I'm pushing them away, then yeah, I'll go over to the window and I'll reach in there. You daft fool! And I'll grab a hold of him and pull him out.
Okay, so
That count as an
Otto,
assistance?
it does, yeah. So Otto, go ahead and make your agility check at -2, and Marion, you will make an agility check. And because you're so close to the fire, yours will be at -2 as well.
All right.
But if you succeed, then you add +2 to his result.
Before I do that, though, I gotta look around. Is there anyone else in there?
Not that you can see.
Okay.
What are you
goodness.
waiting for? Come!
Hold on, I need to see if someone else is here.
The arms of Aurelian are reaching for you. I'm gonna spin a Benny and reroll. Oh my god! All right, I'm gonna spin my last one.
Oh,
I got
man.
an 8. It's okay.
Oh well. Well, I got a 2.
So you still have your one Benny then, Marion?
No, I spent both of them.
Ooh,
Oh.
all right.
Okay. I got an 8. You didn't need to.
And
I
Otto,
already
did
spent
you,
one too.
did you spend a Benny on that roll at all?
I did not.
Okay. Yeah, then you're. I imagine like you're trying to climb out of this thing, and you're actually perfectly capable of doing it on your own. But Marion yanks you out nonetheless, and so like you topple down on top of him or something.
Can I like do a graceful roll and back up, and then a position with my spear over my shield, like ready for action?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's pretty badass. I'll give you a Benny for that. All right, and then switching back to the front of the tavern, we have a sentinel on the ground, and a pagan on the ground, and a whole mess of pagans in a semicircle kind of surrounding them. There's a bonfire that's probably about 20 feet distant in between these two and the pagans that are lined up. And there are a few pagans who have broken off and are coming over toward the front door where the two of you are on the ground. So, who would like to go first?
How many pagans are there?
Give me a notice check.
Okay.
You can tell there are at least 50, but depending on your result, I'll give you a more accurate answer.
No, that's fine. That's funny. At least 50 is a good number. Okay. Well, I push myself up. I draw my sword, pull out my manacles, and say, "Surrender! You're all under arrest, but you're gonna have to share because I only got the one pair of manacles."
Oh my god. That's for the Benny. Would you like to make that an intimidation check?
I would love to. I am 100% sure I will fail, but
Okay.
I'm gonna try.
You could also make it a taunt.
No,
you have
intimidation.
Okay. Okay, so first of all, did you do your notice check?
No, I'm not gonna bother. If there's more than 50, 50 plus is a good number to know.
Sure. Yeah, then everybody else hears from the front of the tavern this woman's voice ring out. It sounds like this woman has the ring of command in her voice, too. She says, "You're all under arrest."
So I have charisma +2. Do I add that to my intimidation?
You sure do.
Oh boy, that'd be scary. I don't know how much penalty I get for trying to intimidate 50 plus people, but
Well, they're just going to have a big die that they roll in opposition.
I'm gonna spend that Benny that I just got.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. That's what we like to see. Okay, that's the +2 is 12.
12. Wow. Okay. So they rolled a 2.
Oh,
So
do I actually scare them off?
you didn't scare them off because numbers are on their side, but you definitely stopped the pagans who were approaching from coming any closer. They see the sword in your hand and they look at each other and they go, "Sentinel!" And then that's what that looks like. So Quillcrow, what are you doing at this point in time?
I'm trying to crawfish. Do I recognize like this group of pagans? Where like do I think that
do
they
you have
would?
any sort of knowledge stuff on your character sheet?
I don't believe so.
Actually, this would fall under the purview of common knowledge. So you will make a smarts check at -2, and I'll let you know what you know about them.
So am I going to be -4 for the drinking?
Yeah.
Awesome.
1d4 -4. Good.
Well, my smarts is actually a D8.
Oh yeah, that's true. Other
Is
people
it-
have different skills.
Isn't he just in -2? He's out of the fire now.
That's a good point. But it's common knowledge, so it's an additional -2. There are a lot of -2s in this game.
Okay. So I got 8, -2, then -2 again for being drunk, so 4.
So that's still 4. Okay. Yeah, you would have been as you travel through. I'm sure you try to keep in mind, who is in each area, whether it's people who might be for you or against you. And you can remember that these pagans are known as the owls, the gray owls, as a matter of fact. And they are on the spectrum of pagans that are just trying to get by versus pagans that are trying to overthrow everything. These are somewhere fairly in the middle, but you know that they've been drifting toward the bad end of that spectrum, trying to destroy the Elder Kingdom.
I'm going to take my chances with them, and I'm going to try to get behind the two guys that got closest to us.
Okay.
Between me and
so getting behind them, you're talking about like taking shelter behind them.
yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Then, they recognize a pagan, and in the heat of the moment, they don't say anything. But you're going to need to anticipate explaining yourself pretty soon. So keep that in mind as we switch over to other players right now. Okay, so let's go over to Waiting Heron for a little while. Waiting Heron, you've just ducked around the corner, and you know that one pagan saw you. And that corner of the tavern where that pagan saw you is probably 30 feet back on the other direction, because you're at the opposite corner right now.
Okay.
Or near to that opposite corner, anyway.
Let's see. I'm gonna move kind of back diagonally a bit, just sort of like where the trees and such are like a little bit thicker, just to make sure he can't still see me.
Sure.
And then I'll just sort of, okay. Where are the mother and kid? Are they still nearby?
Yeah, so to paint this picture a little more explicitly, we've got Lady Iron and Quill. Well, Lady Iron is here. Quill Crow is probably around here at this point, taking shelter behind those other pagans. The one that spotted you is over here, and so that corner is the back corner that's hidden by the front of this building. This is the side where Marion and Otto and the two men are at, and then the mom and the son are behind the tavern in the trees back here. So it would be easy for you to get to them or get back to them.
Okay. 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 Are they within sight of? Okay, I assume they're not within sight of the person that saw me.
Yeah, no, they're hidden in brush, so they have an advantage to their stealth checks right now. But you also don't see any pagans coming around this opposite corner yet either.
Okay. Let's see. Would I need a check to like go over to them and just like tell them to, stay put unless they get really close?
You don't need a check for that, but if you wanted to make like a cooperative stealth check for them, you could help them find a better hiding spot.
Okay. I'll go ahead and do that.
Okay, sounds good. So yeah, go ahead and give me that stealth check, and I'll roll for them as well. They got a 2, so.
Okay, I'm gonna use my. Okay, that works.
Nice.
Is that good enough?
So I believe
10?
that'll be a 10 total, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so for every success and raise, you give a +1. So you gave them a +2, which gives them a 4 total. So they did manage to find a better hiding spot.
Okay.
And they will now have a +2 to their hide checks from now on.
Okay.
Cool.
And
so
I'll just sort of, and for the rest of the time, I'll just be sort of like, I'll just sort of listen and watch and just make sure nobody's, just see like who is coming in this direction.
Sure, so you're just sitting tight back there for now then.
Yeah, until danger.
Okay, we'll switch over to Otto and Marion right now for a little while then. What are you guys up to?
When I hear Lady Iron call out, I must have seen her earlier in the night, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You probably would have talked to each other.
So I recognize her, and I kind of give a sigh and say, "Come, holy man, we must help the lady."
I'll pick myself up out of the dirt and brush myself off from where he landed on top of me. He said, "I do not understand your customs, but I think a simple thank you would have sufficed."
There's no time for niceties.
Yes, yes.
Marion gets a Benny for playing up the outsider.
I'll follow him where he's going.
Okay.
Well, I don't suspect. I don't know anything about the pagans and stuff yet, so I won't be drawing my weapon yet.
Okay, sounds good. So Otto and Lady Iron, both of you should make common knowledge checks. Marion, you are not skilled enough to be able to know anything about the pagans, like you said, so you won't make a check. But Otto and Lady Iron, yeah, let me see those common knowledge, and it's just smarts -2.
Okay, let's see. Do I still get... I'm not trained in it. Do I still get the D6?
Yeah,
The
you
wild
roll
die?
your wild die too.
Man, so having a D4 is not even that bad because you still get to roll a D6.
Right, and you do have the increased crit chance with the D4 too.
Ooh, and the D4 did the what you said.
Mm-hmm.
Twice.
Nice.
I spent a Benny and only got a 3.
3 times?
You got a 3. Holy cow.
And then a 2. Okay. What is that?
That is
4 and 4
14?
and 4 and 2. Yeah, 14. -2 for common knowledge. It's 12.
Okay.
Damn.
So you are taking stock of the situation. Otto, you are just overwhelmed by the amount of pagans you're seeing right now. You're probably having flashbacks of nightmares when you were a kid, ghost stories about pagans coming along and taking people away. Lady Iron, you are a
Hey, I
trained...
am not feared, though.
That's right, yeah. Good point. I'll give you a Benny for that. Otto is brave, so he played that up. But Lady Iron, you are trained, and you have probably been in engagements with pagans in the past. This is too many pagans. You could arrest them if you had like an entire militia at your back. It's just crazy how overwhelmed everybody is right now.
Can I bluff them? Can I intimidate / bluff them?
So what would you be doing in character?
I'm going to yell, "It's too late. We have you surrounded," and I'm going to stab towards the force behind them to indicate that there's a large militia back there. And then if they look, I'm going to run.
I'm going to laugh.
Okay.
You're the one that's surrounded.
I am a guard that just appeared, so can I aid in that intimidation?
Absolutely, yeah. So both of you give me intimidation rolls, and Otto, for every success and raise, you'll add +1 to Lady Iron's score.
How many bennies do I have?
I count 5.
Okay, I'm going to spend 1.
Okay.
Because I'm not gonna settle for anything less than an explosion. Okay, I'm gonna spend another 1.
Okay.
There we go. 6 and a 2.
I got a 7.
A 7?
I had to spend a Benny, though.
Okay, gotcha. So you're down
I
to
got a
3, I
6 and a
believe.
2, plus I have 2 for being charismatic. So I got a 10, plus his success is an 11.
Nice. Okay. Well, I got a 6, so you got a success with a raise over me because it's at least 4 more. So, yeah, the pagans all kind of take pause for a moment, and I want
Do
to make
they look?
sure.
I hope they look.
Yeah. Well, they're kind of gathered around, and this one over here, you noticed him now too. He's hanging out with this gal. And the two of them are they look at each other, and they you can see they're whispering to each other like something crazy is going on. Like they don't even understand what's happening, but they're like they motion over and they send some pagans out to go take a look behind the tavern. And this is functionally the distraction that you're looking for.
Well, I was telling him that on the other side, away from the tavern, there was a militia.
Oh, gotcha. Not on the other side of the tavern, but like in a way that causes them to turn around and look away from you.
Yeah, it causes them to look away from the tavern.
Gotcha. So then, yeah, you would be. So you were kind of pointing your sword back behind where the pagans are lined up, then, as if they're flanked.
Yes, I'm trying to tell them that they're flanked.
Cool. Okay. Yeah. Then they immediately, like half of them, turn around and they're like, "What?" And they all look away. The other ones are either still dancing around the fire or small enough in number that it's a safe bet for you to make an escape run.
Then I just remember that the better half of valor is living to fight another day, and I just run. And as I run past the guardsman, and I say, "Gotta go, Otto."
All right, Otto, how do you react?
I kind of shake my head at the noble woman who rushes past, and I more calmly make my retreat with shield or with spear over shield and back up slowly.
Okay, sounds good. So yeah, you guys are moving out to like behind the tavern ish. So you were here and you're moving off to either side.
Whatever way the lady sentinel went.
Yeah, that's the way I'd be running because he would have been over there, and I would have been running to him to tell him to run with me.
Okay, sounds good. Now, Quilcro, what's your reaction to all this?
I want to take the opportunity to get away from the pagans as well. So, but I want to go in the opposite direction around the other side of the tavern.
Okay, sounds good. So let's say then that unless you guys prefer another option, we'll say that Otto and Lady Iron went off the direction that Otto came from, around here, and Quilcro, you can come around this way. Does that sound good?
Works for me.
Okay. As this is happening, everybody hears this massive groan, and then it's coming from the tavern. The flames shoot up really high as the tavern itself just collapses, folds in on itself, sparks fly out in like a dozen feet in every direction. The flames have even like caught some of the tree branches overhead on fire, and it's just a ruined wreck. The pagans have enough time to turn around and like shield their eyes before this whole thing comes down around them. And all of you guys who are nearby, the sparks like dance all over you. I'm not going to make you guys make agility checks or anything like that to avoid debris, but there is a lot of debris that comes and kind of peppers your sides and stuff like that.
Oh, Rudy, have mercy.
Now then, I will give Benny to both Lady Iron and Otto for that brilliant deception. And I will give Benny to Quilcro for taking the opportunity. And I will give a Benny to Marion as well for invoking the name of the Lord. And Waiting Heron. So you are kind of perched behind the tavern. It comes down and sparks and debris shower you and this mother and child At this point in time, though, the two other men have found their way back to you, and there's kind of like a heartfelt reunion between the wife and husband and son. And then you notice that there are some other survivors who are coming around the corners of the tavern as well. So what are you doing about that?
I'm like, now that the mother and child are safe, I'm going to like sort of go out of my hiding place, see who's there, take stock of the situation. Like,
Okay.
I assume there isn't anyone in particular. Like, okay, so is everybody back there now?
Yeah, everybody is making their way back there at this point. The only person that you don't see yet, so let me say instead, you see the sentinel and the guard both come around the corner. And then Marianne, what were you doing at this point in time? You were coming around the front to kind of have solidarity with the guys in front. Were you also escaping with them?
So yeah, I had kind of fallen into step behind Otto.
Okay.
But I imagine I would be, just a couple steps behind him because I had to pick myself up and brush myself off. And so, like, I start to round the corner as they come running backwards, almost like a Han Solo, like, type moment. So I'm going to kind of throw my arms up in the air. Like, nobody in this place knows where they are going. Coming and they're going. They don't know up from down. This is confusing. And I'll turn around and walk after them.
Okay, gotcha. So yeah, then all three of you come around the corner, and you are walking toward the back and Waiting Heron. You can see them approaching. Quillcrow will deal with you in just a second. But Waiting Heron, what's your reaction to seeing these three figures?
I want to be very clear. Lady Iron is not walking; she is sprinting.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. Okay. Waiting Heron's kind of alarmed at this like old, heavily armed woman running at her, but
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine that historically, whenever Waiting Heron sees a sentinel, it's somebody to avoid because she's on a job or something, so you guys are on opposite sides of the law. And I'll give you a Benny for that reaction.
Let's see. Shoot, if I could just keep the characters straight a little bit. Okay. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm just going to like hang back, but I'll like point the sentinel and the guard out to the civilians and sort of suggest that they, go to them if they need any more protection, because being sort of alone in the middle of the woods presumably isn't that much of an improvement, and not something that should stay. So I'm going to like sort of stay in the crowd, but not draw attention to myself in front of these people. I'm just going to try and sort of blend in.
Sure. Okay. As you're doing that, the civilians that are with you, they all look over and they're like, "Oh, a sentinel! Please, please!" And so the three of you guys who are all making your retreat, you look over, and then they also say, "Oh, and a guard! Oh, please!" And they start to beckon you over. So you guys look over and you can see these bushes talking, basically. So really quickly, are you going to go over to the bushes or are you not? And then we'll switch over to Quillcrow for a little bit.
I'm going to, still holding my sword in one hand and manacles in the other, gesture with my manacle hands for them to run and urge them a little bit deeper into the forest. The forest is dangerous, but kind of a more of an intangible way, whereas these pagans will just kill us.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and you guys would know that nighttime in the Blackwood is potentially more dangerous than a raging fire, but it's potential instead of actual. So you're absolutely right.
So I don't say anything. I just gaze of iron at them and then gesture of iron towards the forest.
All right. That's it's very iron-like, lady. I'll give you a Benny for that.
Thanks.
And then Quillcrow. So, you tear around this corner, and you almost run into two pagans who are making their way around the back of the building as well. So make an agility check to try and avoid them. Because it's literally like you're about to run into them.
I'm going to use one of my bennies here.
Okay.
Wow. What minuses am I at currently?
You don't have any minuses right now. Well, -2 from being drunk.
Okay.
Although I think at this point you're probably scared sober, so after this one you won't have any more penalties.
Okay, so my wild dice exploded a couple of times, ended up with 21.
21! Yes, it did explode a couple of times. So, you spin around, like, these, you should have connected with these pagans. It should have happened. But you managed to, like, not only avoid running into them, but you trick them into thinking that you are with them, like you are one of the pagans. And so they say, "Come, brother, we hear there are lives back here to claim."
So I do it like a little winged flip as I'm going around them, so they think I'm an owl person.
Ah, nice. All right, I'll give you a penny for that.
I'm going to play into that. I'm going to stay behind them and follow them through.
Okay. So these pagans then, yeah, they come around the corner, and all of you who are making your escape, make stealth checks for me to see if you can notice them. And Quillcrow, you can make a stealth check. You can do one to cooperate with the pagans, or you can try and cooperate with the other people, and you could like distract the pagans so that these other people can get away.
I don't really. I'm not trying to escape. I'm covering the escape of the others.
Right. Yeah, but you're moving with them, right?
Not deeply into the
Maybe
woods.
not. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha. So then you're maintaining position while they get away.
Yeah.
Okay.
So can I just see if I notice these pagans approaching?
They're
If
not.
this is the case, I'm going to yell to Otto to come with us and tell him that he's being a fool.
Okay.
Do I still need to make the roll, or am I already back there?
You are already back there, and you are making. Are you making your escape with everyone else, or are you hanging tight with Otto?
I'm going to. Yeah, I'm going to make my escape as well. So.
Okay, gotcha.
Stealth check.
Then, yeah, go ahead and make a stealth check, and you guys can make just one big cooperative stealth check. So pick somebody as the leader, and then everybody else, your successes and raises will just add to her result.
I picked the sneaky lady.
Add to her result.
Sounds good.
Alright.
And then Quillcrow, go ahead and you don't need to make a notice check, but like I said, you can make a cooperative stealth if you want.
Okay.
The two pagans immediately
Okay.
notice the guard who's hanging back there.
I'm using a Benny for this.
Thank you.
Okay. And I'll let's see. So there's a 7. I'll do the wild die just to see if that helps. Okay. Okay, my wild die exploded.
Nice. All right.
Now, do you use the stat die or the wild die, or do you add them together?
You either
It's
or.
which one's higher? Whichever one's higher.
Gotcha.
So.
All right. So then you got Waiting Heron. You got a total of 11, 12, 13. Is that how that works?
Yeah, I get +2 to stealth.
Okay. And then everybody else, did you make your cooperative checks, or are you letting her take care of it?
I made a 13.
And I had rolled a 5.
I rolled a 4 and a 2, but I think I get -2 for not being
skilled?
trained, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So then just a 4.
Okay. So then they rolled a 5. and I will go ahead and spend a Benny to try and get them to get a little higher, because I haven't spent very many Bennies yet. I ought to. And that did explode, so let's see here. That is a total of 14. And so that, I think, beats Waiting Heron's score alone. With everybody helping out, it does not. So yeah, Quillcrow, how do you distract these guys as they're looking over in the direction of these escaping folks?
I'm definitely looking out for number one.
Okay.
So I want to try to find a way where I can slink away without them really noticing. But I don't want to put anybody else in harm's way from this group of pagans. So I. I'm going to use the burning building. I'm going to try to, with my spear, I'm going to try to catch a piece of it and use it as leverage to move one of the support beams to fall outside the building towards them off to the side. Like, I'm not trying to hit them with it or anything. I'm just trying to have that be an issue for them since we're right there next to the building.
Yeah. So it crashes down, sparks fly up, they're whoa, whoa, no, and they jump away, and they're totally distracted for a second.
And then
you said you wanted to try and get away.
Yeah, my roll for the helping them was a 13. But you already added all that together. Never mind.
Yeah.
I would like to try to slink away if I can.
Okay. That's a good enough stealth check that I mind you just using, like, combining the two. You get a bonus and you slink away. So, in what direction are you slinking away?
Going into the woods. I don't necessarily want to get near the Lady Iron with the situation that we have, but in the woods, safety in numbers. So I think I can talk my way out of the issue. So I'm going to head towards their direction, but not immediately at them until I get deeper in, and then the deeper in we go, the closer I want to get.
All right, cool. Sure, yeah. So then you guys are all making your escape. Otto, you're just hanging out there?
Well, I'm backing up slowly, but I'm covering their escape.
Okay. As you're backing up, you notice that the pagans jump at this big this further collapse in the tavern, and they kind of jump away, and they're paying attention to that for a split second, and then one of them looks off in your direction again. Do you want to try and make a stealth check, or are you still just totally presenting yourself to them?
When they looked away, I ducked behind a tree.
Okay, yeah, then go ahead and give me a stealth check.
I'm going to spend a Benny.
Okay, and for what it's worth, whenever they look over toward you, there's another collapse, and they kind of like, oh man, and they keep trying to look over toward it, but the building is conspiring against them.
I'm going to spend another Benny. I have no stealth, so...
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I failed.
You failed? What did you get?
My best was a 3.
A 3? Okay. So you managed to get behind the tree, and you like a few moments drag by, and you don't hear any approaching steps. You hear some people kind of walk through or whatever. They're walking nearby, but they don't actually come close to the tree you're hiding behind. And you can hear them talking like, where did he go? He was plain as day just a second ago. We're pagans. We should be able to find this guy.
I just get my spear ready in case someone walks by.
Okay. So you are standing there, and eventually this fella comes back over by them, and he says, did you find them? And they say, oh, we're still looking. And he says, no matter. The wood will claim them. And then you hear them say, yes, now we must go to the bookhouse and tear it down as well. And this guy, the leader dude, he says, "Nay," and he looks up, actually in a similar direction to where the others have run off, but he's looking up, and you know that like the ground kind of starts to rise, so there's some sort of hill back there, and he says, "Nay, without the tavern to anchor it, the hall will fade. He will fade with it, and his knowledge with him." And then they start to walk away. And aside from the raging fire that's still going on, you don't actually hear any people nearby. And in fact, you start to hear the drums change rhythm a little bit. And you hear kind of like this jubilant shouting going up on the other side of the ruins of the tavern.
I stay behind the tree until I'm sure they're gone.
You're sure they're gone.
Okay, well, I'll come out and kind of poke around the tavern to see what's left.
Well, when I say you're sure they're gone, I mean they're not behind the tavern anymore. How long are you willing to wait before you stop trying to wait for them to leave?
Till I don't hear it. You said the drums are fading off in the distance, right?
No, the drums have changed their cadence, and you can hear people like taking up this jubilant kind of ululation song, that sort of thing.
Okay, well in that case, I'll make my way back to find the others.
Okay. Yeah. Then the rest of you guys, you're moving through the wood, and now we will be doing what is called a wilderness check. So, nighttime in the Blackwood is when it's not just the case that wilderness gets up and roams around, it's that most of the Blackwood turns into rampant wilderness at night. And so this is generally a bad thing for you guys. And so I will draw here. It is a 6 of spades. And according to this, that means that... Okay. So... you're running along, and the foliage is continuing to get deeper and deeper behind you, or in front of you, kind of all around. It's getting really difficult to move, and you eventually get to the point where the ground itself almost starts to like move back and forth like this, undulating, and you can't tell if it's a trick of the night or your eyes, or if it's just like you're disoriented from all the smoke that you inhaled earlier, but things are pretty rough right now, and I need everybody to make agility checks at -4, please.
Me too, am I caught up with them?
Yeah, a few minutes went by and you managed to like pace up against them.
Well, when he actually does catch up to us, I'm going to have words with him.
Are you going to go while you're moving, or are you going to wait until you actually find a place to stop?
Well, I'm not sure. I figured we would have stopped once we thought they were no longer chasing us.
Well, that is the case, but after they're done chasing you, you still have to deal with the actual environment, and so this is like an environmental challenge. Oh, and I guess it'll be at an additional -2 for Lady Iron, so it's actually -6.
So I've
Okay,
got a
this is a
5.
little ridiculous.
Yeah. But hey, you can just ace, right? Oh man, everybody got nasty rolls.
I didn't get a nasty roll.
What was yours again?
Well, with the wild thing, I got a 6, so I got to roll again, right?
Yeah, that's right. So it was
Okay.
a 9 total, and then -4.
So 5.
5. Okay. So as you guys are moving through, you are trying to move through this terrain, and it's really like bucking underneath you and causing you to like slip and stumble and everything. And like I said, the underbrush is getting a lot thicker, and you're noticing that there are like brambles and thorns that you're running into as well. And pretty soon, like these brambles and thorns are rising up around you that they're almost as tall as you are. And as you're moving through, you manage to make it through this thicket finally. But anybody who didn't pass is going to get a level of fatigue as bumps and bruises, which means that for the next hour of in-game time, you'll have -1 to all of your checks. So that's what that looks like. But you do come out on the other side of the thicket, and you notice that there is, like, not really a cave, but there's a big rock outcropping that kind of has an overhang, and it's definitely enough where you can at least take a breather and take stock of what's going on. So let's do some conversation really quick.
Well, since I am Lady Iron, I decide that I'm taking charge of the situation, and I urge everyone into the cave. That's not actually a cave, but I'm still going to call it a cave.
Mm-hmm.
And then I see Otto, and I say, oh no. Minute, I forgot what I was going to say.
Oh, hate it when I do that.
This place is
while Lady Iron is trying to talk to Otto, Otto just takes up a position outside the mouth of the cave, the guard.
Oh, I remember now. I say, Otto, you insubordinate cur, if I tell you to run, you run!
I kind of Otto stands at attention, salutes with the shield, and says, "Yes, ma'am."
All right. Benny for both of you.
Satisfied, I go back to make sure everyone's all right. I notice the child, and I don't really like children, but I try and comfort the child anyways in kind of like a grandmotherly way, but also in a you have germs.
That's fair. The kid, oddly enough, doesn't respond so well to your comforting. Go
It's
figure.
gonna be okay. Go over there and just be quiet.
Okay. And the mom comes over and is like, here, it's fine. She kind of shoots you a look like, what the hell? And then she moves off.
This whole place is cursed, and it does strange things to your minds when you live here for so long.
It's
I
true.
think at this point, Quillcrow's gonna step out of the thicket as well.
Okay, yeah, because I figured you were probably separate from them. So you're stepping out in the vicinity of this overhang?
I assume, yeah.
Okay, cool. And are you trying to be sneaky about it, or are you just making yourself known?
Making myself known.
All right, so you guys see a pagan, a familiar pagan, but nonetheless a pagan, emerge into the clearing.
Well, my first reaction is to point my sword at him, but then I pause and think, like, why is he here? And I also saw him running from the other pagans. So I'm like, you there, explain yourself.
Well, you racist bigot, not all of us are the same.
Benny!
Then why did you try to run so earnestly when I was leading you towards an exit?
That was not my path out. And I didn't take kindly to the aggression.
I sheathe my sword and cross my arms and just kind of glare at him, but deep down I know he's right, but I'll never tell him that.
Okay, sorry, I missed that last bit. First
No
call.
problem. So basically, yeah, you guys recount it. What happened?
Lady Iron was still a little hostile, and then I called her a racist bigot, and then we kind of had a moment, and I think we're a little cool now.
You had a moment. All right, cool. So, is there any other interaction that's going to be going on right now? I would imagine that some sort of exit strategy or protection strategy, at least, is going to be coming to mind. So, if you guys would like to make like survival checks or common knowledge or anything like that, you're welcome to do so.
Yeah, I would ask if anybody knows of another nearby town in this region or what have you.
It is okay. I have this under control. I hang out my colored lantern and light it. Someplace.
Okay. Nice.
Well, I feel much better now.
We are now under protection. Runiel will guide us through the morning.
Oh, protection of the colored light. Awesome.
While the Outlander is displaying this power of his god, Otto is fingering his ancestor beads in his hand and whispering prayers to his ancestors. What strange magic is this?
I for once agree with Quillcrow, and I just look at the lantern. I'm like, great, you brought a nightlight. Seeing Otto grab his ancestral beads, I'll grab mine too, and maybe mutter a prayer to myself.
Okay. Anybody else?
So with the common knowledge check, just to see what's around, would that be like just a smarts check or?
Yeah, common knowledge is smarts -2, so go ahead and make that if you'd like.
Okay. So that's alright. I'll do the wild roll. Okay. So I can do that again. So
All right.
9.
9 total? All right.
Yeah, just to see sort of where the closest bit of civilization is.
Sure. So that's a success with a raise. And as a cat burglar and an orphan, more or less, you know that it's always good to have a roof over your head. And in fact, you haven't been out into the forest very often, but you have been told that in order to remain safe at night out in the forest, you must have a roof over your head. And this overhang is kind of like a roof, but it's not like any kind of roof you're used to seeing, So I would imagine you're probably pretty doubtful that this place can be a refuge for the rest of the night.
Okay. Do I know of any? Do I know of any towns nearby? Or?
Yeah. So about a half day's wagon trip to the north is the village of Longshore Town, and it's actually one of the, I guess, like the equivalent would be a suburb, but it's just across the river from Three Rivers, and it's kind of a community that's connected to the city. And Three Rivers is your hometown too, so you've probably been to Longshore Town a few times.
I have a question for you, Eli.
Mm-hmm.
Since Otto heard the pagans talk, they made it seem like there was a building up the way we had gone.
Nearby, anyway.
Would I know where that is?
You would have a general idea based on, if you give me a common knowledge check, you could intuit exactly where it's at based on where they were looking and talking. Actually, you know what? You don't even need a common knowledge check. So I mentioned that the landscape was rising into a hill of sorts, and you guys are currently under this rock outcropping, and on the other side of this rock outcropping is a hill. So you would imagine that up on top of this hill is maybe where that structure is located.
Okay, I'm going to wait till everyone else stops talking, and then I'm going to say, you know what? I heard the pagans say there was a building this way.
That would be the cave, but on the other hand, the pagans know about it. That might not bode well.
I overheard them saying that they were just going to let it go.
Yeah, I heard that as well.
Might be worth the risk.
Provided they stay away from it long enough for us to get out again.
A little bloodthirstily, I say, I hope they come. My spear needs a place to spend the night.
Marion finishes praying and gathers his lantern, and he says, "You see, Oruniel provides."
What? No, he didn't. The god's been provided.
The god's been provided with what?
Oruniel didn't tell us where the building was. The guardsman told us where the building was.
Who put that building there?
Not your god.
Are you so sure?
100% sure.
I see.
I'm sure my ancestors put that building there.
And who put your ancestors here?
My older ancestors.
Were they carpenters or something?
Stonemasons, actually.
So I would give Lady Iron a Benny, but you're actually maxed out right now. I will also give one to Marion for that most excellent religious talk, and then I'll give one to Waiting Heron as well for the banter. At this point, we will take a quick break. We'll do, let's say, it's 9:46 right now, so let's call it 15 minutes, and go, refresh drinks, go to the bathroom, whatever you need to do, and then we will come back and resume play. All right, so see you guys in a bit.
Yep.
I am back.
Are you a ghost?
Yes.
Eli, you're looking good for a ghost.
Thanks, I mean, I'm still pretty pale, but I guess I'm a little
Pretty
more
sure ghosts are
corporeal.
supposed to be pale, so.
Yeah, perfect. I checked it off the list.
When I was watching Ghostbusters, I thought the ghosts were all blue.
Or green.
Or green, yeah.
Did you guys see the trailer for the latest movie, by the way?
I did.
Oh, Jeremy doesn't like it. Why not?
He's a misogynist.
No, I think it would be awesome if they rebooted it with a cast of females, but a lot of the ones that they have in that movie, I'm just not big fans of. They all sound and seem like they're trying way too hard to be funny.
Yeah.
That's what I'm afraid the whole movie is going to end up being.
It seemed to me that it was tonally very similar to the original Ghostbusters, which I think I'm okay with. I don't know that like emulating that exact dramatic style is going to be, if it's going to read in today's 2016 market. But at the same time, I watched Ghostbusters like a year ago, and it was drop dead hilarious still. So like,
yeah.
I don't know.
Well, that's the thing is like they're trying to keep the wrong same things the same. If that makes any sense.
Oh yeah.
Having the black the token black cast member be the non-scientific ghetto, style person who's coming in and doesn't understand anything and is there just for the outsider laughs. And, the fact that the blonde chick looks and acts like Egon, and one of them is even named something Mun, just like Venkman. It's just like, why would you, of all the things to keep from the first one, why those things?
Yeah. Especially because it does seem like chronologically it is a sequel. Like it takes place 30 years after the original thing.
I did read an article. Leslie Jones plays the I guess she's like a subway worker, but she defends her character being the black one. But she says it's just a character.
Yeah.
She's proud of being the everyman, which I get that, but I think you're right. It's weird that they used the same race as the original. Like, why not switch that up a little bit?
Yeah, well, and like, I worry that it's maybe a little on the nose of a stereotype, especially considering the Oscar climate this past year about all of the representation issues and all that stuff. Like, they could have had a more nuanced character. I'm holding out to actually see the movie and see what it all looks like as a unified piece, as opposed to just a trailer. But I was excited about some things and not so much about others.
Yeah, the special effects look fantastic.
Oh yeah.
And I'm sure there are going to be redeemable qualities to it. It's just not something that I'm going to go and pay, $9 or more to go see in the theater.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, and I'll probably wait till it comes out on video as well. All right. So it's almost 10 o'clock. Are we all back and ready to go?
I don't see Michael.
I'm back.
Oh, he's back. Okay.
Perfect. Welcome back, everyone. I have a cat over here who is trying to claim my attention. But anyway, so you guys were hanging out and you discovered that there is some sort of building on the top of this hill. I'm going to go ahead and montage through the way climbing up the hill so that we don't have to do any checks or anything like that, because there is a path. It's not like you have to actually scale the rock face.
Hey,
Did an hour in-game pass?
Do what?
Did an hour in-game pass?
No, not yet.
What song is playing during the montage?
It's going to be... Actually, dang it, I wish I had sent... before we started, I meant to send a Spotify link to a playlist that I created for this game, but I did not. So the song is... and we're moving on up to the house on the hill.
Who's leading the sing-along?
That is a good question. Who is?
I vote Marion.
Marion, all right.
I vote him as well.
I'll give each of you a Benny for suggesting that wonderful course of action. One for Waiting Heron and one for Marion. Okay.
That's absolutely what is happening.
So you guys get to the top of the hill, and you notice this structure. It's a little larger than the tavern, and it's better constructed. It's made out of stone. But it is in an even worse state of disrepair than you see on this image itself. This chimney is actually like collapsed, and so it's a big open area in here. This rooftop over here is much more exposed. But, you know, this is a building where pagans are not right now, so...
Can I tell like exactly how structurally sound this place is? Like, you know, chance for it to cave in or anything like that?
Yeah, it's like you're casing it as if you were going to rob it. You're just looking for some sort of structural thing, right?
Hmm.
So give me a... Do you have investigation?
I don't think so, but I'll check.
Okay. I think either investigation or notice would work.
Let's see. Okay. I have notice. Let's see. All right. There's the window again. Okay, I'm gonna clear these.
Sure.
Okay, 5.
5?
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, you notice that it looks to be like it's not going to collapse on you. You know, it looks like this thing probably went into disrepair decades ago, and it has seen a fairly slow decline. Definitely much slower than the rapid collapse of the tavern earlier. And at the same time, like the civilians that are with you, the commoners, they kind of they're really weary at this point. A lot of them are coughing, they're dragging their feet, they're lamenting all the possessions that they lost in the destruction of this tavern. And the boy sees the building and he says, "Mommy, I want to go inside." And she says, "Hush, hush." And she kind of looks and she says, "Is it safe?"
Looks like it's not going to. It's a bit run down, but it doesn't look like it's going to collapse on us or anything.
Johan, did you hear that?
Marion is going to put his hand on Iron Lady's shoulder, and he's going to pat her shoulder, and he's going to say, "You were correct. Your ancestors built this place."
Awesome.
I'm just gonna glare at him. Okay, I see one door is boarded up and another door isn't. Is that the case?
It is, yeah.
All right, excellent.
This door would be one that is open.
I'm going to walk over and I'm going to knock loudly.
All right. You walk up and you knock, and you manage to like pound a fist on the door once, and the door just opens up, and then you hear this, and the door actually falls off of its hinges onto the ground. And the clatter of this door hitting the ground kind of echoes briefly through the building, but you don't hear anything stir inside. It's just there's an echo and then there's silence.
I call out, "Hello?" And if no one
Hello?
says anything, I'm just... Oh, does someone reply?
No, it was your echo.
Oh, damn it. I gesture and I like, all right, everyone inside.
All right.
I take up a position at the door. Shield out.
All right. So are you like guarding, waiting for everyone to get in, or are you going to remain a guard after everyone is already inside?
Both.
Okay, sounds good.
A resolute young man.
All right. So is everyone else comfortable going inside, or does anyone want to hang back?
I put my hand on Otto's shoulder and say, "Wake me up for second watch," and then I go inside.
All right. So once you head inside, it looks as ruined on the inside as it is on the outside. It's generally open. There are like the remains of staircases that lead up into a second floor, but the second floor is mostly collapsed down onto the first, so there's just wood beams lying around everywhere. It takes a little while to pick your way through, but there is space enough for people to, lay down if they want to. In the middle of the structure, just barely missed by the collapse of this fireplace, there is a small, like a carved stone plinth, and on top of this there are a number of wooden ancestor shrines that are, about the size of a book. Books can be different sizes, but so are these shrines. And they're made out of wood, and they're decorated with the words, like the names of the ancestors they memorialize, and briefly the deeds of those ancestors as well. But the shrines are all cracked. They're faded, and you guys would recognize this as not necessarily a defiled ancestor shrine, but definitely a non-functional one. And it's the magic of the ancestors that keeps people safe at night. So while you have a roof over your head, this place needs some souping up before you'll be really comfortable.
That's where Marian's going to hang his lantern.
Okay.
Is somewhere nearby the fane,
Cool.
so that its light falls upon the faded fane.
Okay. Make a spirit check for me when you do that.
D8. A 5.
A 5. Okay. As you do that, you feel a little, not like a tremor or a shudder, but a little tingle all the way up your arm as soon as you set it on the shrine.
I see this as a good thing.
Okay. And then Quilcrow, what are you up to right now?
I was looking for a place to bed down, somewhere that's higher up. Maybe not necessarily easy access to it, like maybe something where the staircase collapsed, but there's still a landing above that.
Sure.
To that effect.
Yeah, there is definitely a place like that. So give me a climb check to be able to get up there.
I also have the leaf step ability. The power.
Ah, yes. That's one of your powers. So you can make a spirit check, and if you succeed, then basically you run around like Limubai and Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about doing.
Okay, cool.
Is there a certain amount of times you can do that per day or anything like that?
It's according to your power points. So I believe that Leaf Step is 3 power points, and I believe you have 15, but you may only have 10.
So
Power
Leaf
points
Step,
would be...
it's two power points, duration 3, 1/power point.
Yeah, so then what that means is you spend 2 power points, and it's good for 3 rounds. And then once you've activated it, you can spend 1 power point after it expires to maintain it, and you can keep doing that round per round.
Okay. And how often do we get power points back?
You get them back after a long rest, similar to 5th edition.
Okay.
And I think you get a number equal to your spellcasting die.
Okay, so I need to do a spirit check.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so my not wild dice is exploding.
Nice.
So I got 9.
9. Okay, so that's a success with a raise. So you get that power for the duration of the scene instead of just for 3 rounds.
Oh wow. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. So then, yeah, you guys are all kind of like milling around doing your thing, and you notice the pagan. He flits up supernaturally up into this little nest. The Quilcrow's going to his nest.
Do I recognize this as magic, and how do we feel about magic?
Well, you do recognize this as magic, and how you feel about magic will depend on the source of the magic. Magic can come from the ancestors, and that magic is totally fine. Magic can come from the unified God, and that's maybe unfamiliar, but whether or not it's okay is more or less up to the individual. Magic can come from the Elder King from the classics. And by the way, you guys are looking around and you notice that this is in fact a ruined Hall of Classics, so it's basically like a library. Or it used to be a library. It's a monastic library. And magic can also come from nature. Herbalists draw magic from plants, and they are mistrusted often, but often they are also totally harmless. And then magic can come from the elves, and that's where pagans get it. And when it comes from the elves, it's usually mischievous at best or deadly at worst.
Alright, good. So seeing this makes me not like Cool Crow even more. Excellent.
Perhaps, yeah. It sounds like it. Waiting Heron, what are you up to right now?
I'm sort of scanning the ground floor for I'm just kind of checking out the layout, windows, places I can go if I need to make a quick exit.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, you notice that the terrain around here is fairly difficult because of all the collapsed beams and everything. But there are several exits. You could climb up and out one of the windows on the second floor. There are one or two windows on the first floor that are open. There's actually a section of wall around the back of the building that has fallen down. It's probably about 6 feet wide, and so you can get out that way if you needed to. But again, moving over any of the wooden beams is going to be a little bit difficult. At this point, everybody please make a notice check for me. And whoever gets the highest is the lucky winner. Got a 4 from Otto.
Not a very good watchman, apparently.
A 10 from Quill Crow.
8 for me.
8.
Get that elevation bonus going.
3 for Marion. And Lady Iron spent a Benny, so that is 17 total. Wow. So Lady Iron.
I'm beginning to feel like this die might be heavier on one side.
Lucky you. So as you were kind of going around, actually, what is it that you're doing right now? Are you? Yeah.
I'm inspecting the whole area, trying to see if there's anything salvageable. I'm also trying to look to replace the shield I had to leave behind. And I'm just basically making sure that the place is safe and looking for a potential place that I could make all the people sleep that's more defendable in case elves or wolves or pagans or whatever come and attack us.
Okay. Yeah, so you're looking around and you see that there are some areas like this front corner actually would be a good place for 3 or 4 people to bed down. Actually, maybe the commoners might all fit there if the mother and husband and son are all comfortable sitting around huddled close. There are some other places. This is like a wooden outbuilding that's more or less collapsed, so you can just see night through the door out there. There is a very rickety ladder area that goes up into this area, but from the ground floor you can't tell what's up there. But as you're looking around, the hair on the back of your neck starts to stand up, and you hear this whisper, "Welcome, Sentinel."
At first I drop my sword, but then at the word Sentinel I start to think maybe this is some kind of ancestor stuff. So, do I know what direction the voice came from, or was it like all around or in my head, or...
It echoed a little bit, but it sounded like it was coming from behind you.
I turn around and I look around.
All right. So as you turn around, it takes a few seconds, and everybody else can see this as well, anybody who's paying attention to the ground floor. You notice that there's a brief moment where things start to get a little bit lighter inside, and you notice that there's this little point of light just in the middle of the room that shows up hovering about 4 feet off the ground. And
Miguel!
That's right. And it slowly accumulates into this figure. This figure is not as corporeal in this picture, but it is a young boy wearing the robes of a classicist and with ancestor beads wrapped around its wrist. And it says, "Sentinel, you have found me after these many years. Welcome back."
I salute it and say, wait, do I know anything about this?
Nope.
This is super creepy to me.
This is definitely an ancestor. And ancestors,
Oh, it's an ancestor?
yeah, ancestors becoming materialized are auspicious moments. But other than that, you're unfamiliar with like this particular person.
Okay. Well, I salute it and I ask it, what would you have of me, ancestor?
Do you come to save us?
I see. The ancestors guide me in ways I do not know. If I've come to save you.
That is well, for I feel the tremors in the forest outside. There is danger about. The pagans are on the rise. Gray owls take wing. Tell me this. Has the Way House fallen?
I pause to consider, and then I say, yes. The inn fell, burned to the ground.
Mm-hmm. And you recognize the terminology Way House too, and it clicks for you. This tavern was built in such a way, like whenever you were in the tavern, you were probably admiring the defensibility of the tavern, aside from the fact that it's obviously highly combustible. But it was constructed in such a way that you could really admire the strong points in it. And all of a sudden it clicks for you that that tavern, once upon a time, was probably not a tavern. It was a sentinel way house, which is kind of like a barracks along the road for sentinels to take rest. And especially in the past 14 years, it's not super uncommon for way houses to have gone into disrepair and maybe be repurposed by someone else. But yeah, that was the home of some sentinels at one point in time. And the ancestor looks at you and says, "That is a shame. I only survived by the strength that lingered there. I fear I shall dissipate before the dawn."
I say, what can we do to prevent this?
There is nothing that can prevent my leaving this place now. But perhaps you can keep things from getting worse. Now, at this point, how is everyone else reacting to this?
Can I see? I don't know where the door is.
The door is in a line. There's a straight line between the door and the ancestor shrine, and this person materialized in front of the ancestor shrine. So it's about, to go back to this, I would say 50 feet, 40 or 50 feet in front of you, if you were to turn around and not look out the door.
Well, I mean, it's whispering. Can I hear it?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's whispering, but it's very clear. The whisper carries throughout the entire place.
Okay, well, I'll speak up. What can we do to help?
There are treasures in this valley, the valley of the Ruddy Road, and these treasures would be lost if they were to fall into pagan hands. And then almost as if on cue, when he says pagan, he turns around and he looks up at the pagan up in the rafters, and he says, "I perhaps miss my guess as my power wanes, but I do not sense the strong taint of the elves within you." And he's addressing Quilcrow directly.
Perhaps they won't be lost forever.
Quilcro, first of all, do you have any response to that?
Outside of, perhaps in these hands, they won't be lost forever.
Oh, that's what you said. Sorry, you sounded exactly like Lady Iron for a second. Okay, that's fair. My apologies. Okay, so yeah, you're looking at this thing, and it says, "Yes, but wait, something is just out of sight nearby. Remain on your guard, pagan." And then he turns to Marion, and he says, "Yours is a face I have never seen, and strange power emanates from you. Who are you, traveler, and what brings you here?"
You know, I was thinking the same thing about you. Yours is a face I have not seen, and normally most people I come across do not glow the way you are glowing. I can, sometimes with my powers, but yes, I come from the Widelands, outside of the Blackwood, far to the west and south of here.
I see. You have traveled many miles to be in this much danger.
I walk in the light of my Lord. He protects me and gives me great powers to spread his love and understanding of the world.
I see his power radiate from you, but I do not trust it. Not yet.
Well, I do.
Very well, traveler. And then he turns back to the Sentinel, and he says, "Sentinel, I have placed my faith in you, and so I must also place my faith in your companions. As I said, there are 4 treasures: the Whistle of the Lost, the Story Scarf, the Leafstone Manuscript, and greatest of all treasures in the valley, a Dragon Pearl. To capture these and win their safety from the pagans will be a mighty task." And he looks around the room at each of you, and he says, "I do not think you will be able to save them all, but perhaps you can save enough to keep the pagans at bay a while longer."
Super. So do I know anything about the stuff? Is there like legends?
Actually, so there are 4 items. There is the Whistle of the Lost, the Story Scarf, the Leafstone Manuscript, and the Dragon Pearl. Each of you are... The way this is going to work is that this is basically story time. And we're going to handle this as interludes. And so if anyone would like, they can volunteer to tell a little bit of a story about one of these items. Because it's just something that they've picked up from along the road. And I'll draw a card, and based on the suit that I draw, you will tell a story according to that theme. So, for example, I'm going to turn off screen sharing for just a second so I can find the picture without spoiling anything else. All of you would be familiar with the Dragon Pearl. Dragon Pearls are the things that dragons spit that are fireballs. They are the heart of a fireball, basically, that a dragon spits out. And when they impact something, they explode in a huge fiery explosion. They are extremely valuable, but they are only pursued by the foolhardy, because as the saying goes, if you're off chasing dragons, then you're off on a fool's errand, and you're likely doomed to failure. And so it's definitely like an item that would keep you rich and comfortable for maybe the rest of your days. And it could also be a powerful tool. The only way to get a Dragon Pearl is either to steal one that someone's taken from a dragon, or to take one from a dragon yourself. and that is a challenging task. Likewise, just so that you guys know what's going on, there is the Leafstone manuscript carved from Leafstone, and a manuscript is basically a spell book for a classicist. There is the Story Scarf, which is an item of power that helps people to be more memorable in stories, basically. And then there is the Whistle of the Lost, which is capable of bringing people together no matter how far apart they are. And so based on those brief descriptions, you guys can volunteer to elaborate on those stories if you would like. Would anybody like to?
Sure.
Okay. So which one would you like to elaborate on then?
Pick one at random.
Okay.
Hold
I will
on,
roll a...
Yeah, go ahead. Roll a d4.
Okay. D4. I got a 1, so that's the Whistle of the Lost for you. And let me pull out the interlude rules here just so that I know exactly what type of story you're telling. So it is a club, which means that the Whistle of the Lost is connected to tragedy somehow. So tell us about how it's connected to tragedy.
Okay. So the Whistle of the Lost is used to bring people together. However, the last time it was used was by another sentinel who was on the cusp of death to call reinforcements to her. And however, as she was blowing it, she died, which was bad because then all the people who came to see what was going on ended up dying in a senseless battle.
Okay, that's very cool. The ancestor ghost says, "You speak rightly. This, in fact, was how the Way House fell, from the treachery of he who is now tree and sword." And when he says that, you guys all see a flash in your mind's eye of that pagan with the feathered headdress, and you recall that pagan with the feathered headdress did not actually look like a pagan, and for Otto and Quilcrow, you recall that pagan didn't talk like a pagan either. Pagans have a very particular rural kind of accent, whereas this guy spoke actually a lot more like a noble than anything else. And so yeah, the ancestor says, "Tree and sword betrayed the Way House and brought about its ruin, and such was the way the whistle was lost."
Okay, I have knowledge nobility. If he was a noble, could I have recognized him?
Absolutely, yeah. And if you want to make a roll, I will say it's a -2 because it's an old story. But if you get a success, I'll give you a weakness of his.
Oh, awesome. I'm going to get a success and 12 raises. I can also roll the 6. Let's see if the 6 explodes. That'll be fine. It didn't. I'm going to spend a Benny.
Okay.
Okay, the 6 exploded, but I got a 1 on the D8. 12.
12. Okay, yeah. So that's a success with 2 raises.
I'm telling you, this D6 only rolls 6s. It rolls 6s, 5s, and 2s. I don't think it's rolled anything else yet.
Not bad, though. All things considered.
I'll still use it in a different one. I think it actually might be lopsided.
Yeah, feel free. So you know that Tree and Sword was once a sentinel. His name is lost to time, but you've heard the legend of the curse of Tree and Sword. And it's a man who believed that he could do no wrong. Pride was his vice. And in his wanderings, he went off and tried to make something of himself in the world. And it was met with dubious success. And this caused him to, it's caused his pride to sour into vainglory. And he became determined to get his way in life, and so he actually abandoned the path of the Sentinels. He revoked himself of the mandate of justice, and he wandered off into the woods to go try and master a band of pagans and make something of himself that way. And you surmise that he did in fact do that. And so you know that overwhelming pride is a weakness of his. But you also know that he prefers to fight in single combat. And he is willing to, he has always been willing in tales throughout history to, or for the past, several years, to hold back his entire force in exchange for a one-on-one fight if it's brought to him.
Okay. I tell the ancient that in order to redeem this mistake, I will defeat him in single combat.
Okay.
I make
And
a
so,
vow.
yeah. What was that?
I vow to do it. I make a vow.
Okay, nice. All right, I'll go ahead and give you a Benny back for that then. So that was a nice one. And in exchange for telling that story, I'm going to give you a Benny as well. That's the way interludes work. You get an extra Benny, so you are back up to 6 now.
I need to spend them more.
All right, so does anybody else want to tell a story in exchange for a Benny? And we have 3 other items that you can do.
Before that, when Lady Iron makes her vow, Otto promises to himself that he will take the risk before the Sentinel will.
Wow, all right. Ballsy choice.
Downright heroic, ain't it?
It is, but by my count, you have 6 Bennies, so I can't give you one.
I don't care about that.
But you did do a good job. You get an imaginary Benny. So does anybody else want to tell a story related to one of those other 3 items? The story scarf, the leafstone manuscript, or the dragon pearl? Marianne? And would you like to tell one about one in particular, or would you like to do it randomly? I don't think we can hear you. You're muted right now, but...
He keeps muting and unmuting himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there you go.
Don't hear me? Okay. Yeah, my laptop is acting real laggy.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so yeah, I wouldn't mind telling one about the Leafstone manual.
Okay. And I drew a diamond, so that is a story about desire.
Okay. Yeah, there was let me see. I have heard of the Leafstone manuscript. There was another member of my faith, the Unified, who came out here some time ago, and to do what I am doing, and spreading the good word. But unfortunately, he found this item, this Leafstone manuscript, and thinking it was a holy tome, he decided that it was full of knowledge, and he mistakenly thought that it would give him the leverage he needed on the people here to teach them the ways that he was in, the ways of the Unified. But the power held within it corrupted him and drove him mad.
Yes, and it was his treachery that ruined the Hall of Classics you see around you, for he sided with the Sentinel, only to be double-crossed and murdered himself. But Tree and Sword lost the manuscript. It lies 3 miles distant from here, in a cleft of rock between a stand of sycamore trees and a running brook.
And so, Marianne, you are at max bennies, so I can't give you a benny for that, but congratulations, that was a great story.
I am?
I think so. I have you at 6 anyway. What do you have?
I think I have like 1.
Oh, well, then you have.
I may be wrong, but
It says
Ooh.
3. If that.
oh, maybe.
Yeah. So let's say you have 4 then, because I would like to award you a Benny.
Okay, well, thank you.
You
Like I said,
bet.
I've been trying to keep track of it, but my computer being all laggy is all messing
Yeah,
with
I
me.
understand. No worries at all.
I will take a crack at the dragon pearl.
Okay, sounds good. So that is a heart, which is a story of love. Slightly different from desire.
Okay. My clan that is no longer around, which is partially why I've gone into society here. Um, Actually possessed a dragon pearl at one time, and my one of my clanmates actually stole it from the elders to present it to a woman as an engagement gift. But he didn't know how to handle it, and as he was sneaking away to present it to her, actually faltered and stumbled and it fell, causing it to erupt. Um, and he did not make it through that encounter there. And he was lost in the woods from then on. Nobody ever found him.
Hmm. The ancestor, classicist, nods slowly and says,
Yes, the dragon pearls drive men to foolish actions. And this one too was no exception. This pearl, they say, is what drove Tree and Sword to abandon the ways of the Sentinel. And it lies in a misty grove, 4 miles distant from this hall.
So does anybody else want to take a stab at anything? And by the way, Quilcrow, you absolutely deserve a Benny for that one. And I believe that gives you a total of 6 now.
Laura, unless you want to try the other one.
Waiting here, did you say that you wanted to tell a story or not? Okay. Otto, would you like to?
Sure, I'll take a crack at it.
Okay. So you have a club, which is tragedy, related to the story scarf.
Ah, yes, I've heard of the story scarf. It is said that it was made by the mother of 5 children. And every year she would add, or every night she would tell a story to her children. And every year she would add on to a scarf. Except one day, one of her children went out into the woods and never returned. She continued telling her stories, and unfortunately, every year after that, one more child disappeared, until she had no more children. And so she continued to tell stories to her empty house, until a traveler came one day and saw her talking to thin air and said, "What are you doing?" And she said, "Well, I am telling my children stories." And the traveler looked at her a little oddly and kind of went on down the road and came to another house. And he told the people at this house the story of this woman that he had encountered, and that she had been telling a story to her children. And the people at that house said, yes, it is very tragic about that. She killed all of her children. But she thinks they still live. And she tells them stories every day.
Yes.
And I've lost my train of thought. I don't know.
That's fine. That was a great story. It was heartbreaking. Good job. No, absolutely. I mean, like I said, you're maxed out on bennies, but I would absolutely give you one if you were not. And so the classicist ancestor ghost says,
Yes. The stories we tell each other can be a comfort, but they can likewise be a hindrance. This scarf does just the opposite. It frees one from hindrances and brings them closer to the great deeds of myth. It lies 2 miles distant, flapping in the breeze from the tallest branch of the tallest oak in the valley.
And so, to recap for you guys, the Whistle of the Lost, I didn't mention where it is, but I should have. And so it's going to be on this at the edge of a pond, 1 mile distant from the Hall of Classics. The Leafstone or the Story Scarf is 2 miles distant at the top of an oak tree. The Leafstone manuscript is 3 miles distant, and it is in a rock cleft between a copse and a brook. And the Dragon Pearl is 4 miles distant, and it is in a misty grove. Now, what that means for you guys is that every mile you travel at nighttime in the Blackwood is a draw on that wilderness table. And if you want to, you can make survival checks to try and avoid that wilderness. But otherwise, you're going to have to deal with each one of those wilderness checks as you journey out to these places. And so if you guys decide to try and rescue some of these treasures from the pagans, then your task is going to be to try and figure out what kind of risks you want to take to secure each one of these treasures. Because obviously the further away one is, the more likely you are to get sucked into the wilderness. And that can be, as we've learned, a pretty nasty situation.
Is it everyone making a survival check, or is it one person and we can help them?
It's one person, but I'm going to say that you can actually only help if you have the survival skill.
I do not have the survivor skill.
Well, and the civilians are still there. I mean, can they make it to the city on their own, or?
That's a good question. So assuming that Waiting Heron voices that aloud, because this is stuff that would have come out in the course of the conversation anyway, like the gist of what your task is. The classicist says,
My power can keep them safe, but not alone.
and he looks toward Marian, and he says,
Traveler, I am loath to welcome the magics of a foreign god, but you may be able to hallow this place and keep these people safe until the dawn.
Yes, the protection of Oruniel is hard to dismiss, whether there are those who would like to or not. But yes, it would be my great pleasure to bestow his blessings upon this place and these people who take shelter here.
Very well. It seems the wisdom of your wide land god is similar to that of the Elder King. For those
It is
who
infinite.
are powerless, need help, and we are called to give it to them.
Yeah, he'll start drumming and dancing around the open space of this place, shaking his hands and dancing and doing his capoeira flips and kicks as part of his sanctification, if you will.
nice. All right. So give me a spirit check, and I'll go ahead and give you a +2 bonus for that. And depending on, for each success and raise, you can provide protection for 2 people.
All right. Ooh, sweet. So what happens if they both explode? Just reroll both of them?
Reroll both of them and just keep
Okay.
rolling until you figure out which one of them ends up being higher.
Ooh, okay. That's going to be... Let's see. Okay. So that is with a +2, you said?
That's right.
A 16.
16. So that's a success with 3 raises, which means that 4 total, so 8 people will be protected in this building. So what happens is that you're dancing around, you're doing your chanting and your drumming, and you notice that the ancestor ghost fades a little bit, but at the same time your lantern grows a little more brightly, and it's actually like the light from your lantern is cutting through the ancestor ghost a little bit. And finally, at the very end, the ancestor ghost is almost no more than a wisp, but it doesn't look like he's just standing motionless, and he says,
My time here is done. You are in more powerful hands, citizens of the Elder King, and even you, pagan of the Blackwood. Please live with bravery and with wisdom.
and then he just dissipates into the air, and there's a quiet that settles over the hall, but it's a peaceful quiet.
Marion says, "Go with Oruniel," as he's disappearing.
Nice. All right. Yeah, that's worth a Benny. Absolutely. So yeah, you guys are faced with this decision. So talk it out amongst yourselves. What do you guys want to do? And just from a metagame perspective, I will point out that it's 10:45. I don't know how late people are planning on playing, but let that factor into your decision if need be.
I can stay up until whenever. I got no plans tomorrow.
Cool.
Well, you probably don't want us to split the party, but that's probably what Lady Iron would automatically suggest.
I have no desires in this matter. You guys do whatever you want.
Otto volunteers to go after the dragon pearl.
That's nice.
Could you tell me the distances again? Could you type them out just so I can read them?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good idea. Whistle is 1 mile.
It was like 1, 2, 3, 4, I think, wasn't it?
Story Scarf is 2. Leafstone Manuscript is 3. I need to be able to type. And then the Dragon Pearl is 4.
I assume they're not all in the same line, so I can just go out a mile and then out another mile and out another mile.
Correct.
But I also assume they're not in opposite directions because there's 4 of them.
If somebody's willing to spend a Benny, I will let you group any 2 of them so that the difference is made up. Does that make sense? So, like, if you group the Whistle and the Story Scarf together, then it would be 2 miles total to make it to both of them. 1 mile to the Whistle and an additional mile to the Story Scarf.
I can.
I'll spend a penny to do that.
Oh, okay.
Well, I heard Otto first. Let's go ahead and do him instead.
Okay.
I mean, he can put 2 in one direction, and I'll spend a penny to put 2 in the other direction.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so then which ones do you guys want to link up?
Well, I would think. Oh, sorry.
You can go ahead, Al.
Well, I don't care, but I want to take Quilcrow with me out to the furthest.
What? So you can take me and leave me in the woods?
Okay.
Yeah, I got a D8 in survival.
Lady Iron will tell Otto, as a member of Errantry, I'm going to need you to lead the second team while I lead the first. I point out in a direction and I say the Dragon Pearl and the Leafstone Manuscript are both in that direction. I need you to gather them and bring them back here.
It will be done, Lady Sentinel.
Or actually, make that the Story Scarf and the Dragon Pearl.
Okay, because someone with leaf stuff could easily get up the giant tree.
Oh, you're right.
Or I could get up the giant tree. I have climb. I'm good at climbing things.
That's true.
I just don't want you going 4 there and 4 back, and I just go 2 there and 2 back. Just doesn't seem fair.
Mm-hmm. So then,
Quilcrow and I can do it.
how are we dividing up the party?
Who all knows their way around these forsaken woods?
I do.
Wonderful. That is one. But we are talking about two groups here. Is there another?
I'll draw you a map.
I somehow am not very pleased by this.
Just
Ask
ask
your
your god for guidance. I'm sure he'll take you there.
Perhaps. It is more about what your god has in store for us out there that I fear.
Does seriously only one of us have survival?
It seems like it. Whenever Chris was going to play, he was going to have Al Guntram, who has a great survival as well.
So let me draw you a map, and
Yeah, draw some map.
Somehow I suspect a map isn't going to help very much.
We'll grab that NPC
Okay.
over there, the elf. What was his name? Guntram? Great.
So if you guys spend an hour drawing a map, I will allow the other party to use an unskilled survival check. How's that sound? Actually, you know what? It can be a D4 survival check. That's totally fine. Unskilled with a success, D4, D6 with a raise. Hell, why not?
so this hour would get rid of our -1 from being in the brambles. I think we should do that.
That's
Yeah.
right.
I'm all down with that.
Okay.
Spend your Benny to make sure you get a raise.
Good point.
I don't know what that means.
If you spend a Benny, you can re-roll, but you may not need to, depending on what your first roll is.
So I'm rolling a survival to make the map. Is that right?
Yeah, it'll be a survival check.
Off to the side and under his breath, he whispers to somebody else that might be near him that I am kind of surprised that he even knows how to draw.
Lady Iron chuckles.
I am going to spend a Benny.
I think if we get at least an 8, then we're going to get a D6 on our not getting lost check.
Hopefully he does not have to label anything with words.
You can draw pictures.
So I got a total of a 9.
9. All right, so that is a success with a raise. So that map will grant the other party a D6 survival check.
And it's all pictures.
Yeah, I was gonna, because you're illiterate, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. Well done. Yeah, you know what? You get a bend back for that. So you are, I believe, still at max. So then, you guys want to split up and go take care of this. And I know that Lady Iron and Otto are supposed to be the leaders of each group. Is that right?
Well, that's what Lady Iron thinks, at
I
least.
mean, that's what they're saying. But
I'm not sure if this is really a matter of combat, though.
I can't do this without your skill sets, but I'm going to go ahead and be the leader anyway.
That's what a leader does. He supervises.
Delegate. Yeah.
If once you get a job out in the real world, you realize that the people in charge, the managers, don't know anything.
Truth and fiction. So then, how are we going to divide things up?
There's an uneven number. So, I mean, Otto and Quilcrow are going to go, and then if either of the other two want to go with them, then I'll take whoever else. Otherwise, I'll take the last two.
Okay. Does that sound agreeable to
I
everyone?
don't want more on my team.
No, Marion does not want to go with Quilcrow.
I'll take whoever has the fewest authority figures.
Well, that's tied.
Well,
so they are okay.
I am less of a formal authority figure than the sentinel.
Okay, I will stay away from the sentinel then.
Oh, wait,
I am a
we
city
need someone to
guard,
climb our tree. We need someone to climb the tree.
Okay, so you've decided you're going after the one with the tree.
Well, he said he wanted to go after the dragon pearl, so...
and I believe, yeah, the story scarf and the dragon pearl are both together, and so that.
Okay, so she needs to go with them.
Mhm. I guess so. Although Quilcrow also has.
I can climb and.
Yeah, he's got leaf step.
I can wooja up there.
Yeah.
Wait,
but
which one
really,
was
the
up in the
whistle
tree?
and the Leafstone manuscript aren't necessarily
Story
up
scarf.
elevated anyway, so you guys don't need climb or leaf step for those.
Right.
So the whistle and the leaf stone are on the ground then?
Well, I mean,
Close enough.
you didn't hear that they were up high, so you don't know.
Okay, I got confused. I thought the leaf stone was up in a tree.
No, the story scarf is snagged on the highest branch of the oak tree.
Okay, great. I'll just take Mariana...
Yeah, that's his name.
I'll take Marmalade.
Take Marmar.
I'll take Marmar, and the rest of you three go have a party.
All right. So, since Lady Iron has kind of positioned herself as the leader, let's go ahead and do her first trip out there to start off. So it'll be the whistle as the nearest.
Yeah, I'm heading over to the whistle.
Marion's going too, so you guys can make your survival checks.
Do we both get to roll reading the
That's
map?
a good point. Yeah, just one of you, but you can choose which one. I guess it
You
doesn't
can do
really
it.
matter.
You want me to do it?
I'll let you do it.
All right.
So Marion ends up with the map that he was so skeptical about anyway.
Oh, I guess that doesn't follow very well. I'll read the map.
Well, but it's kind
It's
of
like
fun.
turning it one way and then the other.
Gives him opportunity to be frustrated even more.
Looking at it, this is a damn good map.
Is this supposed to be a tree or is this a wheelbarrow?
No, that's an octopus. I don't know why there's an octopus, but that's what that is.
I don't even know what that is.
It's what that is, look!
So a D6, I got a 7.
Okay, that is a success. So you guys are moving through the Blackwood at night, and you are kind of trying to skirt around not only wilderness that you can kind of see the signs of in terms of you're looking at the map and like the features that you're noticing on the ground are really not the same thing at all. And so you're steering clear of those, and at the same time you're mindful of pagans. Anytime you hear drums or anything like that, you're moving around, and eventually you do arrive at a pool. It's not very big. It's only about 20 feet wide, and it's mirror smooth. And since it's so dark, you can't tell how deep it is.
I heard a story about a place like this once. There was a woman who slept on the bottom of it, and she handed a sword to a man.
Yep, you get a penny for that one.
That's great, but we're not looking for a sword, we're looking for a whistle.
So do you guys have investigate?
I do.
All right, give me a check.
Got only a D4, but roll a
Better than me.
D6. Oh, my D6 exploded though. 6 and a 2. It only rolls 6s, 5s, and 2s. I've never rolled anything else on this.
That's crazy.
6 and a 2 is an 8.
An 8 total, so that's a success with a raise. Yeah. Then you find you're kind of combing around the edge of this this pool, and you actually hear it before you see it. You hear this kind of as this breeze whistles through the area, and you head over and you see the item. Let me make sure I'm not going to be spoiling.
I'm someplace standing kind of on the edge of the water, kind of craning myself forward, kind of looking to see if I can see down in the water, to see if I can see a lady in it.
Give me a spirit check. For you, Lady Iron, you spy this little whistle. It's no bigger than your thumb, and it's engraved with a wolf motif, and it's got a chain around it and everything.
Excellent. I wear it.
All right, cool. Let's switch back over to the other group as soon as I get the spirit check for Marion.
It was a 7.
A 7? All right. Yeah, you're looking down into the water and you don't see anything down there. It's like you can see maybe like a half inch into the water because it's so dark outside. It's past midnight right now. It's probably 2 or 3 in the morning.
Maybe next time.
Yeah. So, the other team now, who is going to be making the survival check here? I guess it's going to be Quillcrow.
It's going to be Quillcrow
Yeah,
for sure.
Definitely going to be me.
Otto's standing in front like he's leading the way, but depending how this goes, Quillcrow kind of like leans over his shoulder and points him in the right direction.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm going to spend a penny just in case. It's a 4 either way.
4 either way. Well, that is a success. So you guys are actually, and as a pagan, pagans usually set up their villages, or their camps, which are nomadic. They set them up on the fringe of wilderness so that they can be closer to elven magic. And maybe you're just naturally drawn to the fringe of wilderness, and so you guys have a much more harrowing experience than the others. But you do manage to skirt the wilderness successfully. You don't get sucked into it, and you arrive in. Actually, it's one of the lowest points in the valley, but you can see this just ancient oak tree right here. That's actually no, sorry, it's this one, and it's just craning up all the way through. There's like water down here and stones and stuff, but this thing is just like right up, punching a hole through the middle of all the other trees. So, if you would like to secure it, it will be a climb check from someone, or leaf step.
I'm going to gesture for... what is your face? What's your name? I forgot. I'm sorry.
Waiting Heron.
Yeah. Lady Heron to go up.
All right. 1d8 plus 2. So there's a 9. So.
Nice. So success with a raise.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. Then you managed to skirt your way up this tree pretty easily. It gets pretty difficult up toward the top, so I'm going to need one more climb check, and this will be at a -2.
And I'm gonna.
It's not with a raise though, is it? Because it's just a 7.
Oh, what?
7.
I thought you had rolled a 9 total.
Or my total score is 9 because of the +2 bonus.
Gotcha. Well,
Like
yeah, your
19.
your total is what will qualify for the raise or not. And since it was over 8, you did
Okay.
get the raise.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
the 4 over the requirement.
Right. Yeah.
1 at a -2. Okay, I'm going to. Well, first I'm gonna. So, 4, 6. So that's exactly 4.
Exactly 4.
Yeah.
You said?
So, would that be a pass?
It is. Yeah. So it's tentative for a little while. You get up there and the branches are really creaking. Wind in the valley is kind of picking up, but you're high enough that you can actually see all the trees spread out and going up these hills on either side of you. And ahead of you, you can see, like, you're looking up in the direction where the river is, but you are too far away to actually be able to see it. And you can see the stars overhead. It's just a riot of color. They're kind of chased with clouds, but on top of the tree at the highest branch, there's this tattered rat that's just snapping in the breeze. And you manage to grab it, and almost as soon as you do, you feel like you could do so much more wearing this thing than you could without it. Like, you just feel like you were destined to be a part of a great story. And as you examine the scarf, you notice that it is a patchwork of a lot of different scenes from stories. Some of them you recognize and some of them you don't. But you notice that there's a figure in each one of them, and the figure is red-haired with chainmail armor and a hammer in one hand. Like, it looks almost exactly like you.
Well, I mean, first I'm going to get down from the tree because, no sense getting too distracted and falling out of it while contemplating my future fame.
That's fair. All right, then you managed to get back down. And with these magic items, by the way, they have a magical ability, but they also have one that's kind of hidden. I'll go ahead and tell you the main one for each one of them. So for the Whistle of the Lost, for example, if you blow it, people who are connected to the whistle will instantly know the direction that you're in, and they can get at least a ballpark figure for how far away you are. And so it can guide you toward somebody, or them toward you, actually. It's a good thing to take with you if you think you might be getting lost. And then the story scarf, whenever you are wearing it, you are entitled to make a free trick during combat. And a trick is either an agility or a smarts roll, and it would be something like, kicking dirt in your enemy's face or waggling your nose at them and calling them bad names. And mechanically what happens is that you get a +2 bonus against them on your next attack. So that's what that looks like. And now you guys are in a position to do the rest of your checks. So let's switch back to the first group. And the Leafstone manuscript is 2 miles away from where you are right now. I'll go ahead and come clean. I forgot to make the second group make a second survival check, but, I'm tired. We'll do that. We'll make up for it in the next one. So you guys are going to need to make, Lady Iron and Marion. Oh, he dropped out. His computer probably butzed. But anyway, Lady Iron and Marion are going to need to make 2 survival checks to make it out to this next thing.
Great. I will make the first one now. Marion can't do it. He doesn't exist anymore. He fell into the lake.
He is no more.
Okay. The second one is 9.
9? Wow. And what was the first one?
2.
2? Okay. Well, the first one is going to result into a...
I was just rolling for the first one. I have... do I still get to use my wild die?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so the first time I rolled, without my regular die was a 2, and my second one was a 9.
Okay, so your first one was a 2, and your second was a 9. So, sorry, what is your total then for the first survival check?
My first survival check, I got a 9.
Okay.
On the wild die.
Gotcha. Okay, I see what you're saying now. Okay, so yeah, you're moving along, and you do notice that there are a lot of topsy-turvy things, a very similar deal to what you were experiencing last time, but you notice them well ahead of time. It's almost like you can look forward to the forest, even though it's night, and you can see where it's kind of twisting up ahead of you, so you know to take a different path. And eventually, you do arrive at a place where there is it's kind of rocky terrain, and let me see if I can find the picture here.
Oh, 3s.
Yeah, so you notice this kind of thing right here. There's this big copse of trees, right?
I have to go the second
Thank you.
mile still.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead and do that.
I got 3 both times, but that's going to fail, so I'm going to spend a Benny.
Okay.
5 passes, though, right?
It sure does.
Okay, then I'm going to just keep my 5, and I'm going to lose 1 Benny.
Okay. So then, what happens in terms of spending that Benny? You're walking through the forest, and you notice up ahead there's the twisting that you felt earlier, that you survived earlier, and you actually feel compelled to walk toward it, and you do take a couple steps in that direction, and then you kind of shake your head, and you're like, "Oh no, I realize what's going on." You master yourself,
Oh
and you
no,
get
what
out of there.
happens is my buddy Marmalade over there puts his hand on my shoulder and redirects me.
Ah, perfect. Nice. Teamwork. Way to go. I'll give you a back for that. All right.
I think I'm back to 5 then?
I believe so. So yeah, you end up in a place where there is a copse of tall trees, and there is a rock outcropping, and there's a tiny little brook that's flowing down there, and you can also see a similarly tiny little house that's right there. It looks like some sort of shrine.
Well, I approach the shrine.
Mm-hmm.
I approach the shrine. I investigate it.
All right, yeah, so go ahead and... actually, this one doesn't even require the investigation check. You notice the tablet. It's just sitting right there, and it looks like it's pretty secure. You just get the impression that it's not going to be blown about by anything. It looks like it's pretty heavy, you know.
Okay, I try and pick it up.
Okay. You pick it up, and you feel bolstered as you do so. And you think to yourself, with this thing in my possession, I could withstand more than usual. I am strong and sturdy with this thing in my keeping. And what that means mechanically is that it will grant you the armor power as a gadget. So there are 10 power points inside this manuscript, and you can use 2 of those points at a time to cast armor, which gives you a +2 to your toughness. And if you get a raise, then it's a +4 to your toughness.
Nice.
And it'll be a smarts check to cast it.
Don't have a whole lot of smarts.
Yeah, well, that is the downside. All right, welcome back, Jeremy. So,
Well, kind of halfway.
do what?
Said kind of halfway. I'm on my phone right now. I'm trying to get my laptop. I had to reboot.
Oh, shoot. Well, while you were gone, you guys almost got sucked into some wilderness. Lady Iron got tempted and was walking off toward the wilderness, but then you grabbed her shoulder and directed her back onto the right path.
Saucy minx.
That's right. And did you hear the blurb about the Leafstone manuscript?
Something about armor ability
That's
makes
exactly right.
her feel like she could withstand more punishment.
Yeah, that's exactly right. All right. Oh, and actually, Lady Iron, since you were the one that grabbed it, you also feel slightly more comfortable in out here in the wilds. It's almost like this thing is an anchor of civility, and it's not so bad that you're dirty and covered in soot and tired.
Neat.
Can I
Actually,
get rid of his old lady minus?
Your osteoporosis is clearing right up.
I do have a question. When I was searching for a shield before, did I find one?
Where were you searching for one?
When we were back in the tower.
You did not find one.
Understood.
Yeah, not. You would have found like a couple of beams that you could have like picked up and used as something to ward off, but it would have been a makeshift shield, so it would a +1 parry.
That's what a buckler does that was +1 parry.
Oh, no, you're right. Yeah, okay, then you find what is capable of functioning equivalent to a buckler.
Excellent. Good.
Cool. All right, so that's that, and you guys are there. So next we are going to switch back over to the other group, and you are on your leg over to get the Dragon Pearl. This is in a misty grove, and it is 2 miles away, but because we forgot the survival check from the first one, I'd like you guys to make 3 survival checks for this one.
You got it. So my wild die got a 5.
Nice. Okay, so that's a success.
So this second one here, my wild die is exploding to a 7.
Okay.
And then on the third one, my normal die is a 5.
Nice. Okay, yeah. Then you guys managed to make your way through. You were in sort of a trough in the valley, and you are traveling through the forest, and you move along a water course for a little while, but you are starting to make your way up. And as you're walking, you notice that there is a little bit of mist that's creeping in around you. It's gradual at first, and it's a little disconcerting because that's how dragons fly. They emit mist all around them, and then they can walk on the mist. And so you wonder, you start to wonder, is there a dragon on the way? What's going to happen here? But eventually you get to the point in the grove where it's actually pretty difficult to see. And so in order to find this dragon pearl, I'm going to need you guys to make investigation checks at -2, please.
Not notice.
Yeah, no. This is like a concerted search.
So if I don't have investigation, can I do something like tracking?
No, but you can do investigation. It would just be D4 -2 for you.
Okay.
Okay.
And with the wild die or no?
With the wild die, correct.
Okay, so what happens if you have to make a check at something you're not skilled at? Is it always D4 -2, or is it
That's
stat
right.
based, or what?
Yeah, it's D4 -2 always.
I got 14.
Whew.
Well, I'm not going to use that, Benny.
And you are unskilled, right?
I am. 2
D4 -2. 14, whatever.
You
And
did a great job. And waiting, Heron, were you about to say something?
Okay, and that's no wild die, right?
No, you get to make you get to roll your wild die as well.
Okay.
Wait,
Unskilled says you.
Yeah, right.
Well, someone made it, so.
Best in the world, says I.
I have a question.
What?
Does your wild dice still gets -2 though, right, for being unskilled?
That's correct.
Okay, because I assumed so, but then I was thinking maybe not.
All right. So you guys, you're wandering through the mist, and it's hard to make out at first, but eventually you notice that there's actually a glowing that's going on around you. The mist seems to be illuminated a little bit, and it's not like a white glow. It's like a reddish glow. And you keep getting closer, and then you look ahead and you see that there's this. It's like an ember burning in the mist. And at this point, the mist is pea soup fog thick. It is really difficult to see through, but you kind of grope your way through, and then you see this huge stone statue carved with stylistic dragons on it, and there are wisps of mist, but they're glowing red, burning like an ember. And down at the bottom, you see there is a skeleton that is bedecked with pagan imagery. And Quilcrow, this rings a chord for you.
So what kind of imagery is this though? Like.
Oh, what kind of imagery?
Yeah.
So this pagan is the same pagan from your story.
Oh wow.
And cradled in his hands, you can see the dragon pearl. It is black. It's about, let me switch off of the screen share for a second. It's about this big. It's about the size of your face. It's definitely something that would be a little bit awkward to hold in one hand. So if you were going to do anything complicated, you would have a negative, or you'd need to hold it in 2 hands, like if you were going to run and do tricks and stuff. But yeah, it's right there.
What are pagan burial rituals and stuff?
Pagan burial rituals, it's important for pagans to return to nature. They broker deals with elves, and elves are nature embodied. And so when a pagan dies, their body is the property of the woodlands, and just leaving it to rot is exactly what happens. Pagan falls, and you leave it behind.
I kind of walk up and poke the skeleton with my spear.
It crumbles.
It crumbles, the orb hits the ground hard, it explodes, you all die.
Oh man! Actually, when it crumbles, the pearl rolls onto the ground, and it does glow. Like you can see it flashes up with a little bit of flame. That was a nice addition. So I'm gonna give you a Benny for that, Lady Iron.
Wow, she wasn't even there.
It was nice.
I'm just walking through the forest and I'm just like, yeah, something feels good.
If Otto picks that up, I want to stay like 40, 50 feet away from him the whole time he's got it.
Okay.
The whole time.
I'll put it in my pack.
Okay, sounds good. And then Waiting Heron, you're with them too. Are you doing anything right now?
I'm also kind of keeping a little ways away, and I'm just kind of like, maybe we should get out of here. Dragon pearls usually come with dragons, I think.
That is totally fair.
Otto scoffs at their fear and boldly walks back the way they came.
Nice. I'll give you your 6th Benny for that one. All right, so you guys have recovered all of your treasures, so it is time now to make your way back to the Hall of Classics. Now, for the group that has the Dragon Pearl, that's 4 survival checks, and I'm going to go ahead and say that these are at -2 because it's getting into like the dead of the night at this point, and the Blackwood is kind of riling up around you more than usual. And then for Lady Iron and Marion, it is the same -2 penalty, but you guys only have to make 3 checks to make it back.
Hey, Eli, you want me to get super technical on you?
Sure.
Technically, we've only walked 3 miles. They've walked 4, so we get to walk 1 more mile before it's the same time.
Oh, yeah, so then you guys would get back before they would. Is that what you're saying?
We'd get back 2 hours before they would.
That's true.
I'm just,
yeah.
It's not a big deal. I'm giving you shit.
How slow do you think we're walking? 2 hours?
Well, and that's the thing. It actually dawns on you guys that you have been walking for hours and hours, and there has been no change in the night.
Oh.
Yeah, and I'm not even going to make you guys roll common knowledge. Like, this is... Time displacement is a feature of wilderness, and it doesn't usually happen unless you're inside it, but maybe being on the edge of it, as you are right now, it's stretching out time for you guys a little bit.
Alright, so I rolled for our first one. I spent the Benny, and I ended up getting a 10.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think there's any minuses to that because we have the map, if I recall correctly.
That's correct. Yeah. So well, no, it's still a -2 because.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you just said that. Sorry. So it's an 8.
Right. But still, 8 is a success with a raise, so that's well done. You actually find a shortcut on the way back. It looks like wilderness for a second, but then you realize that it's like a perfectly clean stretch of ground. And as you're walking along it, only as you're walking along it, though. Once you get out, it's a different story. But as you're walking along it, it's actually much brighter, like around pre-dawn, you know.
Does that count as 2 successes, or?
It doesn't count as 2 successes, but you'll actually arrive 3 hours before the other people.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Bragging rights.
Do what?
I mean, maybe.
Yeah, potentially. It depends on how they roll.
Yeah,
So
watch
go
out, Little Crow with his 30.
So my first was an 8.
An 8. Okay, so that is also a success with a raise. So you have negated their shortcut. You guys found one too. And you notice that while you're on this shortcut, it's a lot brighter too. You think for a moment that it's just the sun about to come up, and then you head back and you're like, oh, it's dark again.
Now, I have a power called Call of the Wild. Have a beast friend. Can I have him come guide us back?
Yeah. What kind of beast would you imagine could do that?
I was thinking something dog-like, so maybe wolf or coyote.
Sure, yeah. A wolf would be totally fine.
A spirit dog.
Spirit dog?
Or an imaginary dog, perhaps?
Yeah. Derek's character from the typical, the usual Blackwood game that we play has a pet dog that only he can see.
Oh, right. Okay. That's silly. Does my spirit dog or wolf dog guy do anything to my roll?
Well, did you successfully summon him?
I don't. I thought it was just something to do.
No,
it's
yeah, it's one of your powers,
W-
so you'll need to make a spirit check to cast it, and then he'll show up.
Okay. Spirit is a D6 plus the wild.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I do really want you to summon a wolf ape. That would be fun.
I rolled a 5.
5 is a success, and Derek mentioned a wolf ape. Those are basically like baboons, and they're kind of nasty versions of wolves. But if you made one your beast friend, you could totally have him lead you around.
Perfect. Love it.
All right. Yeah. Then you hear this like yip 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 yip, and then like up in the branches overhead, there's this rustling, and all of a sudden there's this wolf ape that just drops in front of you, and it's about it's maybe the size of like a bulldog or something with slightly longer legs. And it kind of drops in front of you and looks open. Its teeth are huge, like daggers sticking out of its mouth. Its lips don't actually cover up the teeth all the way.
So Aaron jumps like a foot in the air.
Yeah, you city gal. Dang it, you're max pennies. Otherwise, I'd totally give you one.
I'm gonna yip back at him, communicating that I want help getting home.
Okay. He
Getting
kind
back.
of like he does the whole like sniff around in a circle thing, and then he points in a direction, and he continues to do that as you guys are making your way back. So I'll give you a +2 to your check, so the
it's
-2 is negated.
Okay. So that was the first one. This is second of 3. Is that right?
That's right.
Well, we have 4.
I had actually already rolled it, but I can roll it again. I had a 5 on the original roll before I summoned the guy.
5 is fine. Yeah, so that would be 5 total. There's no negative. So yeah, you guys skirt your way back around that tree that you used to reclaim the story scarf, and you are continuing on your way. Now, the other group, did you guys make it all the way back yet? I know you cut that shortcut, but I think you had 1 or 2 other checks to make.
Well, we
The
only
second
need
one I
check.
rolled. The second one I rolled was a 6.
Okay, that's
I
right.
put it up in the chat there. I haven't rolled the third one yet. I was waiting.
I see it now. Okay, so yeah, then with that raise in the first one, I'll just go ahead and say that you guys arrived back at the hall, and it does indeed look like the sun is starting to come up. Third is a
Great.
15. Wow. Okay, so.
Yeah, my wild die exploded twice.
Nice.
Otto's feeling pretty good about who he chose to go with him.
Yeah, it turns out Quillcrow is a pointer too. But yeah, you guys make it to what?
It's all the yipping. Yip, yip,
Yeah,
yip,
I
yip.
guess so. You guys are yipping back and forth to each other. So you guys return and you make it to the clearing. And actually, you are pretty much right on the heels of the other folks because you found another shortcut, and this one was just a crazy one. It was like there was a log, and it was a big log, and it was a hollow log, and you looked through, and you could see that it was a totally different scene on the other side of this log, but Quillcrow, being a natural in the woods,
That's
you actually
awesome.
recognize the other end of it. So yeah.
The wild spans time and space. Great.
It's a messy situation. But you guys are all back at the hall now, so what's going on?
Well, the ancestor already dissipated, right?
That's right.
Well, I'm gonna go back and pray at the shrine anyways to see if I can get him to come back or not. I
Okay,
assume it won't work, but I'm gonna try.
sure. Give me a spirit check.
It's a
If you get a
D6.
raise, you'll get something.
I'm gonna get a raise. I got like 100 bennies.
Yeah, that's pretty much true.
Finally, the light of Oruniel is returned, as we see the sun coming up.
Ah, yes.
Okay, I got a 10.
A 10?
Yeah. I didn't even
All
roll my
right.
wild die yet.
So that is a success with a raise. If you want to roll the wild die to see if you get something even crazier, that's fine.
Well, no, I'm not going to. Unless I spend a benny, and I'm not going to do it.
Sure. But yeah, I mean, a success with a raise, you're praying, and you don't make contact with the classicist, but you feel the ancestor beads in your hand. They start to vibrate slightly, and you feel the comfort of your own ancestors. And in fact, one of them speaks to you. So which one of your ancestors speaks to you? What is this ancestor like?
This is my great grand matron,
Mm-hmm.
who I have styled myself after because she was
So old.
the first female sentinel ever.
Nice.
And I've always looked up to her and wanted to be like her.
Nice, yeah. Then she appears before you briefly, and she is wearing older armor. Her clothing underneath is more flowing. It's a gown. She actually looks like the perfect combination between a noblewoman's court dress and a warrior's armor. And she looks down at you, and she doesn't say anything, but she gives you just the barest crack of a smile. And she goes, and then she fades away.
So no questions then. Dang it.
Oh, well, you can, yeah, if you want to ask her something, that's totally fine.
Oh yeah, I was going to ask if, now that we have retrieved the items, how can we draw the attention of Sword and Tree and Sword, to come here so that I can defeat him in sacred combat? I don't know.
Sure. She says, she looks at you, and then she looks off into the distance, and she says, a fire may summon him, or you could seek him out.
Excellent. I stand up and I salute her, and then I let her just fade back into, ancestorship.
Okay,
sounds good. Yeah, that was great.
You know that family's still there.
They are, and they're pretty anxious to see you guys return. They're like, oh, you were gone for so long. It's almost dawn. How did it turn?
I hold up my whistle and gesture with my book, and then I look at Otto, who I expect to have everything else because I put him in charge of this.
Otto pulls the dragon pearl out of his pack and holds it forth. And I assume everyone else backs away very far.
And waiting, Heron, are you wearing this?
I'm still wearing the scarf. I just sort of gesture at it.
Nice.
Yes,
the hood up?
Oruniel is good. We have succeeded.
Is the hood up or down, Waiting Heron?
The hood's up.
Okay, cool. Yeah, then it's definitely like a tattered scarf, but and you all notice that there are a lot of seams on this scarf, and it looks like the person who's portrayed in all of these scenes is Waiting Heron. So the villagers, the commoners, they say, well, if you've recovered these treasures, I know that Three Rivers will be grateful. Can we please flee for as quickly as we can?
Not until the sun has fully risen. Only then will it be safe. Question: do I know?
Rudiel says that we should sleep some.
Sleep some? That's not a bad idea.
Question, Eli.
Yeah.
Are these artifacts of the Sentinels?
So they're not necessarily artifacts of the Sentinels. The Leafstone manuscript is definitely an artifact of the Classicists.
Okay. Are they still around?
The Classicists?
Yeah.
They're not around in this valley, but they are definitely a major force in the Blackwood itself.
Okay.
And then the story scarf may also be, it's actually not a classicist artifact, but it is an artifact that many classicists have used. It's just something that came up like, I guess, yeah, like Otto said. It was a woman who was telling stories to her children, and since then it's passed through the hands of many different storytellers, classicist and otherwise. The dragon pearl could come from anything, but it's just generically an errant treasure. And then
it came from a dragon.
Yeah, ultimately, yeah. And then the Whistle of the Lost would be used by Sentinels, certainly, but it's kind of in the same category as the Story Scarf. It's used by a lot of different people. No particular allegiance.
Okay.
And then the little boy comes up and says, "Can I blow it?"
Do I see any real reason why not?
I mean, so no, not really. I mean, I guess you could make like a common knowledge check and see if you know
Make
anything.
a common knowledge check.
That depends on who's linked to the
Yes,
listing.
because we often let kids play with priceless treasures.
Okay. So I got a 4 and then a 3, but I have a -2, so a 5.
A 5? Okay.
I have a-
So, what now?
Marion wants to speak up as this child is asking this. He says, actually, that may not be a bad idea, but if this whistle, in fact, does reunite people who are looking for one another, and the pagans are looking for us, are we not also looking for the pagans?
I don't think that's how it works. It's supposed to draw forth people who have some connection with the whistle, but it still might work for that purpose, because they're searching for the whistle, so they might be connected. But I don't know.
Well, it seems like it would draw people who are connected to whoever's blowing the whistle. That's what I got.
Yeah, and anybody could make a common knowledge check to see if like they remember a tale about this in particular.
Alright, so that's just a smarts check.
Yeah, smarts -2.
Okay.
I did still get a 5 on whether or not it's a bad idea for the kid to blow it.
You don't get any impression that it's bad.
9.
9. Yeah, I'll go ahead and let everybody else get their results really quick too.
Okay, well, if no one interrupts her, she'll probably let the kid blow in the whistle.
Okay, so he blows it.
I'm not yet. I'm giving them a chance to interrupt, but...
Oh, sure.
I have no idea.
Marion got an 11.
I'm not
Waiting
rolling.
Heron, yours? Waiting
Or
Heron, what was
maybe
your result?
okay, maybe I'll just. Did anyone pass?
Looks like Waiting Heron Marion got an 11, and I believe Quillcrow got a 10.
Alright, so.
Yeah, 9. But still, those are both successes with raises. And so you guys remember, you've heard stories about how the Whistle of the Lost is a thing that gets lost fairly often. It brings the lost together, but it is also an artifact of loss. And it's said that its magic dissipates when it's lost, and it only activates again when it finds someone else.
Yeah. No harm.
No harm? All right. So the little boy holds out his hand, and he's like, can I please? Can I?
To clarify, that sounds more like that means once you use it, it won't work for you again.
So the idea is that once you lose it, not once you use it.
Once
you lose it, the magic resets.
Okay, yeah. I kind of kneel down. I don't take it off the chain, but I kneel down and hold it out to him. So it's still wrapped around my neck, but he could blow it.
Okay. He blows it, and you hear a whistle. Is anybody else paying attention to this?
I'm watching.
Kind of seems like we all were.
Nobody else hears the whistle.
Wait, so I hear it and nobody else does?
That's right.
Ooh. Spooky.
And you guys are watching. Do what?
Otto mutters to someone, go out in the woods searching for broken whistles.
It's a broken whistle. What's wrong with the whistle? It sounds fine to me.
Marion will tousle the kid's hair. Sometimes you must try harder.
So the kid takes it and he's like, and it's pretty freaking loud, Lady Iron.
I come over here and no! I stand up and put my okay, it works.
Nobody else heard that.
Oh, it's a crazy whistle. You can only hear it if you are old.
Can the kid hear it, though? I mean, I assume the kid can hear it.
Yeah, well, the kid can hear it. The kid seems pleased as punch to have blown this thing.
Then how does he react to the old comment?
He's like, I'm not old.
No, not yet.
I think you can only hear it if you're not just, sinful and bad, because, innocent of a child, righteous, errant. Otto, why can't you hear? What did you do?
Have you met a child?
No, not really.
Maybe it only works 1 foot away from this whistle.
So, the mom comes, or the little boy's, Mommy, look, and he blows it again, and she's like, I can't hear anything. Can't hear anything, son. And he's like, what? Will you do it? And he holds the whistle out, but it's on a chain, so it's not going to go anywhere unless Lady Iron consents to it.
I let her come over and blow it, but I'm not taking it off.
Okay. She comes up and she blows it, and she's like, oh, well, son, you just weren't doing it hard enough. Listen. And she does it again, and you guys don't hear her, but Lady Iron does.
Okay. I take the whistle away. I'm like, okay. Obviously,
Otto says enough with this foolish whistle, so let's move on.
That's totally fair. All right, so at this point in time, the sun has pretty much started to rise, but it's taken its sweet time. It's pre-dawn right now, and it seems like it's been pre-dawn for, an hour.
I still say we should take a nap.
Okay. So do you guys want to set a watch while you're napping, or?
Yeah, Otto says it's the second watch.
Yeah, someone just blow that whistle if something goes wrong. It'll wake me up.
Okay. Lady Iron blows the whistle. Does anyone else hear it?
Nope. Well, the boy and the mom are like, whoa, yeah, oh, that's a piercing tone.
Oh man, stop. Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. Just whistle that when it's my turn.
Oh man. Okay, so you guys are going to sleep. Are you going to agree upon an amount of time to sleep, or are you just going to sleep until you guys are rested?
Enough so that they're rested.
Okay. Well, in order to avoid like a fatigue penalty or something, then they could sleep for like as little as, an hour and they'd be good.
That's good.
Well, being an old lady, I only got to sleep for an hour anyways.
That is true.
That's all you're gonna sleep for anyway, though. As an old lady.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying.
By the time you factor in all the bathroom breaks, yeah, it's... Okay, so you guys go to sleep for an hour. And is anybody going to actually remain on the watch, or is everybody going to sleep together?
Otto's a young, strapping man. He can stay on watch. He doesn't need to sleep tonight.
It is the second watch, Lady Iron.
Oh
No, it's not because we didn't
Marion.
sleep yet.
Marion
I fall
will
asleep
stay
in the
up.
middle of this discussion.
Marion wants to watch Runiel climb into the sky anyway, so he'll stay up.
Sounds good. All right, so then an hour passes by, and you never see Aruniel climb into the sky.
I hate this place.
Well, you immigrants don't like our country, you can leave.
Oh, man.
Wow, you are old.
Stay off my grass.
Youch.
I don't want your grass.
I'll give you a GM Benny for that one. That was too good. That's from my own personal stash, Lady Iron. Okay, so everybody wakes up then, and it doesn't seem like you guys have slept at all. Like, in terms of the atmosphere, it seems like it's the exact same time.
Do I feel rested still?
Yeah.
Great. I look around and then I look at Marianne and I say, "What the hell?"
You know, I fear that you may not be too far off the mark with that comment.
I think your god broke. He's not going up there in the sky no more.
No, it is this place. He has his work cut out for him, apparently, today.
All right. So, what are we doing?
What? Who? Okay. Who was told that fire brings
Soon.
the guy?
Lady Iron was told, but I think anybody who was in the
tavern
vicinity would have heard her.
I don't know. Can other people hear my ancestors?
Yeah, I mean, you guys heard the ancestor of the Classicus, or the ghost
Yeah,
of
but that
the
wasn't
Classicus.
my ancestor.
Well, yeah, but it wasn't anybody's.
Okay, so no one reacted to my great-great-great-great-grandmother just showing up and having a chit-chat with me? No one thought that
Enough
was
strange stuff has happened today. It all kind of runs together.
Well,
Some of
Otto
us kind of
votes
snickered a
to
little bit.
find the pagan.
Okay. Quilcrow, you mean?
No, the leaf stone or sword
Tree
leaf.
and sword.
Sword tree. Tree sword.
Tree and sword, yeah.
Tree and sword.
Okay, so
Oak
you would know that they're either in their camp or they're out and about. And like we had said earlier, pagan camps are usually on the outskirts of wilderness.
Would I know if the civilians would be fine on their own during the day?
Well, they wouldn't have the Blackwood to deal with as much anyway, but they would still have pagans, and if you split up from them, there's no guarantee that they would be safe. So the danger is less than it was last night, but it's not gone yet.
But to be fair, they're also... Before they got to the inn, they traveled alone.
Right, right.
Well, presumably they. Well, did they travel during the day though?
Yeah, daytime travel is pretty much an exclusive for the Blackwood.
But it's basically day, right? Like the forest is safe now?
Probably not day.
It's still kind of locked in pre-dawn.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it's like you realize that you hear a couple of birds singing, and what you realize is that you didn't hear any all night long. Like there were no animal sounds out there.
I believe in my ancestors, and I decide that I either need a fire to go looking for them, so I don't have anything to burn down besides this building I don't want to burn down, so I'm going to go looking for the guy.
Well, we may want to summon him a fair distance from the house anyway.
I'm not going to summon him, I'm just going to go find him.
Yeah.
Stab him with my sword.
Make sure they're far enough away.
If he's drawn to fire, there was a really big fire last night at the tavern.
Yeah, but
It
lit
will
that
absolutely
fire.
still be going.
So he might be there right now even.
That's a good point. I'll go back to the inn. I will tell them that I'm going to go find and kill Sword and Tree.
Okay.
Otto says, I'm going with you.
All right.
Should we leave someone behind to evacuate the civilians if necessary?
I shrug and say, there's magic here protecting them.
Okay, as long as it holds. If it keeps the pagans out.
I look at Marmalade. Is it gonna work?
Does the aura still feel like it's in place here?
Yeah, and in fact, like even though it's still not full daylight yet, it seems like it's maybe even a little stronger because it's closer to pre-dawn.
Okay. Yes, I believe that they are still safe.
And if the pagans show up personally?
Well, I mean, magic will keep the Blackwood at bay, but it's not going to keep, like, it didn't keep you guys at bay. It doesn't keep Quillcrow at bay, so it probably will not be able to withstand pagans either.
The pagans last night said they weren't coming to this building.
With the size of the fire in the victory that they had last night, I would imagine that they are probably still down there.
We should swoop in while they still revel in their supposed victory.
All right.
And if push comes to shove, we can throw a dragon pearl at him.
I like this idea. It'll start with, oh, so you like fire? How about this fire? And then you throw it, and then I'll be happy.
As long as they don't catch it and throw it back at you.
Yeah, and maybe you guys don't know what would happen if somebody were to try and catch a dragon pearl. That occurs to you all.
I will throw it very hard.
Like
Oh.
dodgeball.
I go over to the girl and I look at her scarf and I try and see if there's a picture of someone throwing a ball of fire at anybody.
In fact, there is. There is one. It shows just like it's like a fireball with the comet trail or whatever coming off of it, and it's just barely left her hand, but it looks like it's looking toward a whole group of people.
And I grab her by the shoulders and I say, "You'll be the one to throw the orb. It's written right here."
It's your destiny.
It's your destiny.
It's your destiny. Massacre the whatever race we're genociding.
Pagans.
Gray owls.
So, so is the duel off the table then?
Oh no, you will kill them all and then I'll duel the guy. He's not gonna die.
Mm-hmm.
He won't die. I mean, I'm gonna duel him to death.
Yeah, it's on your scarf. He's actually off to the side.
He has plot armor.
He has plot armor. The most powerful of all armor.
It's a part of the scarf that's tattered. It's hard to tell.
Could be. So I'm hearing that you guys want to go assault these pagans then.
Mm-hmm.
And you want to go check out the tavern to see if they're there.
Yep.
All right. And then what are you just going to be leaving the people in the building for now? You don't actually want to post anybody to guard them?
I don't personally want to.
Otto looks at the boy, says, "You're in charge now."
God, I wish I could give you a Benny for that.
Is there any way
okay.
to like give the whistle? Is there some way to like give the whistle to them if they're in danger? Like, is that something?
Yeah, you just give the whistle to them.
Great idea.
Yeah, okay.
Little big thing.
And we know at least one of you can hear it.
I take off the whistle, I give it to the boy, and I say, blow it if you're in trouble, and blow it at noon every day until I come get it back from you.
The little boy takes it and he says, "Wow, okay."
And I say, wear it around your neck. Never take it off.
He seems really excited by this. He's like, "Okay."
Otto says,
Sorry.
Otto tells him 1 blast if it's the wood, 2 blasts if it's pagans, 3 blasts if it's reinforcements for us.
A dragon.
Okay, 1 for the wood, 2 for the bad guys, and then 3 for a dragon. He looks at his mom and he says, "I hope it's a dragon." She says, "No, you don't, son."
No, you don't. You're just a stupid fucking kid.
Stupid fucking kid. Okay, so it's going to be a survival check to make it from this building back to the tavern.
Man, I wish we had a pagan who could lead the way.
I don't know, who should make that check?
Maybe one with some kind of weird dog, monkey kind of critter.
Maybe we should use the map.
Oh, the map! That's what we should use. I give Quill Crow his own map and tell him to take it to the tavern.
So Quillcrow, what are you feeling about all this?
I'm gonna take the map and then flip it on the back and be like, "This is where I put how to get back." It's not very successful because I got a 3.
Oh shoot!
But I guess I could use a Vinny. I got 2 3s again. I just rolled Yahtzee.
Alas. So you used a Benny and you still only got 3s. And you were doing this to sketch out a return trip from the tavern to the
No,
hall.
I thought I was just like escorting us there.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. So
You could use more than 1 Benny, you know.
you can if you want.
I mean, for the group, fine.
You should have used the map.
The map's pretty good. We didn't get lost using the map.
The map is pretty much his memory, so.
That'd be a 7 this time around.
7? All right, yeah. Then you managed to make your way back to the tavern. It is smoldering ruins, but as you approach, you can see the smoke coming up into the sky. And how are you going to approach this once you get close enough?
Are we close enough that I could find my way there?
Sorry, what was that?
From the backside, because they were on the front.
Okay, that makes sense.
Kind of skirt the wood down the hill.
And Lady Iron, what was it you said? Are you close enough?
Are we close enough that even I could figure out how to get to where they are?
Oh, yeah. You're within sight of the tavern at this point, so there's no more navigation needed.
then I just walk brazenly out there. Not hiding, not nothing. Sword drawn, shield at the ready, a little book hanging off my belt. I try and cast the spell. How long does the spell last?
It lasts for 3 rounds.
Is it an action to cast it? Like, if I was in combat, would I have to take an action to cast it?
Yes, yeah. And you can take multiple actions in combat, but every new action adds a -2 to all of the checks. So if you do 2 actions, both of them are at -2. If you do 3 actions, both of them are at -4, etc.
Okay. I just walk brazenly out there then.
Okay. Yeah, so you walk out there, and you can see that there are some tents set up, but a lot of the pagans are just sleeping out on the bare ground. Some of them are, leaning up against spears or clubs or what have you. Some of them are wearing their furs. Some of them are just naked as the day they were born. Most of those are the ones that are closer to the fire. And a few of them kind of rouse. It looks like Otto wants to say something.
No, just making a joke.
Okay. Is Laura still here?
Well, her camera's turned off, but maybe she got a phone call or something. What's
Otto
everybody else?
actually gestures to waiting here, and they go off to the side. And Otto hands her the dragon pearl and tells her to find a good position, and that she'll know when to use it.
All right. And then Marion and Quilcrow, what are you guys doing right now?
Marion, even though he's following the Iron Lady, is just shaking his head from side to side. This is a bad idea.
Yeah, I'm gonna be laying in wait, just that way if the shit hits the fan, I'm gonna just take off.
Okay, so why don't we call? Are you trying to hide, or are you just off to the side?
Yeah, trying to hide.
Okay. Yeah, so go ahead and give me a stealth check then.
7, then with whatever adjustment.
Nice. Okay, so it'll be versus a notice check, so I'll go ahead and make that now just to see. Yeah, so I say that Ty's good at the defender, and I got a 7 too, so you're good to go for now. But just barely.
And can they get a -1 for how brazenly I'm walking towards them, sword drawn?
A -1 to
what? To notice the hiding guy, because there's too much Iron Lady walking towards them.
Ah, yes. No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, so you can add a bonus to that, so he has an 8 total.
Perfect. Well, now's when I want Laura to have her lady throw an orb of fire and kill everyone.
Okay.
But she disappeared.
So, are you wanting to do that before you have any sort of role-play interaction with these pagans?
Oh, absolutely. I told them to surrender and they didn't.
Earlier at the beginning of the session, you mean, right?
Yeah, I told them that they were all under arrest and then they didn't drop their weapons. So, as far as I'm concerned, this is just the cavalry returning.
All right.
Otto approves this course of action.
All right. Well, since she's not here, somebody else could say that they have the dragon pearl instead and throw it.
Nope,
I
it's
know.
gotta be her. It was on the scarf.
Yeah. It's on the scarf.
It's on the scarf. It's gotta be her.
Well, okay. In that case, then I'm gonna go grab some water really quick. I'll be right back. I'm gonna see so I can hear it.
So, Alex, I'm really trying to figure out a way that Otto can go take the place of Lady Iron to fight the guy.
Yeah, I mean, if you successfully do it, Lady Iron will be pissed, but I won't mind.
I really want to fight something.
Yeah, me too. We haven't had a single combat encounter, and my character's best stuff is all fighting.
So is mine.
Yeah, speaking a little bit meta, I realized first of all that I really front-loaded this adventure, and then second of all, I didn't have a whole lot of combat involved, so I'm already thinking about how I'm going to revise it. Um, but yeah, so I don't really want to. I want to give her a chance to get back, but I also don't want to hold things up for too much longer. So,
just fluff it that she throws it, and then I don't care who rolls, but as long as we say her character threw it.
yeah, that'd be fine. I can even pull up the stats for her really quick too.
I mean, technically, I do have a throwing skill, so I probably should throw it.
She also has the throwing skill.
She does. She has a D6.
Oh, okay, good.
But yeah, either one of you is welcome to throw it, and Otto, if you have a D6 in throwing too, you might as well, and we can just say that she threw it instead.
Yeah, you just roll. We'll say she did it.
Okay.
I panicked and grabbed her beer instead, by the way.
Good.
What is my throw?
It's got water in it.
My throwing is a D8.
It's got water in it.
Yeah, somewhere.
I got a 5.
Anything less than a raise, spend a Benny.
Okay, I'll spend a penny. I got a 6.
A 6? Yeah, I mean, that's still not a raise, but it is a success on a throwing
Was
check.
I shooting for a raise, really, or is it just like...
I would like one, but I don't want you to go through all your bennies.
I'm trying to save them for fighting, because there's still a whole bunch...
That's true. This is an attack roll, and so if you were to get a raise, you would get an additional D6 damage, but you don't even know how much damage this dragon roll is going to cause anyway, so...
I'm not even sure it causes damage. I'm assuming it does.
Well, according to the tales, it does anyway.
Oh, good.
Wouldn't that be a shitty surprise?
You just threw it for
that!
Jim. It doesn't do anything.
Oh.
And actually, wait a second. You're the one who's throwing it, right, Otto?
I don't know.
Because you rolled your D8, right?
Yeah, I threw it.
Okay. So as soon as you grab it from Waiting Heron, you feel an incredible rush, and you have this idea in mind that maybe instead of throwing it, you just want to run straight into the pagan camp instead.
Okay.
And mechanically, this is the overconfident hindrance, and it's fluffed as foolhardy. So you are, as long as you hold the dragon pearl, you are interested in making some foolish decisions.
Well, I'm heroic, so I'm okay with that.
Yeah. But it's totally fine for you to throw it too. You can master yourself enough for that.
No, I'll self-sacrifice myself. I will run forward with it.
Oof. Okay. No,
Where are
you did.
going?
You you gonna respond to him?
Did he hit his head?
As you run into the clearing, you can see pagans starting to rouse from their slumber, and they're like, "Ah, a riverman!" And they, a couple of them jump up and grab their clubs and stuff, clubs and spears, and the alarm goes up, and the whole camp starts to be raised. And in the daylight, there aren't as many now. There are probably like 40 or so. That are visible, and only about 20 of them really get up and rouse their weapons. But that's what it's looking like.
Can I throw it at the group of them now?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I wait for them to... Huh?
You heartless bastard. No, go ahead.
Hey, what's my other thing called? I have a mean streak.
Oh, that's right, you do.
There you
Thanks.
go.
So I'll give you a penny back for that.
Yeah, and that triggers on killing innocents, right? The innkeeper didn't make it.
Right.
It's true. You guys have no idea where the innkeeper is.
So I throw this thing at the biggest group. And I'm hoping there's some people still asleep.
There certainly are some people still asleep, and there is a knot. So, like, this is about where the bonfire was built last night, and all of the pagan camp tents are around here. But yeah, you can see that there is a particular cluster of not only more than a few tents, but some big fancy-looking tents as well.
There's fancy tents? Are there lots of people near the fancy tents?
Not, well, fancy is a relative term. Like, some of them are small and look like they're pup tents for like one person made out of animal hide or whatever. And these tents are bigger, maybe like, 7 feet tall and 8 feet wide or something like that. They look like they could sleep more people, but they're not necessarily like higher quality.
Oh, that's tempting, but I'm going to throw it at just the biggest group that I see.
Okay, yeah, then that would probably be some of the people around the bonfire, and you are probably like just coming around the corner here. That would be acceptable. So if you want, you can do that.
Okay, so I threw it.
And you're just going to use your previous throw roll?
Heck, no, I'll throw it. I'll roll it again.
Okay.
Now I'm going to spend a minute.
Fair.
And I got a 6 again.
That's 6, all right. Yeah, so you do throw it, and all you needed is a 4 to succeed on a ranged attack, so you do succeed, and I need you to roll 2d6, and you do not roll your wild die since this is damage.
6.
6 total?
Yeah.
And you don't want to spend a Benny to re-roll that? Actually, no. I don't think you can. I don't think you can actually spend Bennies on damage. Maybe you can. I'll let you. I'll house rule it for this time at least.
7.
7. All right. Well.
Oh wait.
Was it a
Can
6 and a
can
1?
dice explode on a damage?
Yeah, they can absolutely explode.
Oh, okay. Hold on then. 11.
11. Okay. So their toughness, the pagans have a parry score of 6 and a toughness score of 6 as well. So you rolled an 11, which is a success with a raise. And so it's a medium burst template, so I will say that 2d6 pagans die in this fiery explosion. Oh, God. So that's 7, 12.
Does that dice explode too?
Oh, yeah. Yep, I figure it's only fair. So, yeah, 12 pagans are kind of in a knot. Some of them are just waking up. Some of them are looking at you, and one of them even, like, picks up a spear and has time enough to see this dragon pearl ignite in midair as you throw it. And it turns into this, like, fireball that's the size of, a watermelon or something. And it's arcing toward them. And he actually, just by reflex, throws his spear, and it connects with the fireball in midair. And then there's this huge boom, and like there's a brilliant flash. You guys have to look away for a little bit, and then you look back, and it's just body parts and fire everywhere, all next to the bonfire. And at this point, all of the other pagans are like, whoa, 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 and they jump up and they're to arms, and now it is time for some initiative.
Wait, can I take a free action to yell now?
Oh, absolutely.
His name is Sword and Tree, right?
Tree and sword.
Tree and Sword. I yell, Tree and Sword, you coward! Come fight me like a man! If you're even man enough to fight a woman.
All right, so Tree and Sword comes out of his tent, and he is wearing this fancy cloak here. And he is holding in his hand a falchion, a sentinel's falchion, in fact. And this priestess comes out beside him, and she has her arm on his shoulder, and she says, "No, don't do it." And he says, "Woman, get away!" And he shrugs off. And he says, "You have killed my people. I will kill you." And
You
his
have
sword
killed Innocence, I will flay you.
And he says, I am tree and sword, bane of this entire valley. Who are you and what glory do you claim?
I am Lady Iron, bane of cowards. Break yourself against my steel.
Lady Iron, iron is brittle. We will see if it can withstand my power. And he spits on the ground. His falchion is like covered in notches. And he says, no one fights until this combat is resolved. And the pagans are like boiling at this point. They're like super pissed. All they want to do is kill everybody. But they do not move. And so, let's do initiative between the two of you, I guess.
Groovy.
Marian's going to start up on his thing.
Okay, doing his song and dance?
Yep.
Can everyone get initiative? Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So,
How do you roll initiative?
I will. You draw cards for it.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. So, Lady Iron, you have a 10,
Groovy.
and Otto, you have a king,
No way.
and Marion, you have a 9. My memory's going. Waiting Heron, you have a 7. Quillcrow, you have a 9. And the bad guys have a king. Ooh. So, King of Spades goes before King of Diamonds. So, Otto, you have first action.
Okay. I am going to. I don't know. Okay. I guess this is an intimidate. I will come up back behind Lady Iron, and have my shield up and banging my spear on my shield, and very rhythmically.
Nice. And this is to. What's your intention?
To intimidate the guy.
Okay.
Try.
Yeah, then that would be opposed to his spirit check. So go ahead and give me an intimidate check.
I'm going to spin the Benny.
All right.
6.
6. Okay, and I got a 5. So what that means is that 86 tests of will. So yeah. So you get a +2 bonus on your next action against that guy during combat.
Oh.
What you might do instead is do a trick.
Yeah, I guess that's what I was trying to do.
Yeah, and so that would be a smarts roll. And if you succeed, then he has -2 parry to his on his next or until his next action.
Do I get my Benny back that I spent then?
Yeah. So go ahead and give me that smarts roll then.
Yeah, this I'm probably not going to do really bad at. Oh, hold on.
Maybe not.
I got a 10.
Nice. All right. Cool. So a 10 is a success with a raise, which means not only does he get a -2 to his parry, but he's also shaken. So he is going to have to spend this turn trying to recover from shaken. Well, not spend this turn, but he does have to do that before he can act. And he got, a 2 and a 1, so I'm going to spend a Benny and re-roll that. And I got, both of those exploded. So I got a total of 11. So he manages to shake off the attack, and he goes, no! And he, so when you were, beating rhythmically, he looks at it, and he's like, is this treachery? And then he realizes that, no, he's got an opponent he's got to focus on. So he runs after Lady Iron. And what is your parry?
Is he close enough he can run all the way over to me in one turn?
I mean, it's like 60 feet, so let's say he can run, but he can't attack. That's a good point. All right, so he makes it all the way over, and he closes with you, and he even trades a few blows with you, but it's not mechanically speaking enough to justify rolling an attack against you. It's just kind of like a first testing action to test your mettle. And now it is your turn.
Okay. So if I want to do 2 actions, I take -2 on both my actions.
That's true.
I think I'm just going to try and activate the... I'm just going to reach down with my shield hand and touch the holy book, the whatchamajig, try and get some extra armor. How much extra armor does it give?
+2, and it's a smarts check to activate it.
Oh crap, it is a smarts check. I don't have any smarts, I'm dumb.
Alas! But it is likely to explode.
It is likely to explode. I just need a 4, right?
Yeah, just a 4.
Alright, I'm going to spend a Benny because I rolled a 1 on both of them.
Alright.
They both exploded that time. Ones and then explosions.
Ain't that the way of things?
Okay, I got a 7 or a 9, so I got a 9.
A 9, okay, cool. Yeah, then you got a success with a raise, which means it's actually +4 armor, so that's added to your toughness.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Which will now be 12.
Dang. Okay. Noted. All right, so that happened, and now it is Quillcrow's turn. You doing anything?
I don't want to counteract the single combat to have everybody else come, so I'm just going to hang back.
Okay. And you're hidden right now, so nobody even realizes you're there. And actually, if you want, you could just put your turn on hold, and we can wait till the end to see if you want to do anything. Okay. Marianne, what about you?
So yeah, I'm assuming that people are starting to kind of gather.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're going to watch this.
So Marianne is going to start forming this, intangible circle as he leaps and flips and kicks and screams and hollers and shakes his bells and all that good stuff around and around and around and around.
Okay, cool.
And I'd asked a question in the chat, but I don't think you saw it. Do I have any reason to suspect that he might have any spells on him active?
You know, this is a fancy-looking cloak. You can't be too certain about what's going on.
Okay. As part of me doing all those leaps and stuff around, can I cast Divine Mandate on him?
Whew, yeah. So give me that.
Okay,
I believe
so
that's
smarts.
I guess to banish. So let me pull those rules up just to make sure we're doing it right too.
Oh, I am spinning a Benny.
Okay.
Okay, so that is a 4.
A 4, all right. The spell is an opposed roll of the caster's arcane skill versus the target's spirit. So.
Oh, okay.
All right, I'll roll that again because that wasn't a very good roll on my part. I got a 5, and you got a what total?
4.
Yep. So yeah, you are dancing around and you feel the magic of Arunial rise up around you, and you're focusing on this pagan guy, Tree and Sword, and all of a sudden he looks back at you and he kind of like, and the magic of Arunial dissipates, and there's nothing you can do about it. So that's that. And now it is Waiting Heron's turn. So
Okay.
What's going on?
So this is just like a single combat thing.
Yeah,
right?
but there are a lot of pagans around, and the guy, the pagan chief said no one fights until this fight is over, but pagan is not your chief, so you don't necessarily have to listen to him.
Well, I'm not going to charge into the crowd. I'm just going to, like, I'll hold, stay back, stay out of sight if I can.
Okay. If you want, you can make a stealth check because you haven't taken any action so far in this scene, so you can say that you're hiding somewhere.
Okay.
And I'll do an opposed notice roll to.
All right. Stealth 1d8 plus 2. Again, why don't I have that memorized? Okay. Fine.
And her scarf gives a free trick.
Yeah, so either an agility or a smarts trick to make an opponent have -2 parry until the next turn. And you can do that without the multi-action penalty.
Shoot, I don't know what I don't know what I would do though. I don't know how to think of this kind of stuff.
Sure, I mean it could
use
be
your
like a
sword.
smarts check where you taunt somebody or something,
Something like that. I don't know. I don't
You
know.
could use your dagger to reflect sunlight into his eyes.
Okay.
Ah.
Okay, I'll do that.
I was going to try that with my shield.
Okay. So what do I need to roll for that, or?
Great thought.
It's either agility or smarts, whichever one you
Alright.
think is more appropriate.
All right. I'm gonna check and see what's higher real quick.
Of course, Lady Iron disapproves of all of this.
Oh.
I approve strongly, but I mean, do it. Still do it, but Lady Iron doesn't want to know that you guys are helping her in her solo combat.
Right.
Well, she'll appreciate it when she's alive.
True enough.
So I have an ability that's
Um,
elven meddling. Is that something I can do on someone else, or is it only on myself?
Absolutely,
Um,
on someone else.
So is this the kind of thing where I can just roll a 4 and be good to go, or?
That's right, yeah, just roll
Okay, I
a 4.
got a 4.
Okay. All right then. Well, yeah. So, and you're doing it against the main guy, Tree and Sword, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Then you reflect light in his eye, and he's like, "Oh!" and he stumbles back, and he's just barely able to block some of Lady Iron's attacks.
Oh, do I
right.
just? I assume that doesn't go with the stealth check.
It does not. Yeah. You have not made any attempt to hide right now, so
Okay, so I can't do that this turn.
yeah, can't do both, unfortunately.
Okay.
All right, and that is the end of the round. So let's do another round. So, Lady Iron, I have a 3 for you, and ooh, Otto got a joker, making up for those early draws at the beginning of the game. Dang. Marion got a 7. Thank you. Waiting Heron got a 4. Quillcrow got an 8. And I got an ace. Shoot. Okay, so Otto, do you want to go first, or do you want to stick it out for now?
He wants
I can't
to
hear
mute
what
it.
you're saying.
Would I know what would happen if I attacked a pagan? Like, would the pagans just automatically attack?
If you were to attack a pagan, I mean, you would imagine, it looks like they really want to fight right now.
I'll wait a minute.
All right? You're a good guard. I wish I could give you a Benny, but I think you're maxed out. So you're going to wait, and next it is my turn. So,
I only have me at 4 bennies, so
oh, at 4? Really?
yeah.
Okay, well, now you have 5.
Okay.
All right. So, Tree and Sword is going to launch a fresh volley of attacks. And he has -2 parry. But here he goes to try and get you. So what is your parry, Lady Iron?
It's going to be 9 because I have 8 plus 1 for my buckler.
That's right. Cool. All right. So that is a 5. Does not work. I'm going to go ahead and spend a Benny. So he's attacking, and it's not working, and he decides no! He shouts no, and he's going to attack again. and that was even worse. So he actually like stumbles on a rock as he's moving forward, and that's his turn.
Batting the sword out of the way like he's a child.
And he's upset about that. Quillcrow. So I think you had said that you wanted to cast
Elven meddling.
Yeah.
Does it have a spell effect? Can you see it active?
Yeah. So the idea is that ranged attacks coming in, if you have deflection active, are at a -2 to hit, which is pretty significant because ranged attacks only require a 4 to hit.
Okay. I'll hold off.
And it is a touch attack, so you could do it on somebody else, but you would have to touch them to do so.
Okay. Then I'm gonna just keep watching.
Okay, sounds good. Next, it is Marion's turn.
Okay. So he's going to continue to make all kinds of fantastic noise
Nice.
as he spins around and pulls some crazy athletic maneuvers, and continues to offer up prayer for Oruniel's guidance to the Iron Lady's sword strikes.
Nice. Okay.
Does all
and is that
that haka type stuff where he's making all kinds of crazy noises.
I like that. So I'll give you a Benny for that description first of all, but then second of all, if you want to make that a smarts trick, you could give -2 to Tree and Sword's next action.
Yeah, absolutely. Smart. There's a 4.
4? All right, yeah, then he has -2 to his action. Or until his next action. -2 parry. And at this point,
Stack?
it does, but his last one was cleared out whenever he took his turn.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So then, it is Waiting Heron's turn.
Okay, and I'm wondering if I should just, pass the scarf on at this point, because...
Nah, girl, that's your scarf.
Huh?
I said, nah, girl, that's your scarf.
Yes, but this is not really Heron's. Heron's not really in a position to help. Backstabbing, I assume, is frowned upon in single combat.
Typically, I mean...
You know.
Only in some circles.
Let's see. Sorry, I'm kind of drawing a blank.
No problem.
I'm not sure how you could give the cloak to anyone specifically, but if you wanted to do that, you could try.
Yeah, I think it would need to be somebody who's not engaged in combat, so I guess anybody but Lady Iron.
Okay. Let's see. Sorry, I keep forgetting the.
What is it you're forgetting?
Okay, I'll hand it off to the pagan. I'll hand it off to I'll hand it off and I'll just tell him I don't know what it is about this, but it'll help you.
Cool. All right. So that's that, and finally,
she should totally make it shoot over, like Wuja style, where it just darts through the air.
Oh man, absolutely.
Hey, I'm gonna use a trick for that. Have him be distracted by the flying scarf.
That sounds great. Yeah, give me an agility check, and it'll be like you're passing it off to him, but it's also an amazing trick.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, I need to find a die. Alright. D8 for agility. Oh, wait, what happened there? What did that... Okay.
What happened where?
Okay, I guess I rolled the, I guess I already. Okay, the counter just went weird. I guess I rolled my wild die at the same time. I got a 4 on the wild die, so I assume that's enough.
Oh yeah, no, it is. Okay, so yeah, this guy he was already at -2, so he's now at -4.
Okay, so
he
okay,
is-
I'll just be like, pay whatever his name is, catch.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, so you throw the scarf off to him, and now it is Lady Iron's turn, and this guy has a -4 to his parry, which means he only has a 4 parry score.
I'm gonna wreck him.
Nice.
Before that, I'll jump in before that.
Okay.
And I'm not all that original. Is Marion? I mean, he's doing all that. Is he giving off any light at all? Just for as a trapping, I want him to give off some because I want to reflect light off him into the eyes of the bad guy.
What do you think, Marianne?
Well, typically that's one of the things that happens on a raise for one of his powers.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if that's something that he would just normally be able to do.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're cool with it, then hell yeah, he is.
Why not?
Okay, so then I'm using my shield to discreetly redirect the rays because of the way the shield is made. It concentrates it.
Oh, dang. Okay, and that's the +2 from the Joker. Awesome.
Yeah.
So give me that. I guess that would be a smarts check, too. Or agility would make sense, too. Either
Yeah,
way.
so agility.
Okay.
It's only a 7.
A 7? Okay. Yeah, but that's still a success. So now this guy has a -6 to his parry, so he has a parry score of 2. He's like,
Gonna get wrecked.
he's got light in his eyes, and he's like amazed that somebody threw a scarf so amazing as what happened earlier, and he's just having a terrible time.
He's getting frustrated because he keeps swinging his sword. I mean, I just keep batting his sword out of the way. I'm not even attacking yet. I'm just like, no.
Mediocre.
So I say to him, I see now why you quit. You weren't really man enough to handle any of the duties of a citadel, were you? You couldn't stick to your duties, and apparently you can't fight with a sword.
Oof. Mic drop.
I use fighting, right? I'm just gonna
That's
my
right,
fighting
yeah,
die.
fighting check.
You should get 2 bennies for that.
I'll give you a Benny, sure. Well, you're already at max. I can't. I wish I could.
Well, I was at 6, and then I got a GM Benny, and then I spent 1 to 5, so I have 6, but one of them's a GM Benny.
That's fair. Yeah.
Plus, I'm gonna probably spend one here. Okay, what's his 2?
2.
So I'd have to get a 10 in order to get a raise, right?
You need to get a 6 in order to get a raise.
Oh, I rolled a 9 on my fighting. When I attack, do I still roll my wild die?
Yeah, you do.
Okay, let's see if that gets a 6. It did not. But
Alas.
a 9 is enough to deal extra damage on my attack, right?
That's right. Plus 1d6.
I'm gonna just do that. I'm gonna spend a Benny. Because, I mean, maybe I'll roll a 10. No, I didn't. I just rolled another 9. Okay. I'm going to... I hit then with a raise, so I'm going to deal strength plus 2d6 plus 2.
That's right.
Okay, so my strength is... Oh, it's a dagger. Okay.
Yeah.
And can all of these explode?
All of them. It's kind
Great.
of crazy.
Great. Okay, well, the 8 exploded, and then I got a 4 and a 2. So it's 14 plus whatever I roll here. Another 2. So is that 16?
16? Okay. So he had an
Direct.
8. He had an 8, which means 8 is a success, and then 12 is a raise, and then 16 is another raise. So he is fighting you, and he's like trying like mad to get through your defenses, but he just can't do it. And then, what kind of strike do you hit him with?
Do I kill him with this?
Not quite, but it's close.
Okay. Then I just stab him right in the chest. Like I bat his sword out of the side. I bat his sword out of the side again, and he like goes off balance to attack me. And I, instead of batting him with my sword again, I block with my shield, and then I just run him through.
Nice. Okay. Yeah. So he like backs up in anticipation of the blow, and he manages to deflect it just a little bit so that it doesn't get him right in the heart. And so it's not quite fatal, but it's almost. And at this moment,
I immediately quip. Your heart is too small of a target to hit.
So at this moment, this woman, she screams bloody murder. She screams so hard that she changes into this weird-looking thing. She like snaps into being this hideous, just like haggard, crazy-looking thing. And now we're going to draw initiative for the next round. So, Lady Iron, Jack.
I immediately quip again. You've got an ugly girlfriend too.
Oh man. Yeah, you get a penny for that one too. Otto gets another Joker. Holy crap!
Oh shit!
I can't believe it.
I am taking down the ugly girlfriend.
Marion, you get a 10. Waiting Heron, you get a 2. Sorry. Quillcrow, you get a 6. And the bad guys get an ace, just so everybody can see it. All right, so first of all is going to be Otto, if you want to.
You said the bad guys get an ace. Is creepy girlfriend doing something this round?
You can delay and find out.
Okay, I'm going to delay and find out.
Okay.
I think you get to interrupt her with the Joker, right?
Right.
It's true, yeah, you can.
Okay.
So it turns out that she is going to do something. She is going to throw her hands out to the side, and she's going to say, "Elves, come to me, I need your magic."
Okay, before she can finish her sentence, though, I run up to her.
Okay.
Does that also count as casting a power?
It sure does.
Okay, I would also like to take an interrupt power.
Do you have an interrupt?
Divine Mandate?
Oh, yeah, but I don't think you can cast that as an interrupt. I think, because the only reason why Otto's able to do it is because he has a Joker.
What? Part of the description of the power says it can affect a spell already in effect or counter a power as it's being used.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, she hasn't officially cast yet because Otto jumped in, but she'll be casting right afterwards, so we'll resolve that second.
Sure thing.
So, Otto, show me what you got.
Well, he yells up, "You break the oath of single combat." Therefore, it justifies me to attack her. And
girl.
so I run up and shield in one hand and just thrust with the spear straight at her.
Nice. All right, give me a roll
She's
for that.
making a very good target with her arms wide open.
It's true. Her parry is only 5, so you stand a good chance. Her toughness is 7, but her parry is only 5.
Well, my fighting is a 10.
We will see.
It'd be nice if my dice stopped falling off the table. You said defenders win on a tie?
That's right.
Oh, but I get a +2.
That's true.
So I got a 7.
All right, so that hits.
Get a +2 to what?
Because you got a Joker.
Yeah, the Joker.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so I hit.
Hmm?
Do I get a +2 with my damage for the Joker?
You do.
Ooh, my wild die exploded. And I got a 1 on that. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Holy crap! And her toughness is 7, so that's a hit with a raise. So she's shaken and she has a wound. She's going to go ahead and try and soak that, which is a vigor check. And so I will make that roll now. Ooh, that exploded. So that's a 9 total. Yeah, so she did soak that and got her wound removed. So basically, like, you shove your spear at her, and it should have, like, taken a chunk out of her neck, right out of her jugular. And she just barely manages to, like, dodge out of the way so that it's just barely a scratch. And now it is the bad guy's turn, and battle is pretty much joined. So you guys have about 40 pagans that are about to be boiling over your position. First of all, I'll do Tree and Sword. So Tree and Sword is going to attack Lady Iron, and he's going to say, oh no, he's shaken, so we have to recover from being shaken first.
So I think he should yell at all the pagans to stand back, like he told them to.
He will, yeah, he'll absolutely, yeah. Stand back, I said, but nobody's paying attention at this point. He did get a 4, but he has 1 wound, 2 wounds?
He has 2 wounds.
He has 2 wounds, so it's at a -2. So he's attacking, and he's trying to attack you, and then he turns around and he's like, I said no fighting! But the pagans don't listen to him. And then the woman lifts up her arms, and she's getting ready to, like, you can tell, Marion, you can see that she's, like, drawing in this magical power. And you want to banish it?
Yeah, so, like, I've been, still leaping and dancing around in the circle, and now I want to end, like, in the space of the circle that's closest to her, directly facing her, and I'm going to, like, clack my bell,
Nice.
the large bell that I carry, directly in her direction, and
Nice.
use Divine Mandate once again.
Cool.
So it's a spirit? Right.
Yes, a spirit roll.
All right. Let's see here.
And I
Is it
got a
opposed
7.
to anything, or is it just a target?
It's opposed to my spirit, and I got a 7.
Okay, I would like to spend a Benny if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay. There we go. 8 and a 3 is 11.
11. All right. Yeah. So she lifts up her hands, and she like pulls this. It almost looks like a vine of energy that comes down into her hand, and she throws it right into the middle of where, like, you guys are kind of triangulated somehow, and she throws it right into the middle of that. But as it's being thrown, it just like and fizzles away, and she's like, ah! She sees.
Yeah, it's because the sunlight completely, like, deteriorated it. Ooh, it like wilted it.
I like it. I like it a lot. All
I
right.
like it a lot.
So Otto, you are closest to all of these pagans. What is your parry score?
Ten.
10. Holy Lord. Okay.
Jesus.
So 3 of them come up to you, and they're each going to get a gang-up bonus, which is a cumulative +3 for each of them, since there are 3 of them. And they're going to try and attack you. Here's the first attack. That missed. Second attack is a 7. Third attack is also a 7. So all 3 of those attacks miss. So basically, these pagans come over, and they've got spears, but they can't get through your defenses. You're just a nimble little bimble. But one of them... Oh, Marianne, are you about to say something?
Yeah, sorry. Just my question for curiosity's sake. So the +2 from his Joker, does that also get figured into his defenses, or?
No, just his actions.
Okay, I see.
Yeah. Yeah. So then, but another pagan runs over to where the dragon pearl is resting on the ground and picks it up. Doesn't have an action to throw it, but does pick up the dragon pearl. And now it is. Actually, it's Marion's turn. I don't know how it works to use Banish as a reaction, but it seems kind of overpowered to be able to have a turn after that.
Yeah, I'll just use it as my turn.
Okay, sounds good.
That's fine.
And actually, it should be Lady Iron next anyway. So.
Someone go kill the penguin with a dragon pearl, would they?
Yeah, that would be not a bad idea.
So I say to him, and on top of it all, you're a failure as a leader. Your men do not respect you. You die worthless.
Ooh, man. Let's see. So his parry is back up to 8 now, I think, but he's still going to have a bunch of negatives, so he's personally ineffective.
Yeah, but I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him. Don't even worry about it. Yes.
What do you got?
My my D10 exploded.
Oh.
Okay, I got a 16. Do I add anything to this?
Oh my God. No, but you do get to add a D6 because you got at least one raise. So you add a D6 to your damage.
I am gonna wreck this dude. Okay, let's see. Oh, my D8 exploded again!
Oh my God.
Man, I don't even know what to tell you. It exploded again.
All right.
Oh, I got really excited there because I thought it exploded again, but that time it was a 6.
Too bad. It's still pretty damn high. It's 24
Okay.
without any of the other dice.
So let's see. 8 plus 8 plus 4 plus 6 plus 5. 1,021,000.
So, yeah,
Oh.
31. Yeah. God. Well,
Okay,
his
this time I cut off his head.
Absolutely, yes.
I've been rolling so fucking well with these dice. Like, ever since I bought them, they've always rolled well.
That's wonderful. I love finding a good pair of dice. Yeah, so he's like coming in, he's doing like these last desperate attacks. He's actually kind of limping on one leg because he's wounded. And you just savage the dude. Cut his head off right there, hold it up in the crowd if you want to.
No, I just cut his head off, and I flick his blood off my sword. And then I turn and look at the rest of the people, and I was like, your leader has fallen. You are nothing before us.
Poof. I'll let that be a free test of will, so you can make an intimidation check against everybody.
Can it be to make the one guy drop the dragon thing?
He drops it and it explodes and kills all the rest of them.
That's what I'm hoping for.
If you want to focus it on that one guy, that's totally fine.
I do focus on that one guy. I rolled a 1 and a 2, though. Okay, I'm going to spend a Benny.
I got a 7, so that's what you've got to beat.
I'm spending a Benny. No. I'm spending another Benny.
Alright.
Waiting Heron absolutely has to be the one who throws something at the guy that's holding that orb.
How many Bennies do I have? I just spent 2.
You should have 3 left plus the GM Benny.
I'm going to spend another one.
Alright.
Oh my god. Okay.
Okay,
This one is he's done. He's done rolling well for me. Spending another Benny.
Alright.
Oh, there we go. Thank fucking god. Okay, a 6 and then anything. Wait, is he the defender?
He is the defender, yeah.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I got a 6 and a 5.
Okay, yeah. So I got a 7 total. So you definitely beat me. And the dude sees this happen and he's like, "Holy zonks!" And he kind of like fumbles. Oh, he fumbles the dragon pearl and he's gonna have to make a. Oh, he dropped the dragon pearl. So I rolled a 1 on an agility check. You really dropped the dragon pearl. So that's a 7 damage total. His parry or his toughness is no better than 6. So he drops the dragon pearl and he gets knocked back by the force of the explosion. However, the dragon pearl is pretty close to the bonfire. Was anybody else close to the bonfire? I don't think Quillcrow or Waiting Heron were, and I don't think Lady Iron was, but maybe Marion or
I
Otto?
was on the outside of the circle, wherever was closest to the witch.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
if
then that would have been
close to the
pretty
bonfire,
close.
that'd be me.
And if Otto was engaged in combat with it, then with the witch, then he would have been right there too.
I thought they were further away from the bonfire.
I mean, there's not a whole lot of space, but if you guys want, I'll say it's an agility check for you to be able to avoid this damage.
Okay.
And even then, 7 doesn't beat toughness anyway, so it's not like it's going to hurt you. I don't know about Marion, but it doesn't beat
Yeah, that's for me.
Yeah.
So, what do I have? 1 Benny left?
You have 1 Benny and 1 GM Benny, yeah.
I got a 5.
5?
I spent the Benny and I'm re-rolling.
Okay.
I likewise got a 5.
Nice. Okay, yeah, then both of you guys, the fire, like, licks out, but it doesn't actually push you back or burn you or anything like that. It's just, like, a really surprising moment for a second.
Did it get the witch?
No, it didn't get her. Now, Quillcrow, it's up to you. What do you got?
I want to step out in the scarf thing. I want to wuja it over to grab the dragon pearl. And I want to whip it back to waiting Heron so she can throw it like on the scarf.
Nice. Okay. So let's call that, it would be probably an agility trick of some kind, but I'm going to say that's a pretty impressive move, so it's going to come at a negative... I think I got to go -3. It's going to be a massive trick.
So I have to explode.
Yeah, but I will give you Benny for that because it was pretty awesome. So you do have 1 to burn.
Let me see how many I've got. I have 2 left. So 3 with the one that you just gave me. So.
Yeah, I do have you listed as having 5 though.
I spent some earlier.
Oh, okay. So you've got 3 then.
Yeah.
But you did spend 1?
Yeah, so I just spent 2 more.
Okay.
I got my 8 to explode here.
Nice.
And then a 6. So 14.
14, yeah, that absolutely works. And you know what? It's flawless.
Perfect.
Cool. All right, so that's your action.
Can I have the cloak or scarf go to her as well at the same time?
Oh, sure. Like you're just going to throw the whole thing to her.
We'll just move her.
You go right ahead. Yeah, so then Waiting Heron, you once again have the story scarf, and you have a dragon pearl inside of it, and it's your turn.
I'll say, it's your destiny.
I have a question though.
What do you got, Otto?
If what's his name? Quillcrow used the story scarf as his free trick.
Mm-hmm.
Was that his free trick so he can still have an action?
I'm going to say that he can't use the story scarf in the same round that he's getting rid of it, so no.
Okay.
That's fair.
I did quite a bit.
Yeah.
It was like he did 2 trucks in 1 inch anyways.
Do what now?
I said that was kind of like 2 tricks in 1 anyways.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive. So, Waiting Heron, what do you got?
Okay, do I have any idea what the blast radius is going to be like with the...
It's based on, in the mechanics, it's a medium burst template, but that's only if we're using a grid and we're not. And so it's like 10 feet blast radius.
Let's see. So obviously not enough to take down the 40. How far away is the priestess lady from anyone else? Like, can I?
She is engaged. She's engaged in combat with Otto, along with 3 other pagans, and then there are a few knots of pagans that are kind of all around and looking to get into a fight. And so earlier, the Dragon Pearl took out as many as 12 other pagans. It could do something similar. And so it's just based on where you throw it.
Okay, then, let's see. So,
now, does the blast radius get bigger on a raise?
Sure, yeah. Let's say it extends to 15 feet.
let's see, so... Alright, then okay, then, like, are the ones on the other side, like, clustered, or?
Yeah, they're definitely, like, they're all kind of forming together into bands of people that look like they're going to come over and try and gang up and hack people apart.
Okay, then I'm going to throw the pearl into the thickest part.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so then give me a throwing check, and throwing is a ranged attack, and so you only need to hit 4 to be able to hit people.
Okay. Okay, so okay, I just need to look up what that is. So is it just like a regular?
It's a skill check, and so I think you've got.
Oh, I have
maybe
D6, yeah.
Throwing? Yeah.
I have a D6 in throwing.
And don't forget to roll your destiny dice.
Yeah, the wild die.
Oh, and
Yeah.
her destiny die.
What?
Well, I mean, she's got a scarf with a picture of her throwing stuff on it. I'm pretty sure she gets an extra die.
Ah, it is true. It's a pretty sweet thing.
Wait, what does the destiny scarf do again? Oh, that's right.
You get a free trick, and by doing the trick, you can lower an opponent's parry score by 2.
See.
So could she like yell out something as her free trick that would potentially, before she throws it?
She could, but because
Okay,
it's a ranged
gosh.
attack, it's not actually against somebody's parry, so it wouldn't make it any easier for her to hit them. She could do a trick against somebody else, yeah.
Okay, so the 6 exploded. Then I got a 1. Can I use a Benny to like re-roll the like follow-up roll?
You don't need to.
If you were to spend a Benny, then you would start over completely, but you might still get a higher roll.
Well, I'll go ahead and take the 7 then.
Okay. Well, their parry is 6 that I had established earlier, so it does hit them. It doesn't kill them, but they are all knocked away and they're like covered in burns and stuff like that. So they are feeling pretty gross, and it does affect 6 of them. You managed to ice 6 of the pagans that way, so that's 18 total that you guys have harmed in some way or another. You guys have almost harmed half of these guys. And now for the next round of combat. So Otto, you get, or not Otto, sorry, Lady Iron, you get a queen.
Cool.
Otto, you get a jack. Marianne, you get a king. Damn. Waiting Heron, you get an 8. Quill Crow, you get a 5. And I get a 6. So I go second to last. First up is Marianne. What do you got?
All right. So he's glowing with some kind of radiance of the sun here.
Yeah.
He is going to. Oh man. Yeah. He's going to run forward and kind of get closer between where another knot of these pagans look like they might be closing with Otto.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to put himself in between them, and then he's going to say, "Just as Oruniel gives, he also taketh away." and then he's going to actually make it darkness around him.
Nice. Okay, that's awesome.
So it's a spirit.
And you get a Benny for that. That was a nice quote.
Thank you. 5 on the
A
spirit.
5?
Yeah.
Yeah, then you succeed. A sphere of 20 feet around you is cloaked in night black darkness.
Yeah, and I would like to try to not have Otto be in that.
Okay.
all
Yeah,
possible.
you could definitely. I mean, movement is a free action, so you could move
Right.
over and be in the midst of some pagans when you do that.
Excellent.
Cool. Maybe even the ones that just got hurt, so they're already shaken. Now they can't see anything.
There we go.
That's pretty awesome. Okay, so that's that. Next
Can he pick
is
up a used dragon pearl as he's doing that?
you could do it on your next action. Pick it up and throw it. But anyway,
I was just curious.
Lady Iron, you're up next.
All right. So my armor spell just wore off.
Uh-huh.
Is there a way I could just move into a large group of them and attract their attention?
Sure, yeah. That would sound a lot like a taunt to me, which would be a test of wills against their smarts, and they are not very smart at all, so that's a pretty good chance. And then what it would mean mechanically is that you have a +2 to attack them, and so you could attack them in the same round, but then you would get the multi-action penalty.
Okay. Would I have to attack them this round, or could I attack them next round and still have it?
Yeah, you could wait until next round.
So I would taunt them, and then they would go, and then even if they go again, I can still attack them at bonus.
That's right. Yeah, it's
Okay.
your next action against them.
Then I'm going to cast the spell and walk into the middle of them and try and attract their attention.
Nice. Okay, so give me that taunt then, and if you don't have the skill, then it'll be a D4 -2.
Intimidation, is that it?
Intimidation would work too. That would draw their attention as well.
Okay.
That's opposed to their
I'm
spirit,
going
which is a
to-
little higher.
I'm going to walk over and say, I am Lady Iron, Swordbreaker, Tree Slayer, and I will bathe in your blood.
Nice. That's awesome. I'll give you a Benny for that speech.
Good, because I spent 4 bennies
Right?
to intimidate one dude. Okay, let's see how that wild dice fares. That's better. Do I have to do versus something of theirs?
Yeah, but they got a 5.
Oh, I spend my thing then because I also got a 5.
Okay.
And they're defenders. I want them to win.
Tis
Okay,
true.
well, one of them got a 6 and a 1 is a 7.
All right, cool. Yeah, then you succeed. They look at you and they're like, "Oh no!" And then they're like, "Okay, well," and they kind of circle up, but they're very tentative around you.
So now it's a smarts thing to use my armor spell.
That's right.
My check is 4.
Well, if you want to do multiple actions in a round, you have to declare it ahead of time because it incurs multi-action penalties.
I wanted to cast the spell and then walk in the middle of them so they would attack me.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. In that case, then for your intimidate, you would just subtract -2 for the multi-action penalty if you haven't already.
Okay, sure. I'll subtract -2.
Okay. And that puts you at 7 or 5.
I guess it'll put me at 5. I
5.
wanted to cast the spell primarily, and I just wanted to walk over there so that they would attack me.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, they're focused on you right now anyway. You wouldn't need necessarily a smart or like an intimidation or something to draw them over. Intimidation would draw more of them over, but there's still plenty for you to handle.
Well, I already rolled for it, so I'll get a 5, which means that tie goes to them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
So
then-
they're not like they look at you and they're like, yeah, but there's still a ton of us.
But I did get a total of a 6 minus 2 is a 4 on my armor spell.
Okay, so that's still, yeah, you still get your +2 armor for the next 3 rounds.
When I intimidate them, I get my charisma bonus, +2. They're still scared.
Ah, nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, yeah. And you will get a +2 to attack them next time.
Good. And my toughness will be 10 for 3 rounds.
Sounds good. All right then. So next it is Otto's turn.
So there are 4 people around me now, right?
That's right.
I take my spear and sweep the legs of everyone around me. Just go in a circle.
Nice.
And I yell out, "You will feel the power of the Elder King's justice."
Nice. All right. Yeah, that deserves a Benny. And sweet.
I got... What is there, Perry?
So it's 6, and you make a single fighting attack and apply it at -2 against everybody.
And tie goes to the defender, right?
That's right.
And I'm spending Benny.
All right.
And I'm spending another Benny.
All right.
I don't know how many I have. Yeah.
Don't forget your wild die.
I am. One more. Sorry. Damn it. I keep only getting a 6.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's not good enough. So,
I know. How many pennies do I have left?
how many have you spent so far on this?
3.
3? I think you still have 3 left. 2 left, something like that.
Oh, yeah. I want this to work. Gosh darn it. Okay.
One more?
Yeah, I'm switching D10s though.
Not a bad idea.
Hey, there we go. 7.
Nice. Okay, so you attack them. Now you resolve damage separately for each of them.
That didn't take too long, did it?
No, not at all.
Okay, damage is strength D6 plus 2.
Okay.
Okay, I really gotta keep my dice separate. Because it's a problem when your D6 rolls into all your other D6 and you don't know which one of those.
It is a problem. And their toughness, by the way, is only 6. So if you beat that, then you damage them.
First one is 9.
Nice. That works.
Second one is 8.
Nice. That works too.
Third one is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And the fourth one is 7.
Nice. So 11 actually for the raise. So that guy, you straight up cut his leg off when you're sweeping. And the other ones are all successes, so they all like fall backwards as you trip them. And did you attack the witch as well?
Yeah, that was one of the 4, right?
Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. And so she gets knocked back as well. And I think she wasn't shaken and she had no wounds. So, yeah, she's shaken now. And it is Waiting Heron's turn.
Okay, this is going to be a little bit tricky. Is there some way I can, like, throw rocks or something? Because I don't have any ranged weapons, and Heron's not really meant for...
Don't you have darts, I think?
Yeah, you do have darts.
Oh,
they
I do?
are D6 minus 2, I believe, damage.
All right, let me see. I didn't see that on my. Okay, there's the darts. All right. Let's see. I'll. Yeah. All right. I'll target one of the guys that Lady Iron's fighting.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, then you can definitely get in within range and give me a throwing roll then.
Okay, 1d6 minus 2, did you say?
Yes, 1d6 minus 2, but you'll do the throwing skill to be able to hit them in the first place.
Okay. What's the 3/6/12 thing? I'm not a character sheet.
The 3, 6, oh, that's the range. And so basically it's measured out in inches, and each inch is equivalent to 6 feet on a grid, on like a grid map.
Alright, so... Okay, with this, d6 to hit. No. Oh, for crying out loud, I'm using a Benny because this is embarrassing. Okay, there we go. Does it even matter if I, Okay, so there's a 9 to hit.
A 9 to hit? Yeah, so that hits just barely not with a raise, though, so it's still just strength plus d6 minus 2.
Okay, strength. Okay, I need to look at the strength is again. Strength plus d6 minus 2. Four, 6. All right, I'm gonna. Oh, oh right, I can't do damage rolls. 6, 2. So 5.
5 damage?
Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, so the dagger flashes out, and it actually hits handle first on one of the guy's shoulders and bounces right off, unfortunately. But it's the bad guy's turn at this point, and they look around. The witch has just fallen down after being knocked down by Otto's great prowess, and there have been explosions and all sorts of stuff. A few of the pagans have actually deserted at this point and just run away. The pagan witch looks at the carnage of her people, and she just shouts, "Retreat! Fly! Into the trees! Into the forest!" And so all of you who are adjacent to a pagan are welcome to make parting attacks against them. You can only make the one attack, except for Otto, who I guess could make one more against everybody. But this will be their orderly retreat. So attack now or forever hold your peace.
So I can attack the witch?
Sure, yeah.
I'm just going to attack her.
Sounds good. And she is prone, which I believe makes her a little harder to hit. Prone defenders are -2 fighting, -2 parry. Never mind.
That makes her easier to hit, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I usually find it's easier to hit it when they're laying down.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of my dark area, so I don't know if I can even see them in order to attack.
Yeah, probably not.
Can we make a ranged attack?
Sure, absolutely.
A 6 hits,
Otto,
right?
6 does hit because she was a 5 parry and -2 is only 3. So it's almost a hit with a raise.
Really? Okay. I'm going to spin the Benny then, my last one.
All right. See what you get.
I got a 7.
7 does hit with a raise, so you add +1d6 damage.
All right.
Kill her.
I'm trying. Ooh. 15.
15. Wow. Well, her toughness, I think I said, was 7. And so 7 is 11. So a hit with 2 raises, so she's shaken and she has 2 wounds. You didn't kill her, but she's basically helpless right now, so you could do a finishing move as the rest of the pagans flee away. But does anybody else want to attack?
Can I come flying out of the darkness, like with my sword leading the way? Like all
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon style,
Absolutely.
and try to finish the witch off.
Aw, you're gonna steal his kill, man?
Well, okay. How about this? Like I get past her defenses and I pin her to the ground, but she kind of uses her own powers and kind of shoots backwards. I've seen that in movies.
Yeah, sure.
And she looks like she's going to say one final thing to me as she's hurt. Then all of a sudden, Marianne comes out of the darkness straight at her. I like that.
Absolutely. That sounds great. I'll give you a Benny back for that. And Marianne, I love the idea of flying out of the darkness, so you get a Benny for that as well.
Excellent.
Quillcrow, did you want to make a ranged attack?
Yeah, I would like to throw my spear.
Okay.
at her.
Oh, it's the witch. Yeah, do it. Give me that ranged attack.
All
right. So for mine, do you want a fighting roll?
For yours, it's a finishing move, so you don't even really need to attack. But Quillcrow, yours is a ranged attack, so you said you got an 8?
Yeah.
That's a hit with a raise, so go ahead and give me some damage on that. And
I don't know what kind of damage we're.
it would be strength plus d6.
Oh, that's. I'm sorry. That's what I rolled. So that would have been my damage. So I need to do a throwing.
Oh, yeah. So just give me a...
So that was my round. It would still be a 7.
Okay, yeah, that's still a hit then. Her parry right now is like 2, so it's a hit with a raise. So go ahead and roll another d6 for that damage.
I want that spear and the sword to hit at the same time.
So
That's exactly what is going to happen.
So just strength plus 6 or plus a d6.
Just roll an extra d6 because you already rolled the damage.
Gotcha.
No. So what happens is
One.
Otto knocked her down to the ground, and then she leapt back up with her magic, and then Quillcrow threw the spear at her, and then Marianne comes flying out of the darkness and catches the spear
Yes.
and like drives it into her.
That's awesome.
She just looks down at that spear protruding from her, and as the light fades from her eyes, Otto walks up to her, says, "This is for the innkeeper," and takes his spear and just up through her chin.
Holy crap.
Hey, John Woo, we expect our check in the mail.
Yeah, no joke. Alley-oop spear chuck, that was amazing. All right, guys, so the rest of the pagans flee off into the forest.
Whoa. I still get to kill one of the pagans.
Yeah, absolutely. Attack one.
I'm going to.
Waiting Karen, would you like to attack as well?
Get him up the
With my little puny darts, no thank you.
You also have a warhammer, though.
Well, yes, but they're gone. Gone is good enough.
Sure.
15 on my attack roll.
15. Oh, that hits with a raise, so go ahead and give me some damage, an extra d6 on that.
Pretty sure I'm just going to kill them. Man, I like this game because I feel so good at it.
Yeah, it's definitely like an action-packed game. Their motto is fast, furious, and fun, and it definitely is most of those things most of the time.
We've been fast.
Yeah, we haven't been very
12.
fast. We have been furious.
Oh, let's do 14 damage.
14? God, yeah. So you, like, their toughness is 6. So you got a success with 2 raises, and you only needed 1 to kill him.
So they crowd around me and they get told to flee, and they all turn, and one, like, he looks at me and he pulls out a sword and he points it at me, and then he goes to run, and I was like, "You drew, you die," and I just run him through as well.
That's awesome. All right. So I think really, like, only no more than 12 pagans make it out of this battle alive. It's pretty much a massacre that you guys have staged here. And it's fitting vengeance, too, for the horrors that were wreaked in the night. Not to mention that you guys actually managed to save all of the commoners, too. You guys head back to the hall and find that they're still there. And it's now, dawn is officially rising, Dawn actually came with Marion's final blow. He grabbed that spear just as the sun was cresting over the horizon. and yeah, so it's full daylight now. You guys make the rest of the way to Longshore Town, and you come into town not only having survived a night in the Blackwood against elves and wilderness, but also with a nice haul of treasure to keep you comfortable for a little while. Plenty of people who would either try to steal them for themselves or would convince you or try to convince you to surrender them for a higher cause. But what you guys choose to do with these treasures is ultimately your decision. And yeah, what does everybody do once they get to town?
If I remember correctly, the town we're going to doesn't have a classicist, right?
Yeah, it doesn't have a classic, but it's a suburb of a big city that would definitely have a classicist.
I thought I remember reading that there wasn't one in the area.
Oh, yeah, that was something that I had mentioned in the email. So your bios are for a different one-shot.
Oh.
Yeah, and like the place where you adventured during this session did not have a classicist either, but in this city where you guys made it to, it's it's like the third biggest city in the Blackwood, so it definitely has classicists. What were you thinking about doing?
Oh, I was thinking I would go and let them know that I've discovered the artifact, and if they make a big deal about wanting it, I would give it to them, but if they didn't, I would keep it. Originally, I thought there wasn't one, so I would say, well, there isn't anyone to give it to, so I'm keeping it.
Sure. Well, you know, they would definitely accept it if you offered it to them, but they wouldn't insist it. They would say that you have demonstrated through valor and bravery that you can use it responsibly, and so if you want to carry it with you and keep its wisdom by your side, they're willing to let you do that.
Heck yes, it gets rid of one of my stupid, annoying things.
That's right.
That almost got me killed twice.
That's right. Yeah, that was a rough opening for you.
It was.
All right, Otto, what about you?
Well, I envision Otto is on his way there because he was part of a guard trade program, and he gets there late because of all this, and he gets reprimanded, and he has to do the night watch.
Oh no! He gets told off, and Lady Iron shows up and is like, no, he's in the guard. If he wants in the guard, he's in the guard.
Yeah, and they would totally bow to the will of a sentinel, particularly one who's obviously so recently fresh from battle. So yeah, Otto he fulfills his guard exchange program. He gets to learn how much easier it is to be a guard in the city of Three Rivers than it is to be a guard in the city of Despan. Marion, what about you?
The first thing he's probably going to do whenever he gets there is sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, he'll try to find... is there a celebration?
There isn't an actual building, but there is a congregation.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the building is still under construction.
Okay. He'll make his way there and see if there's ways that he can lend hand, but also, tell of the victorious might of Oruniel recently.
Yeah, awesome. So the congregation receives him with open arms. They're fascinated to hear his story. They're thrilled that he managed to convince some other people to investigate the unified faith. And while he's there in the celebration, they also mention that there is a village upriver a little bit, a village called Dolm, where it turns out that they haven't had a classicist for several years, and they might even be willing to take a celebrant instead.
Yeah, he might decide to go look into that.
Yeah, there's a ship that's heading up there in a few days, as it turns out. Turns out they're looking for a crew.
Sounds like a great plan. What could go wrong?
Now, Waiting Heron, Three Rivers is your home. So, what's your homecoming like?
Let's see. Well, I'll just take a little while to make sure that all the civilians, get back and are settled in and stuff.
Sure.
And let's see. I don't know. I might just bestow the scarf upon someone else, because for someone in my line of work, being super conspicuous isn't necessarily a good thing.
Totally. No, that's good. That's good policy. So yeah, you see the families back. The trader is probably the most upset out of the five of them, because he has lost all of his goods in the burned down tavern. But the family is incredibly grateful. The little boy says that he wants to grow up to be just like you.
I'll maybe I'll give him the scarf.
Okay, cool. Yeah. He's like, oh, wow! And he looks at the scarf and he says, look, it looks like me. And it looks like all of the figures in the scenes are this little boy going off on his crazy adventures.
It's a whistle and a scarf.
Oh no, I take the whistle back as soon as we meet up again. That was the deal.
I was going to say, the scarf seems to work.
Yeah. And Quilcrow, last but not least. This is probably the biggest city you've ever been in.
Yeah, Quilcrow is going to get his hands on the Dragon Pearl again.
Nice.
And then just quietly skulk off back to his clan and returning their prized possession.
Subterfuge. I see. All right. Well, the clan wasn't expecting to see you back, and they figured that you were either gone for good or dead or both. And so they welcome you back in their own kind of way. It's a big, raucous party. There's no alcohol, but there are plenty of illicit materials, nonetheless.
All these blue mushrooms at the bottom of your screen?
Yeah, that's exactly right. They're called dream spores. Yeah, but there are tons of dream spores all over the place. There's a huge bonfire, lots of dancing, lots of drums. The elves show up and eat a couple of people, but it's not you. And that's what that looks like, guys. So we are finished with this session. We ended with cannibalism. Wonderful. For everybody who tuned in for this monstrous 5 or 6 hour session, I sincerely thank you. For all my players.
Happy GN's Day.
Yeah, thanks.
And thank you for holding this session.
Good. Thank you. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, you guys are real champs for sticking with it the whole time.
Thank you, Eli.
Yeah, you bet. All right, well, I've got a bed that's calling my name, so
I'll probably hate you at work tomorrow, but...
Yeah, oh, God. All right, well, farewell, everyone, and good luck. Good luck in the Blackwood.